motion like a running back. I don't never get tired, I don't take naps. Looking back at you when I'm running laps. I'm the realest in the place, you should know that. Oh yeah, here's another L, you can hold that. All alone at the top with a throne at. It can get a little cold just like snow caps. No cap, if I fall, I'ma be back like a relapse. Never relax, hit you in the chin strap with a kneecap to your next snap. Throw it online, make sure everybody see that. I have my aspirations, I know my destination. I go no hesitation, you can't break my concentration. I decide my fate, put on my timeline. You will never catch me sitting on the sidelines. Between winners and the losers, there's a fine line. Take the throne, cause I know this is my time. Put me in the game, I'm running it. Do this every day, I'm running it. You know I don't play, I'm running it. I'm running it, I'm running it. Anytime, any place, I'm running it. Always down for the chase, I'm running it. You can see it in my face, I'm running it. I'm running it, I'm running it. 40 love, no love to my enemies. Waiting on my downfall, never see the enemy. Running like I got more legs than a centipede. Gold medal on my chest for the centerpiece. Slow me down, something you can never do. Hold me down, that's impossible, I never lose. One way or another, one is what I do. This is my game and I play by my rules. I have my aspirations, I know my destination. I go no hesitation, you can't break my concentration. I decide my fate, put on my timeline. You will never catch me sitting on the sidelines. Between winners and the losers, there's a fine line. Take the throne, cause I know this is my time. Put me in the game, I'm running it. Do this every day, I'm running it. You know I don't play, I'm running it. I'm running it, I'm running it. Anytime, any place, I'm running it. Always down for the chase, I'm running it. You can see it in my face, I'm running it. I'm running it.
One of the most exciting events of all time.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question.
Major 5, the final one.
Toronto. They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time. Oh my God.
No way, no way, Phil.
Oh man. I do not believe what we are seeing. Could it be Priestahh to make the play? What a win, Priestahh.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Octane, my God. Octane gets the honor.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa.
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go. I don't know where to start, mate. What a victory in front of this crowd. Your family and friends in attendance. How do you feel?
I feel like I'm on top of the world. Man, this is amazing. Thank you to all the Canadian fans. Thank you to my family. This is amazing. Bro, I can't even hear myself how loud we are.
London picks up their first LAN win of the entire season. aBeZy performing in front of his family and friends here in Toronto. Welcome back, everybody. It's day 3 as we have everyone filing in for what could be the most exciting match of the entire tournament, and it's happening in an elimination bracket. We've got Vegas Legion still in the fight for champs with 2 teams left in their way. When it comes to the winners bracket, though, Toronto playing for a trophy in front of their home crowd. Will they do it? They've got the FaZe clan in front of them a little bit later on. Welcome in, everybody. It's Chris Puckett alongside Studdy, Alley Cat, and the great Nameless. Day 3 is loading up, and I want to start with you, Stud. What are you looking forward to? What's the #1 storyline?
The #1 storyline is Vegas Legion making it the champs. That's got to be it. They got 2 matches to try to get it done today to get that aBeZy.
Alley Cat, a lot of surprises so far. None more shocking than what happened with OpTic. Walk me through this debacle. The team is leaving Canada with 0 wins.
I don't know if I can really walk you through it. I mean, they didn't win a single map. It definitely, you know, took us all by surprise. I think not a single person expected that. I mean, I guess maybe the Florida Historics, like, oh, maybe they could get sent down to elimination round 1, but to then get handed another 3-0 against the LA Thieves, who went 1-4 this split, it was just not the OpTic Texas that we had seen during the qualifiers.
Yeah, let's, I mean, honestly, though, for OpTic Texas, better here than at Champs.
Yep.
I'm not making an excuse for them, but coming in 06, you could underestimate your opponent. Right now, you know that you have to work on some things. Your lockdown maps still have to be a point of consensus. You have to focus on that when you get home. For OpTic Texas, this is still a team that is very much championship caliber. They could come into Champs and dominate everybody, but it was a disappointing weekend. I mean, you run into LA Thieves, who seemingly have had your number so many times now. You have to game plan against a team like that going forward.
And the teamwork from OpTic Texas was not there all weekend long. They just showed up and played Call of Duty, not to the best of their abilities. They played two teams that were hot, ready to go at every single moment, and they just got caught slipping. OpTic Texas, you just got to completely forget about this, because the big one is coming up in 2 weeks. You got to be able to bounce back.
OpTic going back-to-back grand finals and then bombing out in 12th place here at Major 5. Are we concerned for this squad, though? If you're going to have a bad tournament, do it right before Champs, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely not concerned for this roster, because we all know they have a star-studded lineup. Yeah, but they get caught just slipping in 2 days of Call of Duty.
I think it's just now, like, you realize you're not the best.
Yes.
At this point, if you're OpTic, you probably come in here like, we're going to smoke everybody.
That's right.
Like, we're the best. We steamroll everyone. So it'll be how they bounce back from adversity. They've not really faced that much adversity as a roster. So
you got a chance to sit down and watch a lot of VOD this weekend, that's for sure, and you are going to see some great games today. We mentioned it, Vegas is taking on the Subliners in the bottom half of our bracket, but when it comes to the winners bracket, we have a surprise battle for top 3. The Florida Mutineers and Minnesota Røkkr are in the running for that top 3 spot. On the other side of the bracket, FaZe and Ultra showing down a little bit earlier than they'd like. Allie, this is a crazy tournament so far to think that one of those top teams could make a run here for the whole title.
It's insane. We said goodbye to M4 merchants, we said bye to Sound EQ merchants, and now we're left with, if anybody got us, it's going to be the LA Thieves and the Atlanta FaZe, always pushing it towards that top 3.
All right, there is how the bracket is laid out, but let's talk about our battles on the day. Let's start here with Minnesota going up against Florida, and I want to start here with our Minnesota Røkkr squad, because this is the team that was holding the door in 8th place. They had Vegas knocking on that door. With their win in the first round, they locked up, and with some other teams falling, it now puts the Surge on the firing line. Fame coming into this lineup has been a huge game changer. Attached back in the starting lineup as well. Nameless, what's been different about Røkkr? They were able to take down Boston in their first match.
Yeah, you know, Chris, you've always been high on Røkkr, and honestly, it's for good reason. When you talk about Minnesota Røkkr, it's a team that's supposed to be good at search and destroy, and that hasn't been the case. Well, they brought in Fame, and it didn't matter what gun he had. He improved them there, just being able to carry bomb, things of that nature. Now he has an SMG in his hands. Think to that game 5 that they had against Boston. He was the X factor. He was the playmaker that takes so much pressure off of Bance, and you can trust Fame to make the right play and get away with his life. And you know, the ability that Attach has to come into a team, sort of be that gel in the response, has led to a lot of success as well. So they have found their formula. They are a threat for any team, and they're a dark horse.
And of course, they were able to clutch up in that final round 11 to earn their spot. A very tight series, but it's the Røkkr powering forward in large part due to these numbers. Let's take a look here at Fame and Bance. The guy that was playing in Challengers 3 months ago is now leading the team. He is leading the upper bracket when it comes to stats.
And this is what you talk about when you talk about a player like Fame. A rookie coming in, just trying to do whatever is needed for the roster. He even switched his role when he first joined the team to the AR, but now he's back comfortable in that SMG role, and you see the numbers he was able to put up on day 1. Absolutely takes over in the search and destroy. Hardpoint, they're currently 6-0 ever since this lineup has been formed. Røkkr just firing all cylinders.
And don't forget, Minnesota already with the top 3 finish, but this would be a career high for the Florida Mutineers squad that is playing against them. Let's talk about the team that took down OpTic Texas. They came in here with the 10th seed overall on the season. They bring in a guy like Vickle into the starting lineup after being on the bench. Your star player Havoc set on the sidelines for this qualifier. This is the best Florida we've seen all year, Allie.
I completely agree with you. Vickle filled Havoc's shoes and went above and beyond for this Florida Mutineers squad. He has simply been that guy for this team. He's been kind of the glue currently, I feel like, when it comes to everybody's individual performances. And I also like to see that Brack has continued back to his ways when we first saw him in the original Florida Mutineers inception, when he was that guy in search and destroy. He was that guy popping off, just things weren't going their way. Now with the addition of Vickle, he seems much more comfortable and is getting back to that slaying prowess. So for them to be fighting for a top 3 spot here is insane for Florida Mutineers.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at these names on this roster, you don't think superstar players, right? But the players are playing like superstars. We've seen it. I mean, Brack dropping 30s and respawns. Vico and Search and Destroy finding aces, dropping double digits alongside the tandem of Capsule. It's working, man. And honestly, you look at their beating that they gave to OpTic, and you're seeing them versus Minnesota. They're the underdog, but it's not by that much. The Florida can absolutely come out here, win this, and get top 3.
That is our first battle for a top 3 finish. The other fight in that upper bracket is between Toronto Ultra and Atlanta FaZe. And if you're looking at the 2 teams with the best chance of winning the tournament, well, they're facing each other. So the winner lined up for victory potentially. Ali, let's start. Actually, sorry. Let's start here with this Toronto squad. We mentioned it yesterday. Scrap, not his best tournament, and the team is still winning.
Yeah, somehow, some way, they were able to get that Game 5 victory over New York with 3 players underneath a 1.0 KD, including Scrapz, who, at least in my opinion, had his worst series all season long.
0.78.
0.7, and you still get the W. You gotta be feeling good if you're Toronto Ultra, because you know that performance is not gonna happen again. Hicksy was the guy that pulled them through, but today, when you're going up against Atlanta FaZe, a team like that, everyone's gotta be on point.
It was too close, though. I'll be honest, that Toronto game, like, I really think they should have lost that.
Yeah.
I think New York absolutely sold in that last round of Control. They had all the advantage in the world. So Toronto, I mean, they're looking great. They do have a case to be one of the best, if not the best team in the game. Just in those clutch moments, just make it a little bit easier, right? Like, get that dub. So versus Atlanta, it's definitely going to be a close battle.
And there's definitely been a home crowd buff for the young man brought in to run the objective on the team. Hicksy dropping some bombs in the stats categories. Look at this, a 1.67 in his search, hardpoint, a 1.12, overall 1.13. The man slaying with the best. If Toronto is going to win this tournament, this man can stay on point and lead his team to victory. We got to talk about their opponent, though, because there's no team statistically better than Atlanta FaZe in the competition. They're a #1 team overall. Ali's favorite squad since day 1 of the season.
Ali, let's go.
Ali, why do you love this team so much?
I hate it, man. They're too good. They're too good. The individual talent when it comes to Atlanta FaZe is just unreal. You know, and then the fact that they've decided to figure out their fundamentals right now heading into the end of the season, they look terrifying. You know, you can say, yeah, they played against Vegas Legion, who's still fighting for a spotted chance, but at the end of the day, Vegas has pushed a lot of these teams to the limit. They've also gotten better throughout the entire season. For Atlanta to come here and absolutely 3-0 bop them when the pressure was on the other team's side, Atlanta is easily looking like the favorite to win this, especially when their boogeyman OpTic is now out of the tournament.
With OpTic out, Atlanta is officially our #1 seed heading into champs. No one can catch them, Jay. That is just a testament to their skill that they've shown all year long.
That's unbelievable, because I'm pretty sure at least this core 3, they have been the #1 seed for the last 4 years in the CDL.
Yeah.
Insane.
And, you know, Simp has just been unreal. When you talk about these guys, like, they have no flops. I mean, every other team you look at throughout the year, they've had a flop stage, a flop tournament. They're the only one that does not have that. And when you get individuals like Simp getting to that next gear, they can win the chip. They absolutely can.
The fans are filing in. I got to hear from you. Toronto, are you guys ready to start this day? Yeah, me too. Let's take a look at your matches that are kicking off in just 5 minutes. We've got Las Vegas Legion taking on your New York Subliner in an elimination battle for top 6. That's followed by Røkkr versus Mutineers for top 3, Ultra and FaZe also for that spot in the winners bracket finals. And it all continues with our elimination rounds at 6 and 7:30 as LA Thieves are waiting to see who is going to fall down to that elimination bracket. Remember, lock in, and you can join us on YouTube and Twitch all weekend long, and if you're doing it, you might as well earn the goodies. Ali, we are dropping some freebies out for the crowd.
Yeah, make sure you link your account, watch, and earn throughout the entirety of the weekend. I mean, there is some serious good stuff on there, guys. Make sure you get it.
Shout out to everyone already running the onliners in their ranked games last night. We will see you after the tournament on Monday. For now, we got to head to a break. When we come back, it's your first battle. Clayster and the Legion looking to lock up their spot at champs.
Can't believe you roared.
Typically, we like to get you to relax before a major touch the grass. I thought we would do the exact opposite this time, though. Introduce you to what's to freedom.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Team heading into champs, and you have to get through New York Subliners tomorrow. What is going in preparation for that?
Well, whatever we did Major 4, don't do that. Whatever we did online, do that. You know, honestly, New York's such a good team. They have such good players on that team. They're well practiced, well coached. Honestly, we're just gonna have to show up with our best game and hope that it's better than them.
For maps.
That was Clayster after their victory last night. Al, you got a chance to talk with the legend, 31 years old, and still an opportunity to lock up another spot in champs, but he has to win 2 matches today.
I think honestly it came down to what I told him yesterday. I think if TJ plays the way that he did against Pred yesterday, they definitely have an opportunity here. You're talking about TJ playing up to the #1 SMG in the game, now having to play against the #2. So I think that's definitely going to be the X factor.
He's been a top S&D freak since the start of the game. Now he's a freaking slayer across all game modes. Let's take a look at the maps and modes for TJ Howley and crew though today, because you're playing the Subliners at least in 3. You got Embassy, Hotel, Hydro, and Fortress. The whole crowd is cheering on Vegas. Study, how does Vegas pull off this upset?
I think the map #1 is everything for Vegas, because New York decided to be Team B in this situation, so they basically choose all 3 maps in the middle. They choose that Hotel Search and Destroy, they choose the Hotel Control, which is their best control map. So if you are Vegas Legion, Embassy Hardpoint has to be a lock to make this one a series.
Yeah, here's a crazy statistics. Pay attention, excuse me. New York is 24-2 when they win that control, 2-15 when they lose it. The last time Vegas beat them on it and they got the series win, it all resides in game #3.
24-2 when they win game 3. We need Vegas to take that hotel. We got to get it going right now though, as we send it down to the floor with my guy Lando.
Alrighty, Toronto! Welcome to day #3, CDL Saturday, and we're starting it off with an absolute banger. An elimination match for one team. The road here in Toronto comes to a close. For the other, it is a matter of advancing. The intensity could not be higher than this, and now it is time to introduce our first team. Looking to make a miraculous run, looking to complete the Cinderella story, we welcome to the stage the Las Vegas Legion! Clayster, Standy, Temp, and TJ, the Las Vegas Legion.
We believe, but the question is, does the team believe? Because it looks like they do. TJ went from blowing himself up to absolutely dominating the Seattle Surge. They beat New York just a week and a half ago. They have to do it again. Can the old man and the squad get it done? We all hope so. Let's get the next team out.
Let's go ahead and do it. The stage is starting to move a little bit. The crowd is getting hyped. We've introduced Vegas, and now it's time to introduce the other roster who will sit just toward my side. They're looking for revenge, and for them, confidence could not be higher. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, the New York Subliners! HyDra, Skyz, KiSMET, and Priestahh, the New York Subliners.
Not a situation they're used to. The crowd is all booze right now for the New York Subliners, who have have already secured their spot at champs. But you see the smile on Paco's face. He knows that in this matchup, he definitely has the edge. New York Subliners here, not expected to find themselves in this situation, have to get through and ruin Vegas Legion's hopes. Let's get this game started, Lando.
Oh, we're starting off Toronto day number 3 in the best way possible. Will the run continue for Vegas? Can they continue to stay alive, or can it be a revenge moment for New York? And it's time to find out as we toss it over to our casters, Maven and Merc.
Thank you, Lando. Listen, despite what people might think, I don't have a lot of bias when it comes to casting. I just want some good COD. Get me to a Game 5, Round 11. But right now with this story, with that franchise in Vegas never having made a champs run, am I pulling for Vegas to make this run today? Goddamn right I am, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, that's what everybody wants to see, right? I mean, we saw it last year with New York in the final major. This is where that magic can happen. Pulling for this team, backs against the wall. But as we said, we've talked about the bracket. I mean, there are a lot of opportunities able to take down Surge. Can they keep it going? But New York, this is a team that has owned this series throughout the year. But last time they faced off in Stage 5 online, Vegas able to win in that map number 5.
You know, we were going through stats and maps a bit with our stats guy Tim, and it just, first thing I said is this doesn't look real good for Vegas. Like, it doesn't on paper, but you know, in your career, when you're trying to make a run like this, when there's something that's on the line massively, like a champs looming, the numbers go out the window sometimes.
Yeah, at times. Yeah, I mean, right, it's a lot of preparation. You've played this series a couple of times. You kind of know what to expect. I think online, you heard Jay talk about it, as sort of, they didn't play Expo Control, right? You know, that's what New York was just trying to, you know, theory craft a little bit, maybe get some practice under their belt, but they're playing Hotel here, their best control map. And as Nameless said, when they're winning that control, New York, they do not lose series.
No, that control stat is absolutely wild. Let's see if TJ, you know, I saw Clay like after the series yesterday. He's like, this guy plays versus Pred. He becomes Simp on the map. Like, he was disgusting yesterday. Nice little 2-0 start. How crucial is TJ going to be in this particular matchup for you?
I mean, he's got, what, Pred? You know, one of the best subs, and now he's got to go up against HyDra. Yeah, no, he is absolutely that guy. But I think the one player for me is Temp, and all about his consistency. But against New York, he has like I think a 0.7 or something the first 3 matches. It was a little bit better the last time they matched up. But Temp, who is such a good slayer, struggles against the Subliners.
Well, let's see if he can get the confidence rolling and have a solid series. And maybe, I mean, you've got some tough AR battles on the other side of it. You think about the talent behind Skyz and Priestahh. But we'll keep an eye on Temp. As we hop out to the Sky Cam, just taking a look over our next hard point, getting ready to pop. All square at 11. Beautiful shots there from Temp as he'll get out to 2-2.
Yeah, but watch HyDra. HyDra's on a big fight here. He actually goes right through the middle of the map, and that's going to be the pinch. So that is all control for the Subliners. You have one player in Standy who will take down one. That's going to mean nobody's on the hill, so you're all right if you are Legion right now. But what could have been a very solid setup for Vegas instead turns into one for New York due to HyDra's play. He's on 4 in a row. Well, he's on the hill getting that time.
And you got to think it's got to be a similar matchup in some ways. Like, Pred and HyDra, I don't know, they're instinctually just so good at finding their spots, finding their kills. You feel like it'd be a pretty similar matchup for TJ in this one, but HyDra, he's snaking, he is dancing, he is hitting. They'll finally clear him out of the point, though, if you're a Legion. 3 in a row for Standy right now. A nice little 7-3 start. Next hard point, getting ready to pop. You see it from Priestah's POV. Maybe a tough gunfight for Temp on the other side.
Yeah, but already early at P2, it was a break from New York Subliners. Now you have the setup, you have the rotation. Temp able to cut down one, but the numbers not favoring them at all as the Subliners are going to find the first 10 seconds of this hill. You have Legion spawning out. One player here on TJ, but he's got to wait for his teammates. Clay struggling early, 2-9 from the vet as the Subliners are in control. Clay going to try to take that long round all the way through. Here comes the first push for Legion.
Good luck with that one. They're watching it. Oh, he's somehow still able to win it. Clay's able to hit the shots of the pistol as well. Maybe a chance for the collapse. About 30 seconds remaining on this hard point. Skyz on 3 in a row, looking for number 4. They're able to find it. It's been all Subliners early. You're finally into the point if you are Legion, but not a whole lot of time there remaining.
Yeah, but really the key, this is fun if you're NYSL, right? You have spawns now for P4. Such a big win onto Clay to get a little bit of time off the clock for the Legion, and now NYSL, they're going to find Standy, who was inside,
inside of PD, and again, a rotation one from the Subliners. Can Legion break on through?
It just feels like you're in that blender, right now if you're Legion, just getting a win in the final 15 to 20 seconds. Here we go, we do it again. We have to get the break. Probably part of the reason you have a tough start for some of the players is just very, very difficult gunfights. How do you flip the script when that's happening to you?
Oh, well, you get a big break right there from Standy, and you know, this happened versus FaZe, right? Their first matchup, and then it was that big P5 rotation. They were able to rotate and break on through, but you need a solid hold here, but it's not looking like that's happening. How do you get out of that blender? You need some big holds. They do not have that, as NYSL lighting up the kill feed right now. But things will slow down here. 20 seconds left, and you can already see Clay on the rotation.
That's a good shout. I mean, they were getting bodied by FaZe, right, until they erupted. I know they ended up losing that map 1, but they gave themselves a chance. You're going to need something very similar here if you are going to get it done. Nice tags and a good back down there from Priestahh. Now over the 100-point mark, go NYSL. Maybe some early time for Vegas. They're in the hard point. Can they start to make the rally here? Trophies out, players set up, everybody on the table. KiSMET, though, with the opening pick. This might spell disaster. All the kills going the way of NYSL. They get in quickly, and that just looks a little too easy, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, well, Standy, he dies at the wrong time, right? He spawns all the way out back at P4. Standy, though, he's had a couple of big multi-kills to lead to breaks, trying to do it again, and he does. Needs help from his teammates. Skyz, though, with the Vaz and the nade. Another big play from Skyz. He did it at P3. At least we'll break this setup, keep this messy, but big time here for Legion to try to get themselves right back into the game.
Yeah, TJ doing everything he can at the point, but I think he was fighting against 3 players. Looks like the scrap time likely going to go the way of NYSL. And they did a good job just making it messy enough. You don't give any clear time to Legion. 3 through in the feed now between HyDra and KiSMET on the NY side. All the kills going their way. That's 3 straight for KiSMET.
Yeah, I mean, you've just won no rotations if you are Legion. And then when you finally get a break, what ends up happening right at P3, at P4 is they're just breaking you right back. This NYSL, they need some strong holds here. The solid lead for the Subliners is TJ trying to get going. Nice shots from Skyz to take him down. They're just soaking up that time, trying to just increase this lead as much as they can.
And this reminds you a lot of the FaZe match, down about 100. Are they going to have that same rally? And if they do, can NYSL deal with it like FaZe were able to? 30 seconds left. Into the point is going to go TJ, just trying to grab whatever time he is able to. Priestahh lining him up, hitting the shots to take down 2. But Vegas, you got to think maybe a slow start. You got to think the energy is there, but I'm curious. Let's hear the comms. Let's go to listen with Legion.
Mid-van, HyDra. Mid-van, that guy's got gas with me. I'm dead gas. I'm pushing up. I don't see the guy gas. He's going Xbox, I think. I'm much out. I'm holding S2. Nobody's front hill. I'll look inside. I'll get hill. S2 weak. Just hold the back. S2. Play for the guy, your S2. I'm backing up the hill to you. We're gonna try this guy S2, okay? Front side hill, guys. I'm on shot. I don't see this guy S2. I'm coming to you, Teach. Front side hill, I died. Priestahh, front side hill. I'm going to the back again. I don't see anything S2. He's mid-van, yo. Mid-van. Trust me. Mid-van, in mid-pickup. Lane down, close pickup. Watch out, close pickup. Close pickup. I got one. Front hill, guys. Front hill, mid-van. On the box of hill. Mid-van, one shot. Mid-van in front hill. Too many of them, boys. We gotta put those up. Yep. You hear one close, that's one on you? Yeah. We gotta play through it. I'm nading front side hill. Pop gas, looking over him. I'll see him pick up. Pop gas.
Feel like a little bit like shell shock.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to attempt there. Like, there's just too many of them. I can't do anything right there. But again, early at that P2 rotation, it was Priestahh who found 3 kills on the rotation, right? You have this setup, you were Legion, at least some presence in the area. And well, as soon as they go down, they cannot get back into that hill. You have to give props to the Subliners. They know that Legion was going to come out gunning, but they have responded here in this map number 1.
Yeah, there's been one side gunning, and it has been Subliners. 24 and 15 out of KiSMET. You know, I heard him in an interview yesterday. He just wants to chow. Just wants to hold forward and chow, play with confidence. He said he felt like he was able to do that yesterday. Well, he's doing it here as well. Big map number 1 thus far, blowing him out, up just about 120. Still some map to play, but not looking good for the Las Vegas Legion side.
And you know, what has been the thing for NYSL is Standy out of aBeZy. Standy's shooting back. He just needs a little bit of help. Finally a break, but it's with 20 seconds left. And what has been holding NYSL back is these big moments, and maybe they're second guessing themselves. So if KiSMET is playing with that confidence in those moments, then maybe that can lead them to closing out those close maps that they're losing.
Certainly could be the difference. If you're going to come back in this, though, it's going to take a monumental comeback. And it just sounded kind of dead in the comms a little bit there. There's some frustrations we heard from the Legion side, and HyDra is piecing 19 and 13 in his bag, making plays. Now Deddy out.
Maybe the last chance here for Legion to make something happen. TJ and Clay able to open things up. Nobody on the hill quite yet. Well, HyDra, he just makes it seem so easy. But Standy, with 3 of his own, he continues to fight back. Maybe giving them some form of life. Can they chain the rest of this P4 into a P5? Then that lead comes down to not a lot. There we go. The Legion guns may be warming on up.
It feels like, yeah, Standy's bailed him out of some spots where this map would already be over.
Be done.
100%. Like, he's had some huge doubles and triples to keep them going. So what? This will get them within about 70 or so points. You get a really solid hold, Joe, we might have ourselves a map.
I need a break, though, early. All gonna spawn out. All 4 players die off a spawn, so you gotta work across the map. You have HyDra cutting them off middle of the map. You also have Priestahh watching that 50-yard line. It's going to be difficult. But maybe TJ and Temp just go right down the middle. But Skyz with the Vaz able to take down 2. The headshots coming on through. The first 15 seconds go the way of NYSL.
And they're just getting all the kills. I thought the trade was going to be there, but what a play from Skyz under the table. Was able to hit the shots. HyDra with another win on the cut through. What, number 4 and TJ, chance to maybe set up a pinch here with the squad if they find an opening. But you're already 30 seconds off of this, now 15 points away are Subliners. The feed has been all Subliners. They are eating until Tim comes through with the kills, but Skyz there to pick it up and continue to dance.
I mean, this is one of the better P5 holds we have seen. Usually this is a mess between teams back and forth, but NYSL, it has been perfect. You had a couple of players from Legion get close, but inside the hill goes Priestahh. They're going to take map number 1.
That's a hell of a map out of NYSL. And it's one of those where I'm just not sure if they are the better team, or maybe this came out a little bit hotter in the map 1. I know they've owned this matchup.
Looking like the better team right
now. They really did. They really did. Outside of Standy, like, mostly people are just getting bodied. He's gonna be like, come on, guys, let's get it going. I'm piecing. Need the squad to step it up alongside me. But it's just one map.
The fundamentals of that map, right? A couple of times that P2 early on rotation, you had the sort of pushes that NYSL needed. Some big multi-kills, one from Priestahh that ends up giving them all of that time. Just a little too sloppy, I think, for the Legion side. And you could just tell with those comms, could not find any openings. But the gunny from Standy, it was just not enough. Not a lot of help. 30 out of HyDra. KiSMET right behind him. I mean, everyone contributing for NYSL.
Yeah, and you mentioned like Temp has really struggled in this series, well, like a 0.7 to this point battling against this team. It continues there, 14 and 24. Nothing really to write home about, but yeah, just so many, it felt like clean wipes. And when the breaks needed to come in, they were so easy for Subliners. Like a knife through butter, just got right into the hard point.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times on aBeZy, right, when those sort of early hills pop, early on in the hill, you know, it gets a little bit messy. There's some trades that go down. Maybe it comes down to a 1 versus 1 to kind of fight for the good spots. Yeah. That just did not happen. It did not. It was always 3-4 dead right away for Legion. They were trying to fight back. This man on your street, Standy, was trying to do what he could. But NYSL just too strong at P5. I mean, they hardly crossed the middle of the map to get there.
No, it was impressive. And as much as, you know, we're talking about Legion, this storyline of them making a run to qualify for champs. I mean, for Subliners, you're just trying to, I don't know, regain your former glory. Like, you start the year with the win. It's been kind of an uphill battle since then. Maybe the most confidence we've seen them playing with in a while.
Well, I mean, they've had some, you know, top finishes throughout the year. It's just, yeah, there's a map, there's a moment. It's just like their winners round 1 that we saw versus Ultra, that control round where everyone's scratching their heads like, how the hell did you lose that?
Yep.
That's kind of been their year. Like, how are you losing some of these maps? Such a talented team. Everyone with a 1.0 or greater, just start, finish. I mean,
yeah, that's typically going to be a recipe for winning the map. Yeah. Usually when you take a look at the stats like that. Good. Yeah, they absolutely just fry. A Legion in that map 1, but now we slow it down. We get to a search and destroy. We heard on the desk, I think Ant kind of talking about how big that map 1 was because you chose Team B if you were Subliner, so you really kind of dictate the middle part of this series. Well, they do not get the win there if you were Legion. The uphill battle
and it's
continues.
really, you know, the Hotel Search and Destroy, one of NYSL's go-to. The Hotel Control, again, the last time these two teams played, NYSL, they threw in the Expo. They allowed that to happen. They said, you know, we're trying to get some practice under our belts. But Hotel Control, that's their best control map.
Yeah.
And then you then go to the HyDra, where that HyDra, if we get to a map 4, they won the last time through 250 to 90. So NYSL, these are their maps.
And you see here for our Monster Energy pregame, some of the stuff chatted about by the desk. You need everyone's best today for Legion, not what you get in that map 1. The control is huge, as they mentioned those stats.
That's
unbelievable
insane.
when New York can get the win. Now, that really is one of those insane stats. It's truly unbelievable. And yeah, I mean, just time to clutch up. I mean, in the sense of search and destroy, but just in the sense of like this series and this moment, if you are Legion, don't let the moment own you. Try to own the moment. I mean, I know it's hard to do, but like, everything is on the line. And you know those guys are feeling the pressure, but you've got some vets. You've got the talent. Time to make it click.
Yeah, you just need kind of those vets to step on up now.
Yeah, rough map 1 from Clay. And I know when Clay is playing well, it's easier to be that gas guy, that leader. And when you got the crowd on your side, you need to give them some moments to get hyped about. There were a couple from Standy, but that's about it. There wasn't a lot to roar about.
Yeah, I mean, Clay going towards the end, right? He had some multi-kills, went on a little bit of a spree. But yeah, I'm looking at the ARs because those guys, like, those are your consistent slayers in Clay and Temp. Just need them to step on up here in this search and destroy. Last time these two teams played, Legion able to win in round number 10, 6-4. NYSL, they're going to be ready to try to make some adjustments right from the get-go. Bit of a 2-2 split here from NYSL as KiSMET working through Restaurant.
Yeah, it certainly becomes one you've just got to find a W on. But how good has HyDra been in search and destroy as of late? Skyz with the first blood now. As we get to this 4 versus 3.
And so much mid and sort of B pressure. You can see there's only one player in bedroom. That's going to be Temp, and he gets taken down. That's the bomb carrier. A clean round here for the Subliners. All 4 dead. Ooh. No kills for Legion.
It is all Skyz early on with the opening 2 picks. You know, his S&D pedigree, going back to when he first entered in the league, guy can be a monster, and he starts it off here strong. One more look at the final kill there from Priestahh, but not the start you want if you are Legion.
No, I mean, you know, even looking back to yesterday when Legion win the map 1, you can just tell their search and destroy. You know, they were calming, they were working through the rounds. The issue is, I feel like if they don't find that confidence early, those guys like Temp and Clay who are reading the map, the comms just sometimes aren't there. It's difficult when you aren't playing well.
Yeah.
You need something early here for Legion.
Well, I think you heard that, yeah. You heard that listening from Temp yesterday. He was calling everything. The confidence was flowing. He was calling every spawn. He's an emotional player, that is for sure. And you need that emotion to swing, and it can just take a moment. But TJ maybe just waiting to chow. Bomb working up B side. It's going to be another pick. This time it's going to be Priestahh. Temp ripped out of it.
Ready for it.
Priestahh wins another one.
He's going for number 3 as well. The nade will connect.
Thank God, because Standy might have been in trouble otherwise. He gets hit down to 39 HP, but now a 2v3 for the father-son duo. Clay and Standy looking to clutch it up. Father Time wins 1. Now to a 2 versus 2 we go, and what a massive round this can be if you bring it back in a 2 versus 4.
You know, I mean, bomb is wide open. It's going to be HyDra and Skyz working all the way through the flank. HyDra, he's going to have Deddy popped, and I don't know. I think that's going to run out, so they're going to be able to hear that sooner or later. Yeah, there we go. Just runs out, so now you're just waiting for Skyz maybe to find an opening. Standy just waiting, trying to find any info. Same with Clay. Well, he's going to hear that because we do. And there we go. He's going to go for the kill. Try to just back on down. But where is Skyz? Skyz trying to help on out. But Clay with the numbers now, it's all down to HyDra.
That's a big win from Clay. Because from Standy's POV, he was in trouble. Now the chow out stun's going to hit. Not going to matter. A massive 2v4 there from Clay and Standy. Maybe something to get him going. At the same time, like those two have kind of got going in that map 1. It's the other 2 you really need.
Well, and you know, we just talked about NYSL, maybe the sort of the small things, allowing their opponents to get back into the game or make mistakes. That's a 2 versus 4. Those are those rounds we just talked about. You can't allow that to happen. Priestahh does his job. The other players need to group up, use those numbers. Instead, they get picked apart.
Yeah, it's going to be a frustrating one for sure. So we'll see how NY can answer the call after that one. But yeah, Priestahh and Skyz have basically provided all the kills thus far. And if you're Vegas, I mean, you can't live and die by those types of moments. Well, Clay with the first pick. Immediately, though, Skyz gets one as well. They are grouped up mid and ready to send it. Bombs been planted. Nade able to hit. Double chow comes out, and they take it. Nice double chow there from TJ and Timp. Now Priestahh, last guy up. Does he have the ice in the 1 versus 3? Just under 30 to go. Spot onto one, can't finish it, and that will do it. TJ will get the kill. Back-to-back rounds for Legion.
And I love what I saw right there out of Legion. They knew they had one player stuck on the bomb. There was no trophy. They nade him on out, and then every single time there's a chow, another player throws their body forward, right? No one's over-chowing, or if you are, you're doing it together. A nice retake there from Legion.
Well, at first when I saw TJ like strafe out that wide, I'm like, oh God, don't get picked. But you saw Timp just fly in like an eagle. Then it looked a lot better.
Yeah, nice teamwork there for Legion. Had a bit of a standard offensive round there from NYSL, just a very quick A plant. Hoping maybe HyDra, you know, can make you play. We saw Priestahh in a lot of clutch situations previously when they played. The numbers go the way of Legion.
Skyz with the snipe out, Clay's head and wrist, the flick, not going to be there. Now maybe Info, he's got one right next to him. He's able to hit the shot. You think the trade might come in, but Skyz, dear God in heaven above. What a shot there from Skyz.
There we go, another 2 versus 3, cut down to a 1 versus 3. HyDra's gonna find the angle onto Temp. But Skyz, he actually gets that info because Standy throws the stun, right? Standy's trying to open the door with the stun. As Clay gets sniped, he sees that in the scope, and that just means, all right, I'm ready for the next chow. As soon as he is ready for it, watch this stun blow up right there. He knows that means there's a player right outside of this door, gets ready for the challenge, and well, that is just a beautiful shot from him.
Yeah, that's clean. Right onto Standy's noggin. It's that clothesline. 2-2.
Kind of just showing right back to it. You have another trophy, but they wanted that A plan. It worked last time through. It's just they couldn't get off of the bomb. But it looks like HyDra, he's just going to go on through. He's going to go on through, and he finds both of them, tearing the defense apart.
He hadn't really got going yet, but in this round he does. HyDra has been a phenom, and that is 3 for HyDra. Making it look easy, just picking them apart.
I mean, that looked like a controlled defensive round. Once an SMG just hits in that area, she knows where all the players are, ready for the next gunfight. A little bit too easy for him. We'll see how Legion kind of adjust, maybe not allow that player to hit the bedroom for free.
Yeah, he's just ADS for the second, not caught sprinting. Gun up and ready for the next fight. Beautifully done from HyDra. So after the back-to-back rounds from Vegas, you see it here from NY. Back in control of the search and destroy. Considering the control woes and the pressure on the map 1, I mean, this is definitely a must-win right now for Legion.
Well, New York just trying to find info, making sure there's nothing over towards B for now. You have Standy just kind of in alert position. The other 3 players over towards A. But look at that, because they went so quick early on at B, they're just ready for this. And they're watching that cross, and Clay, he's going to get caught.
$17 HP, and there'll be the push behind it. TJ able to get the kill. It's a wild chow, but it is dirty. TJ, 4 HP left. Guns, KiSMET off the block.
And he's able to stun HyDra as well. He's going for number 3. Has the read. Ooh. But HyDra just punched him in the face.
Yep, the French sensation lays him out. 2v2 now. Temp and Standy, Skyz and HyDra.
Well, that is just some rough timing for Standy. He has been lurking, waiting for Denny. We're just going for the chow. The Bazes are going off right now.
He's got 1 HP. These gunfights are ludicrous. Now, HyDra, what can you do? 5 in a row.
No Deddy. Might have the timing though. Able to catch the first. Maybe no. If he finds Standy, probably wins the round. But Standy able to finesse.
I thought he was going to snap one. We might need one more bullet there. Yeah. That round was nuts, man. I'm not sure Legion had any right winning that.
I don't think so either. Well, that's on TJ, right, to bring them in.
Well, I was about to say, TJ, why are you challenging that? Then you just gunned him. I'm like, oh yeah, great chow.
Yeah. Maybe that's why he's a little bit inconsistent at times.
Yeah, maybe. Like well, KiSMET was probably like, why is he chowing this dude when he died? Oh, you know those times you die, you just play like ranked or whatever. It's like, that was a stupid chow, but it worked.
HyDra was able to earn the cruise, so he's got that to work with. And early on, maybe a first blood for him, and he's got it. HyDra just playing with so much confidence in these offensive rounds. Clay trying to connect with the nade to take him down. Is it going to hit? No, his teammates will.
Oh, okay, his hit, and then, yeah, Priestahh also hit. But, you know, you have a 3v2, still got numbers here. HyDra's POV looks super fun in that situation. About 3 nades and 3 stuns hit him.
Probably through the wall as well.
Yeah. Love that.
But it looks like this is the right read for Legion. Clay, though, he's going to find the info. Nate needs the help, but the one player lurking is Priestahh. And they're just waiting for him. They're just waiting for Priestahh. Why not just wait? Okay, but he goes for the chow. Priestahh, though, able to make this a 1 versus 2 for Clay. Adios.
He is out. May just try to push out the 1v1 on the other side of it. Question is, where did he go? He is just tucked away. Got the read, but not going to matter. Now Priestahh is wrapped back on the flank, gets the kill. Priestahh all smiles.
And that's very similar to what we saw the round previous from Standy, right? He was the one inside of jewelry, just kind of waiting, allowing your teammates to work over towards that bomb, but really the play is set up for you. As soon as they start shooting at that bomb site, Priestahh knows he's got a couple of free kills.
See him chatting through it. Maybe some adjustments incoming. Looks pretty quiet on the other side of it, but yeah, Priestahh seemed to have a lot to say in the intermission. 4-3 to New York.
There's that early info. You can already see HyDra maybe going to slide on over to help out his teammate in KiSMET, just trying to see if Legion are going to quickly go over towards B. Legion just kind of waiting it out. There we go. First blood on the Temp, on one player over at A. So now it's just one of those questions of, do we just send it into B? And maybe that's the call.
So many first bloods have come through for NYSL. KiSMET just getting tucked in up top. They're not going to hit. He's posted up, standing there for the trade. Shots in from behind, able to snap and get a bullet in, but he's gonna be the last alive. Having to pull off this 1v3. Good luck, good night. 5th round up for NYSL.
Yeah, and that's just tough. I mean, nice job by Skyz to get that first blood on the Temp, but Temp is the presence over at A. As soon as he's dead, right, you have no way to rotate on back. The middle of the map is open, the flank is open. You kind of put your teammates into a very difficult spot. It's sort of like, we gotta go to B.
Yeah.
We have to go to B, or if we rotate back to A, the problem is they're probably gonna know there's a rotate coming on over. There's so much to clear. There's just not enough time to work with. So Temp in that spot cannot go down.
Got to rip off now 3 straight if you are Legion. But so far, just getting choked out by NYSL. 9-3 from HyDra. The S&D continues to be incredible. Another stun out. Great chow there from HyDra. The headshots are in. Standy able to pick up 1, but HyDra still with the confidence, just sending it on forward. There's 1 trade. The headshots are through. 2 versus 2 now.
You just see how comfortable he is on this map. Up to 11, still has the cruise. Bomb being planted at A. Skyz is going to get spotted. They know HyDra's kind of in a maybe a off position. Clay trying to watch the middle of the map. The timing does not go his way. HyDra thinks maybe that player's on the bomb. The nade didn't connect as well. HyDra trying to seal the deal heal.
He's got Daddy. Can he close it out on 6 in a row? Or will Standy be the hero once again for Legion?
He's got the cruise. He might just play around the cruise.
He's only got 12 in his Vaz right now.
He's going for it. What is the timing going to be like? He's going to go quick. He's going to go quick. It's going to be so quick.
It's done. It's done. Doesn't get there in time.
And I'll be honest, I think he tried to play out a little too safe. As soon as that nade connects, I'm thinking he's challenged.
Well, just with the confidence he's been playing with,
right,
too.
just
like,
go.
Yeah.
But maybe it's one of those comms, and teammates, you have the cruise. You have the cruise. Right, you can play around it. But now you have no crews in the clutch from Stanley.
Well, he never reloaded his Vaz, so I kind of figured that was the play the whole time. Like he was going to play around the crews. Yeah. Good Skyz hit again. That does not miss by much. Oh, he is zapped in too. Okay.
Watch for Clay right now. Maybe trying to find that pick in the middle of the map. He does have one player lurking on him. That's going to be Kiz. HyDra gets spotted. Sort of a cat and mouse game on the other side of the map, but Clay actually gets out of this game. But Skyz, he's going to find the first blood.
He's had so many first bloods. I feel like 5 of his kills. Probably exaggerating, but he has had quite a few. Tagged up again, trying to reposition. 3 versus 4 for Legion.
I think TJ might have got spotted. You have a couple of the arrows watching this door. Or maybe they're just worried that's where the plays going to come from. TJ with Deddy, bomb planted on the other side of the map. It's going to be KiSMET trying to work the flank. But TJ, he might be the hero for Legion to get us to around 11.
Might be. There's the first. 3 versus 3.
But watch KiSMET. KiSMET's on the other side. There's the flank. 10 people to find one, so now a 1 versus 2. They know his position. He gets spotted. Deddy's still up for a second. Priestahh though watching it. And Priestahh is going to put NYSL up 2-0.
TJ's trying to bide his time, but once both the teammates dropped, such a tough spot in NYSL. They got the ice, HyDra, a demon in search and destroy, and now an 0-2 hold for Legion. They've got to rip off 3 straight to keep the dream alive.
Gotta win in control. That's the worry here.
Yeah.
They've done it a couple of times, but it has not been the mode, and it's treated them well all year long.
I mean, I feel like there's been so many little things that haven't gone their way on this run. I mean, why not coming back from an 0-2 hole? All the pressure's on them. Your destiny is in your hands. Control has been just ass, but like maybe this is where you rip 3.
The problem is HyDra has just been, I mean, he is on point. 30 in the first map, 12 right there in map number 2.
He's been a monster.
And again, Hotel has just been the home for NYSL, as we just saw right there. And we're staying on that home for map 3.
Yeah, and it just looked like, I mean, I know you saw the fist bumps from Clay kind of going out to the guys, but just not a lot of life. Like, I think they just know, they know how tough this is. They know and why I've owned the matchup, but if you're going to come with something, now is the time to get it done. You got to rip off 3 straight, or New York just close it out. We're headed to a quick break. When we get back, Legion's fate decided.
2023 CDL Championship Weekend will be live and in person June 15th to 18th in Las Vegas at the Thomas & Mack Center, UNLV. You don't want to miss this bigger-than-life weekend, and we're almost sold out, so don't wait. Scan the QR code and get your tickets today. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL Team Packs. We've got it all. Home and away, male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. And stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Keep up with breaking news, event discounts, and more. Scan the QR code on screen for more information. The CDL is brought to you by your favorite Orange Bandicoot. Pre-order Crash Team Rumble today. Available June 20th.
It was maybe some steps, hill to climb. Now it's a mountain if you are Legion. There is so much work to do here in Toronto if you're going to make it, well, deeper in this tournament and have a chance to make it to champs. You got to rip off 3 straight maps and win another series later today. How do they get it done, Joe?
Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, slow down HyDra. That's probably step 1. Win a couple of control rounds, win a control map, and then there's at least one map. But yeah, I mean, kind of one step at a time. That's going to be the discussion for them. I just feel like they got to get the guns going, though, right?
Because map 4 was HyDra, right? And like, you looked pretty good there yet. Well, both teams have looked good there, but you got a solid win there yesterday. But let's take a look at the Monster Energy pregame for NYSL. Joe, take me through it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they have done all year long. They have controlled the respawns versus this Las Vegas team and then blow them out of the water on HyDra. Hardpoint, you talked about the HyDra. It looked good yesterday for Legion. Well, they won 250 to 90 the last time they played versus the Legion. So if we get there, it's gonna be a tough battle. Again, the middle of this series just so controlled for NYSL.
I feel like you just got to get, like, maybe, I don't know, Timp going. Like, it just from an energy standpoint, the comm seems like he just had a slow start, and
any of them going.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it was really just Standy in that map 1, but game's ready to get going. To the control we go. I mean, it is all vibes and smiles from HyDra, Kiz. They are feeling good. They know they've dominated this matchup. They've dominated this series thus far. The Bulldog is hungry and eating.
Yeah, playing extremely well. I mean, playing with confidence is this NYSL team. It just feels like they're very quick on the map right now. Know exactly where they want to be, where they want to go. And another map that they have played a lot of is this Hotel Control. Can Vegas do it?
They just start cooking up with a pot, like right there. Something.
So a cast iron?
Yeah. Is that what's called? Cast iron?
You don't have one?
I don't know what I have. Okay. I got some pots and pans and some plates, Joe.
That's good. At least you have those.
I'm not a chef, dude. Oh, I need was interesting, but on point there from TJ.
Yeah,
and on to the point they tried to go early.
Hoping to be a little bit cleaner there, right? Try to catch them off guard. At least Skyz is able to find 2. Still have presence here. TJ just playing his life. He knows KiSMET is around here somewhere, and well, the timing does not go his way.
Thinks he's top, he is bottom.
Yeah, I don't think that tick got done either, so that early B hit not gonna work for the Legion.
They've sent 1 over towards A, and that'll be TJ. He's able to win a one-on-one. His teammate and Tim coming off spawn. Kind of a 2-2 split right now for both sides of it. He knows Priestahh is right there. Well, Clay's just gonna get picked out. Priestahh's gonna chow. Standy able to win that one.
Yeah, I think Legion were kind of thinking, you know, they did not decap it, right? It was so close to being done. Maybe we can sneak a player or 2 on it, get some more progress, but now you have to focus over towards A. Some kills do come in for Legion. Skyz trying to hold on. Skyz has had some big plays, especially in that search and destroy with all those first bloods. He's gonna find one, just wait for his teammates to rotate on over.
And now you got your ARs here. Take it back, Vaz and Clay Sandy's on the point. Tip was looking over him. Skyz, HyDra, they find openers. Now starting to flood on forward. Nice shot from Clay and Tip thus far. So 1 more to deal with. We'll see if Tip is up to the task. Tries to reposition. It's a chow and a half, but he's able to win that. That will secure the A zone. So you have about 1:40 now to go. Lives, you're down 3. Trying to get kills in the exits to just widen that gap. But so far, you're okay if you're Legion.
Yeah, Priestahh, he actually blows up to the van, but Skyz up to 9-3 with those couple of kills. Clay already working over towards patio, trying to get top bedroom. So you have bedroom control because Priestahh, well, he blew up to a van.
Standy taking that fight versus Skyz with the Vaz. I was just in my head like, all right, well.
Might as well.
Good luck, yeah. Down 5 now, so you really got to take your time. You got like 2 full team pushes of this, and KiSMET continues to roar. 3 in a row for him now, out to 6-2.
Yeah, that was your one-player bedroom side. Inside, it was Clay, so you don't have that controlled anymore. Skyz, he has the call out for Priestahh. Him and Priestahh working in tandem, able to take down 2.
I got it on lock. Priestahh somehow stays up and just able to extend his life. Clayster, TJ, there's 2. TJ is caught, sprinting on out though. I thought for a second, yeah, just gonna give him a haircut, peel him right off of that. 6 lives left now, not many respawns remaining.
Skyz,
yeah, he just didn't see him laying there, okay.
Maybe needs a new prescription. You know, we've been there before, but 5 lives remaining. Priestahh and KiSMET are there. But now it has to be perfect here if you are Legion. That's going to be 2 dead. A couple of players on the point now.
Okay, hold up.
To HyDra and Skyz.
No respawns.
Yeah, the nade does connect. All the kills going Legion's way. Maybe a round, maybe some life here for the Las Vegas Legion. 3 players on it. The first round trying to go their way. Temp trying to find the kills, and it's looking good as they clutch on up.
Somehow, some way. Is that the round? Is that the moment that propels them forward in this series?
And why is it the same damn moment that NYSL keep throwing away?
Yeah.
I could imagine being there, coach, because it's pissing me off.
Yeah. Woo. Finally, something for the crowd to get fired up about for this Legion side.
Plays so well. The team worked on point, and then it just all collapses.
You got, what was it, about 11-5 in lives at one point? Like, you got a wide margin there, and then just no trade for, what, like 4 straight kills? So it's about out of the point. Let's see if they can answer now on offense. They're still ripping and roaring. Yeah, they do. That's 4 dead. Just out and headbutt them. 4 life advantage instantly.
I think you're probably giving this one up.
Yep.
Maybe you throw a couple of nades at this. Maybe they can connect. But this is pretty much done. You might as well try to set up A. 2 minutes, 15 seconds to work with his NYSL.
That's
30 lives, a perfect start.
Yeah, that's one way to rebound. After that collapse, just come in and fry them. I think TJ was the one trying to hold towards that front A push. He gets dropped by HyDra. He was in a 1v2.
Well, big timing here for Skyz. Maybe big timing here. They're going to all spawn up kitchens. Skyz trying to work the pinch. Thought he had a freebie on, but Temp, we talked about him. Maybe he started going to the end of that first round, able to take down 2, and then Clay with a big couple of kills. Both of those players were trying to pinch. I thought maybe that was the shot for NYSL, but they deal with it.
Yeah, and you've kind of brought it back in the lives department after the slow start. So you get just about to even, 90 seconds to go now. And you kind of send them back to square one with that big wave of kills. Still finding them. Tip and TJ going big. HyDra's turn now to try and get involved. Just trying to spot where the bullets are coming from. They're coming from everywhere. Standing on one side, Temp on the other. Big Kiz though. A moment here to stop the clock for a little bit. I feel like you needed to. You just haven't been able to really at all throughout this. It doesn't last long as Standy and TJ. They locate more. Now you've got the edge.
That's on Standy. You have a chance to get out to the point. You had 1 player on it, but Standy found multiple kills inside a kitchen to get his teammates back to the point. But now those SMGs will be off of spawn. Clay now just trying to buy time. He knows the push is coming, and here we go. Standy, though, in for the reinforcements. Straight going down. It's into a 2 versus 2.
Priestahh stayed up on this point the entire time, though. First bit of progress, done. 47 on the clock now to work with. Clay just trying to dive across, hoping somebody's got the help, maybe on the trade. Not going to happen. That's 3 kills through now for Subliners, and what looks so good for a moment for Legion. Second point of progress done. The stack is in. Nobody's close. Good night. They will take the round. It happens so quickly here in Control.
Yeah, especially around that A zone. I mean, it is just difficult. As soon as you lose kitchen control, Standy and TJ get taken down. You have no SMG forward, nobody inside a restaurant. And you saw Clay was trying to get to one of the headies, right? One of the 50 you could choose from, but just not able to get into a position.
To be fair, they put up a bigger fight in the first point. That might have been done. I mean, you just had a solid 2 minutes to work with there. They get in around, what, around the 45-second mark. Yeah, you had some kind of fight the first. You might look okay. Nice answer back, though. And while the fact they're up 2-0, they win this, that control stat just continues. Absolutely nuts for New York.
A little bit different here for Legion. A very slow delayed A hit. Just kind of maybe trying to get someone to rotate on off, but all the kills go the way of Legion as they're able to take down 3. Standy already pushed up, just trying to deal with any reinforcements. Skyz does find 1, but this should be A done.
Yeah, much better opening than we saw in their first offense.
Can you transition this now? We've seen this from time to time.
Maybe some bad deaths at bad times for NYSL. You've got fights on both sides. This nice win on one side by Priestahh. KiSMET just waiting. Daddy about to run out. Eyes on the HyDra. Might just get roll start, and that's going to happen. HyDra with the movement and the snap back.
That's a nice job by the Subliners. They knew that Standy was just kind of lurking. You saw KiSMET off a spawn as he's able to take down Clay, was just sort of waiting. HyDra, he was the one on the hunt. Last time through, last time NYSL did this, I mean, it was a great defense into the final moments. What can they do this time?
Still a ton of time to go. 21-21 in lives. 2 players coming off spawn now for Legion. It's TJ and Standy that are up close and hunting in the mix. The other players have now layered up the map. Keep an eye on the number 6 with eyes on the cross. That'll be Skyz. But here comes the pressure. Clay, Standy, openers. There's a third. Temp able to find the pick. Last guy gonna get gunned to sleep. KiSMET will drop. Stack should be in. Everybody getting onto the point. You've got 3 players stacked on it now. First bit of progress done. TJ with the shots in. Need to hold him back. Standy coming up clutch, and it's just almost there. Skyz, though, with some huge kills. They're lining up in front of Clay. Just waiting for the help to get on in. They're looking to get tested, and they survive for now.
Was that an
hip fire? Jesus!
There is some maybe sort of a higher power trying to help out TJ there with that hip fire. I don't know how that works, but he will take it as now he is gutting 3 in a row, up to 20 for TJ. Now on the point, there's 1 player behind enemy lines. That is going to be HyDra. He gets spotted. He gets gunned. Skyz the last player here. Temp going off. Round 2 for Legion.
Hell of a retake. That first one to like extend this by New York, but the next wave and TJ just, he's got some higher power.
Well,
some hip fire
even before that though, right? You have 2 players bedroom side, and it props to Standy. He found the opening. He went couches to bar and just kind of waited. Was trying to find maybe that 1 player lurking, but Priestahh was all by himself at the desk. As soon as he gets taken down, those players inside a bedroom are just kind of, do we turn around? Do we not?
Yeah.
That opens it up for Legion. Gets them onto that point.
Temp and TJ having themselves a map. They can put up a little bit better of a defense here in the opening moments. Enough damage in that the stun will actually kill a teammate. So you go 2 for 2 in the early going. Now the rotation in and across. KiSMET ready and waiting. Only guy still kind of lurking there is going to be Temp and Clay. Oh, a knock. Who's there? Clay, hi.
TJ, he is snapping right now, 1 HP again. This maybe opens up something for Standy to make your play with the players on the point. Ooh, maybe shoots a little bit too early. But able to regain, find that kill. So the rest of the players from NYSL maybe thinking about B. You have Priestahh all the way through towards the spa side.
Skyz saw him or like heard the shots of the cross, has it pre-aimed, and just gets vast. Just shotgun. Just absolutely dropped.
Priestahh's worked this spot, and now that's 3 players off the map. Clay, the last player alive, towards the bedroom.
Lovely pick on to Clay. KiSMET just dolphin diving out the window. The stun's going to hit. The crossbar is there. to get the drop onto Standy. Clay and Temp trying to go big for the squad.
That's actually huge. That allows them off a spawn. They know there's only one player on this, so they can retake it from the middle of the map. Those picks don't come in. You're thinking about maybe just throwing, just flying on through.
Yeah, don't have to waste a ton of lives. Able to retake it a bit more safely. You're down 4 lives right now. TJ is shooting absolute missiles out of his gun right now. Just joking, people.
But it's been the flank that's been working for NYSL. This time on through, it's HyDra. KiSMET with the opener. Well, KiSMET with the second one. Here we go. Now it's NYSL's turn to try and make the play. It's been the ARs in the clutch moment, and it's the ARs again. Clay takes down 2. Here comes the collapse. TJ, the last player in position. He's going to deal with it.
TJ and Clay go huge. Still a ton of time, though. We got 1:20 to go. Lives starting to get thin for both teams. The clearance on the point comes through. Standy's able to take that back down to the first tick. Daddy now popped for HyDra. Clay just piecing again, finding kill after kill. It's been all TJ and Clay in the feed. 4 in a row now for Tej.
Yeah, but really, they've had no map control until this push, right? You've had no ways for New York to work the pinch these last couple of pushes. And that's through the ARs. As Standy's able to find another one. TJ, with that Daddy, just trying to play his life, trying to play sneaky, has the help attempt. 40 seconds, 9 lives. New York, they got to go soon.
And remember, it's what, 2 and 15 if you lose the control if you are NYSL. And they're at risk here. 30 to go. 9 versus 9. Clay is in trouble. Clay will get dropped. Is that the opener that they need to get this to around 5?
Waiting for TJ.
Oh, he gets there, but he loses it. Second minute progress. It's going so fast. They just got a belly bomb onto the point. Someone's got to get on it. Don't get there in time. Into around 5 we go. Another one down to the wire.
Yeah, it's just right through the middle of the map. One player from New York. They just run onto the point from bar. Couches to bar. And that just forces Clay to instead watch, you know, that sort of bar couches area to look at the point, and he just gets caught. That's the first blood that opens up that push.
Sheesh, that's a dagger. Could this be the final round of Clayster and Legion's tournament and year?
We need a strong defense here in round number 5. Maybe some early momentum, but
it's been all offense.
Yeah, it looks like they're working that flank over towards B. New York maybe with the opening. Priestahh, he's getting freaky with it.
Daddy out for HyDra. Stack it onto the point. Easy picks for Kiz. Nade's able to hit as well. That'll drop TJ. He'll belly onto the point as well. They've got 2 here for the stack. Second bit of progress now done. Another pick for Kiz, making it look easy. 4 in a row off the start of this round. You're up 4 lives. You got the first bit done.
This is a fast transition as well. Very quick. TJ needs to play his life alongside Standy. Control kitchen as much as they can. Well, Kiz with the read. They know TJ's here. They're going to know Standy's here, though. That's going to be the question. Able to find the first. There we go. Standy is there for that trade on the other side of the map. It's going to be HyDra and Skyz, who just gets on the point trying to deal with the players off with spawn. That's going to force Standy to have to push out. They're just going to try to ignore him, force him to get to the point.
You win it on one side, you lose it on the other, and this is what it looks like. They're in trouble. First bit of progress done. TJ with 1 kill, but you got to go. How far are you going to be able to push this if you are NYSL? HyDra continuing to find kills. HyDra mowing them down. This one might be done. Can they get there in time? This is your last chance. The contest is in. Standy and Tip trying to go big. Last person caught, and that will do it, Legion. The dream is dead. NYSL move on with the 3-0.
And with one big sigh of relief, Seattle Surge now know they're going to champs.
That's true. That's true. You had your moments. You know, the history there between Paco and Clay. Hugs are out, hugs are in, but that's a tough one. I just, you know, they had me believing, man, that this was going to be the run, and with the career of that man there, you know, it's a painful pill to swallow. He's seen and done it all, and he's got the passion. Looks like the collective of some teams just in that man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They had their opportunities, right? They had their opportunities, I think, you know, throughout the year. Some things working against them throughout these last couple of weeks, but Legion, drop it in the losers bracket is just always tough to survive down here. NYSL just outplayed them, and sometimes it's just matchups, man. It really is. You can just tell with the vetoes. We kind of talked about it after you lose that first map on Embassy. Just put them in a very tough position.
Yeah, I think it's this Legion team, you know, not that they live and die by the momentum of exactly the energy, but you just know when
this tournament,
when you come out and win a map 1, you just know how big it could have been. They could have taken that, but they got laid out. I mean, it was all NYSL in that map 1. They played them really tight in the maps 2 and 3, but the map 1, it wasn't there. And that, you know, you heard Ant say on the desk, that was going to be the big one. That is where there was a lot of pressure, and they couldn't quite get it done. I mean, they didn't have that big run I think we were kind of expecting. Like a big run from them at some point on map 1 never came, and just fell a little bit short.
Yeah, just maybe, you know, you can kind of tell they were a little bit different, you know, didn't want to like go too crazy, maybe get too hype, but it just felt like there was something missing early in the map 1, like that energy maybe not there that you want.
Well, it's probably like a tough conversation, like it's just sort of like you had
calm, not crazy enough, right? Panic mode. We've had teams like that in the past.
When the pressure's there, just maybe overthink it a little bit, just come out and kind of do you. But the fact is NYSL have owned this matchup throughout the course of the year. They continue to do it here. Now I'm just starting to wonder, like, how far can NYSL push this? Because this seems to be maybe the best we've seen them play really since Major 1.
Yeah, no doubt about it, right? It just feels like all 4 players are clicking.
Yeah, and Priestahh, it's been amazing to see him trying to get back into a rhythm. What a phenomenal talent he can be. We've got Priestahh on stage now with Lando.
Alrighty, thank you, Maven. Yes, I am here with Priestahh from the New York Subliners, hot off of a 3-0 dub here versus the Vegas Legion. A lot of eyes on this match, obviously for you guys as well as the opponents on the stage. How does it feel to come away with another dub?
It definitely feels good right now. I think we're hitting form. Our match against Toronto, we kind of threw away, and we know that. So we've just been putting a lot of work in practice, and we're starting to flow right now.
And I want to ask you, too, like, whenever you do come away with a loss, right? I feel like you guys have said it. We've been talking about it on the desk. It's a series that it felt like you guys should have taken. How do you go back to the scrim room? How do you go back to the drawing board, if you will, and try to improve on something that you feel like you should have won in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. So many of the matches we've lost this year is kind of just like throws from us. Some have been unlucky, some have been in our control for sure, but I think the main thing is just staying confident and just flowing and getting to power positions. Like, don't be scared to get those power positions and take your timings.
It's interesting because whenever we had the chance to sit down with your coach, Cinder, ahead of the major, one thing you just said there was we feel confident. Confidence was the #1 thing that he was talking about. What is it about this roster? What is it about this team that just constantly is infused with confidence all the time?
I mean, ever since the beginning of the year, Troy has like preached confidence, and like even Major 1 when we won, he was like confidence, confidence, confidence. Like everything you do, be confident in that play. So we've been preaching that ever since then, and right now we're just being confident and just doing our best.
Absolutely, man. Well, something that's interesting is that you guys are not done for today. You guys do have another game. It's actually going to be based off of the result of this match, Minnesota v. Florida. Any thoughts on who you may be facing off against later? What's it going to come down to, you think?
Honestly, both teams are looking good. I think Florida's been playing really well in practice. Even yesterday after a match, we played against them, and they're looking solid. So I think it's definitely going to be a tough match for Minnesota, but who knows?
We'll see, man. It's been a spicy tournament so far. You never know how the results are going to go, but if there's one thing that's going to keep this elimination bracket alive for you, you're obviously 2-0 in series. You're 6-0 in maps. What's that going to be?
Wait, say the question again, sorry.
If there's going to be one thing that allows for this elimination bracket run to stay alive, what's it going to be for you guys?
Just being confident. I think that's the main thing. Just don't let off the gas. Just come out, do our thing, especially in map 1s. When we win our map 1s, we're a scary team. So that's our main focus right now.
Got to keep in mind, map 1s, confidence is key. Anything you want to say to the fans out here, to the New York supporters at home?
Yeah, man. I know there's a few New York supporters out there. I appreciate it. I know you guys wanted Vegas to win, but appreciate all you guys for coming out, and I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it here from us on the main stage. Priestahh, the boys of New York get the dub. Let's go and toss it over to the desk now.
Congratulations to the Subliners who power into another top 6 finish in the running for the title here in Toronto still. But that is the end of Vegas Legion's run here at the 2023 Call of Duty League. And we got to talk a little bit about what happened in this series. I think our casters touched on it. A slow start from this Vegas squad caught them really down bad early, and they weren't able to bounce back. Here's our points total study. Look how close this was at the edge. Surge fans rejoicing around the world as they now know the only threat behind them is now out of the tournament. Seattle Surge will be playing in Vegas next month.
Yeah, we just saw the Seattle Surge coaching staff just walk right by us, throwing a couple fist bumps in the air because they get that final aim spot. Vegas Legion, I said it before the match started, it was all about that map number 1. When you're getting one of your stronger hard points in that game 1, you got to be able to come out swinging, and they just came out so flat, and New York were able to just take that map number 1 momentum and carry it forward.
And you can see those standings. They're getting close on that left side of the screen as well. Still a lot of opportunity to see some seeds shake up before we get to Vegas, but let's revisit this game 3 because it looked like Vegas was showing life. I thought we were going to go to another hardpoint alley, but instead the Subliners clutch up in the end once again, hitting them with a B first.
And this is where all the opportunity was, right? New York has kind of been struggling in control lately, and for Vegas, this was when they started to turn up in this series. It was all offenses every single round, and unfortunately, Vegas Legion got the defense in the round number 5. So for New York Subliners, I think they just caught Vegas Legion way too early in that map number 1. Again, I talked about it yesterday that once KiSMET and HyDra are setting the pace, it is so difficult to pull things back your way. And for Vegas Legion, unfortunately, the SMGs just weren't hot and ready there during map number 1 and couldn't hang.
Yeah, it was unfortunate when you look at this series. I mean, you got outslayed by 50 across 3 maps. Like, you're not going to win if that happens. And you think about that search and destroy, there's a couple of rounds, like the round where Temp's on the island, if he stays alive, you potentially win that. Another round, Clay gets sniped by Skyz because Sandy's not clearing out what he's supposed to clear. So the guys, I mean, I think the pressure got to them, Chris. I really do.
Yeah, and Sonny, I got to ask you, they put this pressure on themselves after losing Major 4. They had an opportunity here in Major 5 and just fell short of their goal. But do you see all 4 of these Vegas players returning for the 2024 season? Do these guys get picked up next year?
I think they definitely have the opportunity to get picked up. We're talking about a 3-time world champion in Clayster, Donnie Temp, who is leading one of the leading KDs for the last 2 years in the CDL. TJ and Standy, we know what those young men are capable of. TJ in the search and destroy, Standy overall. All these guys have the talent to be in the CDL. It just, they formed this team so late at the very end of the year. They didn't have enough time to try to make that run all the way to the end.
Way better than last year, but Vegas is now out with the 9th seed. They fall short of champs, but New York powers through. They're in our top 6, and they earned your Scuff play of the game. This one belonging to the big boy toy. It's the sniper coming out of Skyz. Allie, walk me through these shots.
I mean, pixel perfect, right? When it comes to these shots like this, I'm happy to see Skyz pull out the sniper a little bit more. I feel like we hadn't seen New York utilizing it, and to pull it out on Hotel of all places, I mean, some of the shots he was hit,
but Allie,
the 180 is insane.
Standy is selling.
Yeah, what is that?
What is he doing?
What is that?
No, I mean, you think a sniper's out plat, you have a aBeZy, you're thinking you can chow that. He's not gonna snap like that, to be fair.
Skyz hit him between the eyes, and we get a chance to see him pull out that sniper again in their next matchup. They're waiting on the loser of Florida versus Minnesota. That matchup is coming up in just a little bit. Before we get to it, though, a reminder, start your collection today. If you haven't already, join us with our friends at Upper Deck. We have the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards out now. More cards are coming. I saw the players signing them in the lobby, so get ready and start your collection today. All you got to do, scan that QR code. And of course, we've got our Call of Duty gear. Get your shop.callofdutyleague.com jerseys, hoodies, and more. Nameless, who's got the most fire in that inventory?
I mean, I thought we were about to be buying a lot of Vegas Legion jerseys, but hey, it's Florida and Røkkr on the far right. Those are the jerseys we're looking at. Who will come out on top?
All right, we got to go to break. When we come back, it is the upper bracket matches. Who powers into your top 3? Who falls down to the elimination? We find out after this.
Give me the smoke. I want it all. When they saying take a toke. I love that hate. I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. When they saying take a toke. I love that hate. I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. When they saying take a toke. I love that hate. Give me the smoke. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke.
You just heard it from their theme song. Give them the smoke. Florida's not afraid to take on anyone here in Toronto, already dispatching our #1 seed as they sent OpTic down to the lower bracket. But now they match up against Minnesota Røkkr, a team that clutched up in a Game 5 round 11 to earn their spot. Ton, welcome back to the desk. How you feeling about this match coming up?
I'm feeling excited about this one. A little bit disappointed to see the journey ended for Vegas, but this one should be a banger. Two teams we didn't expect to be in this spot. Now with a really good shot at the winners bracket final.
And Ali, they are playing for top 3. Minnesota's done it in the past. Can they do it again? Walk me through the lineup and what you've seen from this team so far.
I've seen Fame in the role he was always meant to be in at this point. Now, the performance he put on day #1, I mean, was just absolutely absurd. But I think where they can really get caught slipping here is the fact that Florida Mutineers have nothing to lose, right? This is their last chance. Where for Minnesota Røkkr, they've now secured champs. They're now trying to fight maybe for seeding if possible, but also just a decent placing, right? To get that confidence heading into it.
Yeah, fix your computer, guys. I fixed it on my end. Nameless, we got to talk about this Minnesota squad, though, because they've had their ups and downs. Yep. When they've been down, what's going wrong for the team? What do they need to avoid today?
Yeah, we've been talking about it for a long time with Minnesota. They've been bad at search and destroy for majority of the season. That is not the case anymore. Also, for our Monster Energy pregame, this is not the same Florida squad. You have to play them like they are a top team in the game. They knocked out our #1 seed, and they have some maps that have been lockdowns for them. Also, the Hardpoint form has been clicking 6-0 in Hardpoint with this new roster. You're letting Cammy go out and play aggressive. You're letting Bance be a nuisance. It has been unbelievable. And last but not least, slow down the SMGs on Mercado. Vico and Capsule, the tandem, 21-7 in 8 rounds. That's nasty.
If you watch that duo, they were ferocious getting those first picks, flying around every corner. But Bance, that's a man who's going to hide behind a corner and let you come around it. So I'm excited to see that matchup in Search and Destroy. Let's focus in, though, on our Mutineer squad. You're coming in with the 10 seed. You have no expectations from the fans, and now you are in a position to lock up some serious cash. $500,000 on the line this weekend. This is their best chance to get a big chunk of it.
Oh yeah, massive chance, and obviously this is kind of their chance. We've reiterated that throughout the weekend. But for me, you know, looking at the Monster Energy pregame, Vico and Capsule have been wreaking havoc. Absolutely true. Vico, especially for me, has really risen to the occasion over this last stage, 7th and 11th in the slaying rate in this stage. When the battle of strengths on Expo Control, both these two teams very well versed on our newest control map. Very interested to see how that one's going to go down and prove you're the new kings on Fortress Hardpoint. It's 6 hardpoints in a row for Minnesota. They're going to have to do well to take that fortress.
6 hard points in a row. Bance was touting that after their last win. Today is going to be a tough one for them, though, and we got to take a look at the maps and modes for this series. Florida has been hot, so has Minnesota. Who's got the better maps, though, in this best of 5, Ali?
I think it's a little bit more of a battle. I think those hard points are definitely in favor of Minnesota just because both of those, they beat Boston on day #1, but you also can't count out Florida because they end Texas's streak on Fortress Hardpoint, and Brack goes 30-16, so that's got to be your player to watch in map #1, and I think that's going to be the battle in the series as well. I think it's going to be the AR battle between Attach and Brack.
Chad, get your channel points on the line because this match is ready to go. Let's send it down to the stage with Miles the Ross.
Hi, Toronto! How are we doing? Are we okay? We're just okay. The Vegas series kind of hurt, didn't it? Was that tough? It was a little tough. Let's do an arena-wide regain. I'm going to ask you guys over here first. Can I get a little skirt? That was great. That was really good. You guys over here, can I get a little skirt? That was also delightful. You guys in the middle. Holy. Now everybody at once. 3, 2, 1. Right. I think we're ready to roll. Let's bring them out. First and foremost, sometimes they're the kings of the north. Today, we'll find out how they play. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minnesota Røkkr! Bance, Cammy, Fame, and Attach.
Man, can this team be when the pressure is off? They have secured champs, they found their roster, and they've won 6 straight hardpoints. Are they a dominant respawn team? Well, we're about to find out. Let's see if Attach and the boys can take over and get this dub. Let's bring out the other squad, Miles.
That other squad, whew, sheesh, they have been turning heads, and they have created quite a scene here in the league. Since what? The start of this major. Ladies and gentlemen, bring to the stage now their opponents, the very dangerous indeed, Florida Mutineers! Fellow, Brack, Vico, and Capsidal.
Puckett's favorite team has taken the stage, and Vico is feeling the vibes of the crowd. A team I don't think anybody expected to make it this far, and they still have another chance after this series. The Florida Mutineers looking to make the final run and final mark on the season, and it starts with going through the Minnesota Røkkr. Let's get the second match started.
Let's get it going. It's going to be a very, very exciting series. We cannot wait to find out what happens. To guide us through the action, we have Lando and Study.
Thank you so much, Miles. Yes, indeed, Toronto. We've got ourselves a very, very spicy game going down in the winners bracket. Jay, just as we all predicted, Minnesota versus Florida. If you predicted that, you're a genius. You should definitely get yourself a lottery ticket. Jay, thoughts on this one, man? Who would have thought, like I said?
Nah, this is a scary matchup. We definitely did not think it was going to go this way. I knew that Boston and Minnesota, that was going to be a square. But the upset that everyone's been talking about so far this weekend is Florida Mutineers 3-0 in OpTic Texas, and they beat them down. Every single map was a beatdown. So if Florida's going to play like that, Minnesota got to hit a whole different level.
And I feel like on topic with that, right, the headline coming into this is obviously Minnesota. They're here, but Florida more specifically off the 3-0 win versus OpTic Texas. And Jay, they're going to see some familiar maps in our first 3 games as well.
That's the scary part, because if you are the Florida Mutineers, you're playing Fortress HP right off the rip. I know Minnesota aren't scared to play it, but the way that Florida have been looking on that map, they're allowing teams to only get about 120 points or 130 maximum. On the opposite side, Minnesota also 3-0 in the last 3 times they played it, but it's about a 50-point difference or a little bit lower than that. It's a little bit closer of a game for Røkkr, a blowout for Florida. So this map number 1 is everything to see who's going to be able to set the tone.
Well, it feels like, you know, based off what you said, it's going to be essentially a square up. Hardpoint, great for Minnesota lately, especially on Fortress. Florida, as we talked about in the, in the Monster Energy pregame, maybe the new kings of Fortress. What do you feel like the matchup is going to be? Are you looking at 2 players in specific?
No, I'm looking at 4 players, actually. Okay. I think it's all the SMGs that are in this lobby right now. Capsidal and Vico, they have just been playing lights out so far in this stage. And then on the opposite side for Fame, who's just now picked up that SMG, and now he's back to his original form. Him and Bance are the 2 tone setters on the opposite side. So whoever's able to set the tone nice and early between those SMGs will win this map number 1.
Alrighty, well, as we said, last time we were here on Fortress with this very team, and the Florida Mutineers, they shocked the world, as they'll like to do it again. This time, though, they are handed a very handily first little team fight. It's Minnesota coming away with all of the fights. That's 15 points uncontested already.
Yeah, Minnesota started off on the bad side. They find all the kills, and they were able to already flip these spawns. So now if you are Florida Mutineers, you have to get the break, and you have to try to get the better side, going over towards the P2. And Minnesota Røkkr already putting them in the trap. Attached early on, the world champion on a 5 streak early. He can earn himself that cruise.
See if he can manage to get it already off the rip. Vance player to absolutely look out for. Does eventually get gunned, but it's just one of the many lines of defense that Minnesota have in preparation for P2. Problem being, Florida, they've managed to make their way through the top side of the map. Already with a few players hanging out in some corners, hanging out in crevices. And with that, the Mutineers, they elect to find that one angle. And from there, now they are in possession of the HP.
And that's the reason why Florida have been able to find a lot of success on Fortress. It's been all about the breaks. #1 breaking team on Fortress HP. Woo! And they show it early as they start off with the initial P2 time. But Minnesota, even though they spawned out, they apply the pressure through the front. Cammy and Bance combined for 2. They get the break right on back. But with 35 seconds, you don't want this side of the map. You have to be thinking a step ahead, because that P3 is a game changer.
It absolutely is. That's something that Florida were able to master last time versus OpTic Texas. But For the moment, Minnesota locking things down. 20 seconds to the fight for it. Røkkr are in possession. Brack, without question, the player to watch. He eventually gets evaporated, but it's a trade that works out in the end for Florida, at least contesting, maybe finding the final 10 seconds while setting up for new. Jay, this is one of the best hard points on this map coming up.
Yeah, this is the perfect setup for the P2 to P3 chain. Florida Mutineers only put pressure on through the front. They get at least 10 to 15 seconds over there, but now fully set up off the rotation. In the money hill at P3. Minnesota Røkkr gonna try to apply the pressure through the double doors. Fellow and Capsule already combined for 2, and now the SMGs are gonna try to roam.
Capsule ends up getting taken down, so first wave cleared. Here comes another one from Minnesota, looking to make their way through gate. Brack trying to hold him down, trying to lock this setup forward. It's Vehicle, it's Fellow, putting them all down. Great work, great clearance. It's Capsule missing a few shots, decides to go for the heat check. Doesn't work out for him, and now Minnesota, I was gonna say they have a chance, but right now for Florida, you have a Brack. Mr. Newberry lighting him up again as he stays solid, he stays true, and Florida get every single bit here at Fountain.
And they're finding all the kills as well. Even though Brack is soaking up this P3 time, look at the spawns coming in for Røkkr. The majority of these players over towards the double doors. Capsule and Fellow do take down 2. But those 2 players are now going to come off spawn towards stage. So Røkkr are going to be gifted the rotation over towards P4. Florida have to fight out of this spawn. And it's going to be Vico applying that pressure up through the street. Him and Fellow, the army of 2, going to try to flip these spawns.
See if they can be successful in that venture. Vehicle already off to a great start. No time to the hard point. Well, that's about to change. Gets a freebie. Now at 10 and 6. Eventually falls. It's a teammate, unfortunately, for Minnesota. So not in as stable of a position as they would have liked. Florida trying to lock things down, looking to stabilize, and right now they're making Minnesota have to work from the back foot as we continue to battle inside of cannons.
That's just another great break out of the Mutineers. They find all the kills at the right time, a little bit of assistance out of that team kill from Røkkr. But it's still a 30-point game. Røkkr have the preferred spawns. They can get this final 15 seconds. It's going to be about setting around that Statue Hill. And all the kills right now in the feed are going to the Røkkr. So right now they're going to put Florida Mutineers in a little bit of a trap. You have someone that does sneak out in Capsule, but what kind of impact can he make? Because he's the only guy on that side of the map.
Yeah, just past that 55-yard line was told on social media. It is actually a 55-yard line here in Canada, Jay. Not a 50-yard line like we're used to when it comes down to football. But regardless of it, well, he's going to try to do really as much as he can. Impact definitely felt. However, it's not going to equal out to a ton. Rather just a trade in the end here for Florida as that trophy will drop Brack. And with that, Minnesota with the time, potentially with the spawn trap not going to happen. 2 spawn out on the left. Positive there if you're Florida.
And that's a blessing right there if you are the Mutineers. That trap is starting to get out of hand, but Fellow and his teammates spawn out. They're able to pinch and find the break instantly. So now with only 20 seconds left, if you are the Mutineers, trap them as long as you can because you know where those spawns are coming in. You got to get someone to back up, though, towards the double steps because you do not want to allow one flip spawn to go out. And with Bance hitting this route, they already might have just done it. Florida on the bad side.
Yeah, you're starting to see a few players already on the right side. That is not the spawn that you want to have moving into this hard point, as well as P2 coming up next. Heads up play coming in from Minnesota, specifically the veteran in Bance. Jay, we talked about his chemistry, his ability to lead a team. Right now, he is leading an overall KD with this new lineup. Man can truly do it all, and right now, he's put his team in the best position possible. Big battles in the back, and this time, it goes the way of Attach.
Yeah, Attach wins the one-on-one, secures the spawns for his team. Trades go back and forth towards the P1 hardpoint, and with 35 seconds left, you see Florida, they're more focused on flipping the spawns. Brack in towards the top window does take down Attach, but Cammy cuts down 2, and Florida, they still are trapped. You at least get one player to spawn over towards open, so Capsule will be able to win that gunfight, but the final 25 is going to go to Røkkr. Now, this positioning out of Attack is so crucial if he can hold this down.
Trying to continue to hold spawns. I mean, you have 3 members of Florida hanging out inside of cannons, and with that, as you said, it's going to put that much more pressure here onto Dylan Price. What can he manage to come away with? Hunting and searching for information. Florida absolutely in the comms are wondering, where is he hiding? Where could he be located? And right now, his position's felt, and he actually gets someone to spawn on him right at that moment. So now he has got Cammy alongside of him. Excellent work there. And with that kill onto Vehicle,
and then now sets everything up for Minnesota. That was picture perfect.
Yeah, Attach just played that beautifully. He times the kill perfect. Once he gets that kill, his teammate spawns up right next to him. So Cammy's going to be able to hold down the back end. You're soaking up all this time over towards top stage. Capsule is on a 5 spree, but good job to take him down. Great shots out of Cammy, and this is where the game can turn on its head. Minnesota, they're getting all this junk time over towards P2, and they already have Attach off the rotation to next.
This is wonderful work. I mean, just a screenshot would be perfect right now on what Minnesota is doing on the mini-map, trying to pretty much recline, get out of this hard point progressively, start to fade back and prepare. Florida, you want a break? That's fine. Enjoy the final 15 while we prepare again for a money hill. Last time around, Jay, this is where Florida really got a majority of the points that they have on the board. Now they're going to have to rely on a break. Last time it was a hold. Can they do the inverse? It's all going to rely on these SMG plays.
Yeah, this break is everything right here for Florida if they can get it. Minnesota hold this for a full 60. They're basically calling game. Trades go back and forth. Vico's able to slip through that double doors. And now the spawns all the way across the map. It's only Bance and Cammy. They do get 2. They're holding down the aggression. They're doing a great job at it. That's a clean 4 dead. Minnesota take back control, and they might have just called game with that play.
Oh, they're starting to smell blood. Attach just narrowly stays alive, and with that, he does eventually fall, but Minnesota, they're starting to feel it, inching ever closer to the 200-point mark, and for the Mutineers, with 20 seconds remaining, you can't really do anything with this, Jay. You kind of have to allow for them to walk away with the scrap and just pray that you can hold down cannons for a full 60.
Yeah, you got to just cut your losses, because now Minnesota, this remaining 10 seconds, are going to find themselves up by 100. They can play a little bit scattered, make a couple hero plays. For Florida Mutineers, it has to be a response right here towards the cannons. A full 60 hold, trap them in towards the back of statue for as long as you passively can. Fellow does take down 2, but Minnesota, once they take care of him, they find an opening. They're going to apply that pressure through stage.
Big moment right now for Florida, trying to lock things down. Capsule comes away with 2. As we said, one more break for Røkkr, and this game could come to a close. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding with the Minnesota boys.
Yeah, I spawned out. Wait, he dropped down behind me, he dropped down. Okay, yeah. I'll get P2 steps, right. Try to get him off 5 count. Nice, what was P2 steps, Ben? Nice, lower, Ben. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, last guy. Let's go to a window. Okay, yeah. This one probably. Okay. No, P2 dead. His cap top trees. Yeah, just keep him off this, boys. That's good shit. Back door. He's on time, bro. You ask one.
Yeah, secure this road.
Yo, get my pitch. Get my P3 pitch. No. Okay, I'll try and watch it. Yeah, find me. Dead. I'm one shot. Where? He's in there. He's behind the horse. One boys.
Window.
One shot time. He's got a streak. One shot behind the horse. Where? He's pressing the horse down. 2. Yo, top maps, boys. Top maps, weak fellow. Yo, top maps fellow, okay? He's behind you, P2, bro. He's behind you single.
We got it left.
He's got a streak.
Where's he gone?
He has got a streak.
He's back P2.
One, that's one. That's one, okay? Yeah. I don't see Cap, bro.
Yeah, he was back.
He's down back up system then. What's bottom map?
I'm going to open. I stand you.
That's one here. No, he's forged. Fellows forged, bro. Yo, fellows forged.
Well, that was a nice check with Minnesota. Problem being is that Florida have just got right back in this game. Jay, they didn't really get a whole lot of time over at P4 where you'd expect them to, but they do it at the horse statue. They just locked that down for full 60.
Yeah, and that's because Capsule went on an 11 streak. He earns himself that cruise missile. But looked to be a blowout game. Florida have fought their way back into this one. So now it's all about the rotation over towards P1. Florida with the preferred spawns. You do have a cruise missile just in case it starts to get out of hand. But you got to get Røkkr off at this point. You have brought this game back with a great performance so far from Capsule. Can he keep it up?
Oh, and Fellow ends up getting one for free. Vico with the nade over the top. That is excellent work there for Florida. A break that they had to have, and now they've got it. A few members from Minnesota off spawn, trying to make their way into cannons, cause some problems, cause a bit of havoc toward the back lines. Brack trying to do so. Close, a big one for him. And with that, now Florida looked good for the last few seconds at P1, and now they're preparing for the next rotation. Everything going well if you're a Florida fan.
And this is such a big gunfight though. Capsule knows he has to play his life. Fame's the only player here from Minnesota. Røkkr over towards stage. You get the info of Attach throwing that trophy down, so one player has at least to be open. but it's almost a tie game. Florida Mutineers have more bodies on the correct side of the map. They just have to be able to execute a break, but they have been so good on Fortress as of recent. The best breaking team, they need one now.
Oh, it all comes down to this Hardpoint. It all comes down to this break. Both teams absolutely have the chance to win it here. We start things up with Capsule falling. Vico, they're able to answer its fellow. Last man alive at the point. He drops Minnesota 10 points away from Colin game. Bance and Cammy starting to line them up. Is this about to be another Minnesota Hardpoint dub? You bet! Bance, eager to let him know about it. And Jay, this has been the formula for Minnesota, the Fortress formula. Flawless in Hardpoint, and in every single series that they have played, it's come through a Fortress Hardpoint dub. Minnesota just gets it again, and with that, they go up 1-0, despite what was a very electric performance from DJ Cap.
And now that's 7-0 in Hardpoint. I know Capsule was going brazy in that map number 1. But Minnesota Røkkr, every time they needed to have a response, they were the team early set up off the rotation. Going into that map, all the stats said Minnesota Røkkr are the worst team on rotation. Yeah. They do not win the spawns. But ever since they make this lineup, the fundamentals have been in play. You set yourself up, you cut your losses, and you set up properly to get yourself some much needed time. It's just when you came down to the second rotation of Hardpoint, that P2 to P3 chain was beautiful. You allowed yourself to get a nice little 100-point lead, even though Florida was slowly starting to climb back. When you have a lead like that, it just takes 1 to 2 plays for you to be able to close out the game. Minnesota Røkkr were in control from start to finish, and now they're off 1-0 in the series.
Well, this feels a little bit like our series yesterday, right? When it came down to Fortress Hardpoint, I think it was, what, like Thieves versus Ravens. Thieves were up huge the entirety of the game. London makes a heroic comeback. The problem being is that we're basically in the exact same situation. It is so hard for a team who is down in the early stages of a game to do everything right, especially on a map like this where it's so close quarters.
Because you got to think about a hill like P2. You're fighting for that junk time, but you also in the back of your mind know we got to play for P3. Yep. So when you're down by 100 points, you're fighting for junk time and you're also rotating. So it's probably a 2-2 split. It's never a full team push in either one of those situations. It's just all about playing catch up. And unfortunately for Florida Mutineers, they did not have enough time to bring this one all the way back. If you are Minnesota Røkkr, a team who was on the brink of not making the champs, they put Fame to the submachine gun, they bring back the world champion in attach, and now they're looking flawless in every mode, man. They're looking good.
It was so funny, man. I was able to chat with Bance after their W yesterday, or rather the other day, and I was like, what do you credit like this Hardpoint streak to? And what does he say? Vibes. Yeah, it's just vibes. We just got great comms. Like, we just kind of feel good. He wasn't like, oh, yeah, you know, we got some solid slayers, all this stuff. No, it was just like, hey, the chemistry's great. We feel fantastic. And throughout our chances of going for listings with them, they sound like a well-oiled machine, understandably so. Quite a few veterans on this lineup. And with that, they will walk away with our opener. A dicey one toward the stretch, but Røkkr will hold. And now we got to talk about our next map, Search and Destroy on Mercado. Jay, as we said, the notion continues for Florida. Last time that they were on the main stage, they took down OpTic Texas, a dominant W on Mercado Search and Destroy. What did they do there that you want to see them replicate in this match?
It's just the teamwork, man. Whenever they ended up getting first blooded in that situation, every other player was there to trade efficient. It's like you go 1 for 2. You would take that every single time in those trade battles. So if you are the Florida Mutineers, just bring that teamwork back. And then on the opposite side for Minnesota, they like to play these S&Ds really, really slow. They like to see how teams like to develop their plays. I know that Fame is a guy who's, ever since he's entered this lineup, he's been a guy who just takes over for Search and Destroy. We saw it on full display versus Boston Breach in that game 5 where he drops 15. So he's a guy that has to try to shut down the aggressive plays coming in out of Capsule and Vico, because when those guys are on one, they're just going to roam around the map.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the S&D stats between these two versus OpTic Texas on day 1 here of Major 5. I mean, you can see the stats there. A 3.33 for Vico, a nice little 2.75. It's not as good as Vico's numbers, but you'll take that if you're Big Cap. I tell you what, man, Capsule has been playing just lights out so far throughout this tournament. Doesn't walk away with the dub in game 1, but went on an electric 10 spree, and we will look to see him and his good old SMG compadre, Mr. Javi, try to light things up and get Florida back on the board. But as we said, we fly in for some Mercado Search and Destroy. And it should be a very fun one. You think if Minnesota goes up 2-0, confidence has got to be sky high. But I would say for Florida as well, man, like knowing that you just took down OpTic Texas on these opening 2 maps, if you go 0 for 2 versus Minnesota, it's got to feel like your confidence is shot at that point. It feels like this has to be a W for the Mutineers, Jay. Would you
have
agree?
the response. This has to be the response right after a very, very close map number 1. But into the attack we go for the Røkkr. They sent 3 players over towards Cantinas. They know that there's no trophy systems to work with. Vico tries to be the sole man to hit the flank, but Cammy's being that island player. He catches him lacking, and now Minnesota gets the first blood in the 4v3. You can get this bomb down.
Some nades tossed out, a bit of information looking to be attained. So player 5 toward the top is Capsule. He's going to try to work on a flank, especially once that bomb goes down. A lot of reliance is going to come onto his shoulders. What can player number 5 come away with? In the meantime, Fellow is setting up with the snipe.
Capsule, he might at least find an opening. He does find a trade onto Cammy, but by the time he gets that kill, it's a 1v3. Minnesota Røkkr get the bomb down, hold strong in there, set up around green, and just trade efficiently to take round number 1. They know that Florida do not have any trophy systems to work with. Let's just try to be super aggressive, use our attacks to take control of hedge. They get the first kill, you get the bomb down, you close out the round. Minnesota 1-0.
Yeah, well structured opening round for Røkkr. What you expect from this team is the sides will now go ahead and flip, and we'll now see Florida take a look at the attacking side. As we said, versus OpTic Texas, you saw a ton of different looks. They weren't great in the first bloods, but they were so solid when it came down to mid-round adjustments. And a lot of times, it was the SMGs, more specifically Brack, doing work with the FaZe. This time, it's going to be on to Fellow and Vico inside of bottom Cantinas. Capsule instantly wiped away. It's Brack around the outside who ends up evening things up. Time already ticking away. It's information has been found here from the Spaniard. Able to capitalize, Florida with numbers.
So now Florida in the 3v2. Vico with the dive out gets the information on at least one player, and Fellow's not going to slow down. Takes down Attach. Now it's Bance left in the 1v3. Does he sneak by Brack? No, he was able to spot him. They're going to stop planting the bomb. They're going to all put their guns up and play for that gunfight as the Florida Mutineers win an attacking round of their own and now tie the game up at 1.
And Jay, just making an observation, I want to get your thoughts on this. Like, as we said, last series, when Florida was on Mercado, we saw Brack. Not normally going to see him with an SMG in hand in Cantinas. This time, in the first attacking round for Florida, normally we see Fellow with attack, with the sniper. You see him with the Vaz. Are you noticing anything as for why that's the case for Florida?
Nah, they just want to switch it up. Brack's probably feeling like my AR is shooting a lot better so far than my Vaznev today. So Fellow, you're a guy that can definitely whip it out. Go alongside Vico and Capsule and be the aggressor in towards bottom green, and he's able to pick up 2 on the round. So if it's not broke, don't fix it. But back to the attack we go for Røkkr. Gonna put the pressure over towards B. Brack gets the info on the cross towards 10. Now the rotation's about to come in.
Brack instantly with the comms, knowing that the push obviously is going to be here. Fame looking to punch in those digits as fast as possible. He does so, and now it's up for Florida on the retake. Instantly found, though, is the objective man. Fame out of the play. Bance, meanwhile, is looking to put away not just one, but also the second. Dodging bullets and closing doors. Wonderful work there for Benjamin to keep this round alive and make Florida continue to have to come to them. But Vico, a few shots in the leg, ends up walking away with that one. He is a magnet when it comes down to slays. Cammy, last one up, 1v2, tosses out a stun, and Florida are able to come away with the retake.
That's a perfect retake right there out of Florida. It's not really easy to take control of that B site, especially when it gets planted before anyone is in a position to attack. But the Mutineers send 3 players through the back alley. Capsule finds the first, and then Vico, the other SMG duo, he's able to find 3 to close out the round. With a couple insane gunfights in towards bottom 10. Now at least the Florida Mutineers taking back the lead, now up 2-1.
Just another impactful round coming in from Vico. He has been so solid since getting reintroduced to this Florida Mutineers lineup, Jay. So far in Major 5, he ranks as the #2 overall SMG in terms of just straight up KD, which is wild to think that at one point he was not in the starting lineup for this roster. Role dramatically changed, and ever since he has been infused back into this team, he has been sensational. Into this round we go, and who other than Vico to start it off. However, Minnesota with the instant reply. Bance jumping over the top. It has been Vico from start to finish, but it's going to have to be him to close it out. Can he walk away with the ace? Down to 1 HP, but survives.
He's dancing. He's dancing, and Cammy's going to be aggressive, and Vico makes him pay. So now that's a 6th streak Vico does earn himself that cruise missile, but such a crucial 1v1 versus attach. One of the best S&D minds that we have ever had in Call of Duty. This is a crucial play if he can win this.
Plenty of time on the clock, really, for both players to make adjustments, to begin to work on some strategy. As we said, Vico, this would be for the 1v2, would be for the ace to extend the spree to 7, and he's going to call in the cruise missile.
I love this play. You get the info, you're going to force attach to put himself inside of a building. He also invested that cruise missile, but now you know attach is going to be playing towards middle tunnel. It's not going to be easy to get this bomb down towards A, and it's still only 15 seconds. You have to make the play.
He's just got to go for the rotation. He right now does not have dead silence, right? He's rocking a trophy, so he's going to be loud. Attach, holds it down, and how about that shot? It's time to pay the price as Vico denied what would have been a sensational clutch and an ace. Welcome back to the league, attach. As that kill means a heck of a lot right now.
And that's such a game-changing round right there. To win the 1v1, you get Vico to invest that cruise missile so you don't have to worry about it later on in this game. But the 1v1 goes to attach with that TAC 56. Great shots to tie the game up at 2. A much-needed round for the Røkkr. Now they go back to the attack. What kind of look do they give us this time? It's been one towards B, one towards A. Vico starts it off with the team nade, and FaZe finishes off the rest. It's 4v1, all up the Brack.
Yeah, I think this one might be over pretty quick unless Brack can pull off something unbelievable. We saw Vico pull off something special last time, but once again denied. Peeks out for, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a second, and right there, Cammy is there to greet him with a bullet. And that is just great execution from Minnesota, and unfortunately for Florida, a mishap to kick off that round, Jay.
Yeah, Vico, unfortunately, with the team nade, starts off the trade battle in favor of Røkkr. Your loud fame, just push right through tunnel, find those 2 kills, and then in a 1v4, Brack stands no chance. Minnesota take the round. That's now 3 different looks on their attacking side. You're going to force Florida Mutineers to change their defensive setup a little bit. Make sure you have someone over towards B. It's Minnesota throwing everything at them.
Yeah, one of the positives about this Minnesota team, as you said, so many looks, just so many great search and destroy minds on this team. Everybody getting vocal in between rounds as the call has been made. Through the middle of the map, Cammy is able to win that fight. Another very tight corridor, but this time he comes out on top. A quick little looks toward the back alley, trying to make Florida guess, as right now they are trapped in Cantina.
Yeah, Florida are trapped. And FaZe lines it up with the frag to take down Capsule. They definitely did their homework. They know that Florida loves to be aggressive towards Hedge. And they take mid-map control and go for the flank. That's now 3 rounds in a row for Røkkr. Just making those mid-game adjustments. And they are working out to perfection. Florida Mutineers need to bring something new. It can't be this only aggressive push over towards Cantinas. We got to show face at B so you can change the setup for Minnesota.
Cammy, another electric moment, starts off that round so well inside of mid-tunnel. We know the talent that he can possess and search destroy at times throughout his career. Has been one of the best S&D players in the game. And right now is hitting some great levels at 7 and 4. He's also got 2
Oh my!
And it does not get much better than that. It is straight up nades. Utility tossed, and Florida have got to be tilted. Brack an instant 1v4. No chance, no shot. Minnesota again answer.
Minnesota just throwing the frags over the top. Might be getting ready for 4th of July with all the fireworks that they're showing. But look, let's take a replay look at it again. Fame with the frag, attached with the delayed Semtex. Where is the trophy system? There it is, but it doesn't get down in time. That's just super unfortunate right there for the Mutineers. Røkkr take full advantage of it, and now they're at game point.
That is so frustrating if you're a Florida fan. If you're in that lineup right now, needing a desperate answer as they look to get aggressive inside of Cantina early. Want to get this round done and dusted. We've seen 5-2 comebacks happen before, and why not now? Why not them? A quick answer comes in from Benjamin as we look to see a few of those purple arrows begin to rotate once again, trying to trap them inside of the site. Daddy popped and bomb planted.
Yeah, this time Florida just going to put that bomb down, force Røkkr to find their way in. Bance with that dead silence, is working his way through back alley, but a couple shots come in from Fellow. Vico finish it. Now it's a 2v2.
At the same time, FaZe has also earned a cruise missile, so we'll see if that can be emphatic for the end of the game or at some point in the map. FaZe trying to stay alive. How in the world is he still up? Some nice movement. But regardless, it is a round that goes the way of the Mutineers as the expedition begins. Down 5-2. They've acclaimed their first round, and it started with quite a bit of pace, quite a bit of aggression, Jay.
Yeah, Florida get the first blood. Even though the trade comes in, they do not hesitate on putting that bomb down, making the play come to them. As their setup was great. Beautiful crossfire setup between Fellow and Vico. Vico closes out the round with the final 3 kills to keep his team alive a little bit longer. But now you're back on defense. Røkkr have shown you so many different looks. What is their play? They're going to decide to go over towards A again, and the trophy system comes back to bite.
Trophies, they're just not working right now for Florida. I think they're busted. Not exactly sure what's going down. And on top of it, FaZe, who earned the cruise missile in that last round, is already bringing it out, trying to put the Mutineers to bed. Creates a crater, but that is it. Information gained. In the meantime, Minnesota with that streak, gain map positioning, plant the bomb down, and now force Florida to come to them.
There's a 2-man stack through the back alley. Bance only has 50 HP left. The regen does come in, but Capsule wins the 1-on-1. It's a 3v3, making it 3v2 as FaZe finds another one. 25 seconds left, down to a 2v2 now.
Dashy, Cammy, Capsule, and Brack. Big Cap up close and personal, and now it all falls on to Cameron. What can he come away with? Already tagged up, just has to play the time. Knows that one player's on the left, another's on the right. He finds the first, and from there, Brack, there's nothing he can do. I don't think he got the defuse. This one should be over, and Brack knows it. Cammy, a 1v2 clutch as we celebrate with an explosion. And Minnesota go up 2-0.
And if you are Røkkr, let's just give a shout out to the trophy system, who is not working for Florida Mutineers, because those frags were felt, those Semtex were felt, and the different looks at the beginning of the game was the deciding factor. Florida Mutineers, they only really showed one look that entire time on their attacking side. Just super aggressive over towards the cantinas. They watched Florida do that versus OpTic. You best believe that Minnesota Røkkr were going to prepare for that play. Every single time Florida tried to be aggressive over towards Hedge, they already had Bance in towards Barbershop. Cammy working up the middle of the map. Røkkr just played flawless S&D right there on the defensive end. Shut down that A push every single time from Florida, and now they're up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell Minnesota have obviously done their research. They've watched VOD coming into this matchup, and they look picture perfect. It's wild to say this, but like we said, man, Florida started off in that last series with Fortress, with Mercado, dominating the #1 seed, and right now they, for the most part, are getting dominated by Røkkr. I feel like with that being the case, your confidence has to be shaken if you're the Mutineers.
Yeah, you gotta be, man. You gotta be, because now you're down 0-2. It's not like you're in loser bracket. You still have another match later on in the day, but they're just catching you off guard. Røkkr are looking unbelievable right now.
They're looking great. The boys are looking solid. Can they come away with a 3-0 and guarantee top 3, or can we see Florida finally awake from the current slumber that they find themselves in? It's going to be on Himmelmat Expo coming up after this little break. Like we said, is it 3-0 or will it be a reverse sweep? We will have to find out. The Toronto Major continues right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to Major number 5. We're having a blast here inside of Toronto, and currently, well, I guess we're having a great time, but the series so far has not really lived up to the expectations so far. Jay, are we about to see another 3-0? I hope not. We definitely need Florida to wake up. But we got to take a look back at map number 2 of Mercado Search and Destroy as we've got our Scuff play of the game. But Jay, we're taking a look at a Kobe, or maybe in Canada, Gretzky. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Maybe,
well, yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
A little something. It's Fame with the frag right over the top. Look at when the trophy gets down. It's not able to fully extend its way out, and it hits right at the toes of Fellow. Him and Capsule are probably rocking that tack mask. They want to make sure they're able to get up towards Cantinas as fast as they possibly can. But once that trophy system doesn't work, 2 go down attached with the delayed Semtex as well. It was just fireworks for Minnesota, all on the attacking rounds. Now they find themselves up 2-0 in this series, 1 map from a top 3 placement.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And if you're with the Mutineers, we saw there in the player cams, they've got to be a little bit tilted, but you got to have that short-term memory. You got to wake up moving into this control here on Expo, potentially the final map of the series. But Jay, it feels like there's a theme to this matchup. When we talk about offense versus defense, what are we looking at?
Yeah, we have the second best attacking team in the game in Minnesota, Røkkr, going up against the second best defending team on the side of Florida Mutineers. So if you are Florida, you got to stay strong in your defensive setup, but figure out a way to walk away with at least a couple segments over towards towards A, because we know in that round number 5, if you get defense, you set yourself up for your W.
That's exactly right. Into Expo we fly. So good old Himmelmat off the rip. So far, it has been pretty easy for the Florida Mutineers. Already 1 capture, now make it 2 segments. Minnesota finally going to be able to show a bit of face as they've joined us for the press conference that Florida have currently held. Problem being is that really, well, that was pretty much it. Find a few kills, 3 as a matter of fact. That zone gets captured and instantly another minute gets added onto the clock.
And now it's on Røkkr to hold strong for 2 minutes over towards this A point. You do have attached in the positioning, just blocking these spawns, making sure they spawn all the way over towards the globe side. The Fellow, he's going to wrap back. Does he get the timing onto the kill? No. Attach is able to spot him, back him down for now. And as long as you hold down that power position that Attach is currently in, it's so crucial as he finds that one-on-one versus Fellow.
Yeah, because as you said, right, when he's in this position, it just makes it so difficult for the spawners of Florida. They continue to spawn over toward top globe, and from there, you're just pretty much in a rinse and repeat type of cycle. We'll see if they can start to break out of it. That's going to be Vico's job. That is 2 straight in the feed, and instantly Florida hop onto the objective.
Yeah, Florida, they get on the point, but there's still a couple players from Røkkr behind enemy lines. Bance sitting towards top restaurant. He's trying to find the timing, and he does. He takes down a fellow while Vico's still trying to locate where he is. Can he win this next gunfight? He does as well. Benjamin Bance with another play.
My goodness, up close and personal. Take that, Vico. Excellent job there coming in from the vet. He eventually dies by the nade. So if you're Florida, you at least have a little bit of a laugh, but nonetheless, the push has been felt. Brack putting in some work. That's now 3 in a row for him. As we said, trying to keep this push up. Any segment is a good one right now if you're the Mutineers, and they are building toward 1. Vico back-to-back headshots as they've got 1 segment in. Here comes the rest of the squad now.
Yeah, this might be the opportunity right here for Florida. They're fully set up, watching the cross over towards Sana's side. Capsule at least takes down 1. The rest of Røkkr, they're able to fly in and contest before that second segment is complete. Now it's only Brack on this side of the map. He does get stunned. Position known. All of Røkkr trying to locate where he is. Bance is able to take him down. So at least if you are the Røkkr, you do allow 1 segment to go the opposite way, but you take back control. Now you're in full control of the Sauna side to continue to hold strong.
It's so funny, like what that 1 segment does, like the way that you feel, the way that you evaluate an attacking round. Like if Florida's able to instantly grab that, we're like, wow, that was a very successful round. They don't, we're like, okay, pretty standard, right, to walk away with 4. Great up-close fight again. Coming in from the Røkkr, Florida have dealt their best hand, but Minnesota not having any of it. Currently 9v8 in terms of lives, so if you're Røkkr, you still have to be careful and prepare for the final push as Florida are able to put away. That's going to be 3 in a row, make it all 4 down. That might be it. Cammy, the only player in distance, is getting stunned up and tagged up. Mutineers find their window of opportunity and they seize it. And that was the last chance that they had.
That was the last chance that Florida had. But once they find out, and this is 2 fights, Fellow puts down a bunch of shots over towards Sauna's side. Gets a couple players, 1 shot on the side of Røkkr. And you already have 2 players on the point. You take down those 2 last guys over towards Sauna's side. The stack is going to come in, and Florida were able to walk away with the attacking round. A crucial one at that. They are 9th in the league. When they find success on that attacking side, they turn the story around there, and now they're up 1-0, back on the defense, where they are one of the best teams.
Yeah, as we said, this is really where the matchup comes into play that we were talking about. Minnesota's offense versus Florida's defense. That now becomes the theme in round 2. But getting back to that opener, man, I mean, that's exactly what you want confidence-wise if you're a Florida team who, as we said, you know, you just won those last 2 maps versus OpTic. You shocked the world. You come through, and now you lose the first 2 versus Minnesota. As little as it may seem, it's just a 1 on the scorecard, but it means that much more to the boys. As into round 2 we go. We flip sides, as we said, and Røkkr having a pretty easy time so far at B. This one looks to be done pretty quick. May see 1 last effort, and well, Attach takes matters into his own hands. That's another minute added on.
Yeah, you could just tell Florida decided to chalk that one up. Fellow was the player working that deep flank, but a couple of his teammates do drop, so he decides to hold his positioning and allow Røkkr to close out this B point and extend that time. Now, what else can they do? Because how fast can they try to chain it? They're going to send 2 players to the back end. Vico is able to drop down from the elevator, and he finds 3. Already shuts down the first push from Røkkr.
Javi putting the beat down here on Minnesota. Capsule as well, having some fun. Florida beginning to run wild after what was a very one-sided affair over at that B objective. Now we focus on A. Minute 45 on the clock, and now it is Røkkr waiting for their window of opportunity, waiting for their chance to strike, and right now they have 1 player on that objective. Meanwhile, it is a few trying to make their way around the flank. They end up falling, but at the very least, if you're Cammy, you're finding some kills in the base, so you lose a bit of map positioning and you get it right back.
Yeah, but that's 3, making 4 dead. If he can finish this kill on the Fellow, all of Florida coming on spawn. They're able to stop the clock, hop on the point, and unfortunately, Bance cannot win that gunfight versus Brack. So now Florida can apply that pressure up through Sana's side, but it's still attached watching that cross. They only have 1 person on it, but the second segment is potentially about to come in.
This is very healthy right now. This is very healthy if you're Minnesota. Fame up close and personal. Is this about to be a capture? Fame, excellent work. Another gunfight, another trade going the way of Røkkr as they inch ever closer to that 3rd and final segment. And there it is. An instant answer, a quick reply there from Minnesota.
And that's not easy to do. We saw Fame, he was the sole man on that A point by himself. He was able to get at least 1.5 segments done. And then the rest of it was on attach. He finds 3 kills just the same way that Fame did to secure the other 1.5 to close out the attacking round. That's usually not how you see it on Expo. You always play for that clean 3 to 4 dead, so the stack is there. But when you have all the crosses locked down, you can leave that one player on the point as long as you're winning those gunfights, and that's exactly what Røkkr do to tie it up at 1.
You and I were chatting. We were like, when's the last time we've seen, like, you and I, right? Like, when's the last time we've seen, like, at least one, if not more than one, attacking win here on Expo? And, well, we've got our wish already, walking away with 2. We talked about how so far here at Expo throughout the year, it's really been more defensive-sided, and right now Minnesota trying to put that on display. There's Florida going with the more high-risk versus high-reward type of situation, trying to get A done and dusted, and right now they're feeling the pain of it. They got to be careful. They drop here. This could be a spawn trap set up from Røkkr. Great trigger discipline coming in from the Cam man.
Yeah, where's the communication, though? Cammy did put down a couple shots. I thought Fellow was going to fly around that corner and play for that kill. But now there's only 45 seconds left on the clock. Florida Mutineers, they have put so much pressure over towards this A point. The clock is starting to wind down. And Minnesota, they're just playing perfectly, trading efficiently. Every time someone hops a point, there's always someone to take them down, and that clock keeps going. There's only 35 seconds left, and Mutineers have nothing to show.
Yeah, I think what we're saying, Jay, Florida, how about we just go for B? Yeah, I think, you know, it hasn't worked. We've tried, like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 times. Maybe going over to B is the best opportunity for us, and it looks like they will start to take that advice. Problem, as we said, though, is that 33 seconds on the clock. They fall at this point. That could spell disaster. Positive for them is that they are winning those fights as they get into the stage. 2 players going to lock down this objective, and it looks like Røkkr are going to allow for them to take it. So 33 seconds now becomes 1:30. Florida able to grab that objective, and now we'll see what they can do. Can we make it 3 straight attacking rounds?
Yeah, I think if you are Minnesota, though, you're just playing for the exit kills. You know exactly where they're going to apply the pressure from. Just got to play for them to come on out and put them in a nice little spawn trap. You do have one player in Brack who slips right on by. He's going to be the guy that could potentially make the play happen for Florida Mutineers. He's just waiting for his teammates to get out of the base. They cannot get past these players from Røkkr who are pushed out towards Globe. Finally, Capsule takes down Cammy, and now they have an opportunity to make something happen. There's still Minnesota in full Mack control, and they continue to trade.
Yeah, the positive, right, for Minnesota is that you have the luxury, right, of being on the defensive side. You can just continue to trade. That works out for you. Florida does not have that luxury, as we said. So they're consistently sitting players through the backside of the spawn, trying to see success and get that quick 3- and 4-man down situation. What we've seen in the prior 2 rounds, will we see it again? Capsule looking to do that. Vehicle from the front. He ends up getting traded out. That puts the pressure on the Cap. He jumps off the top rope. He will fall 3, quickly hit the deck, and it's Minnesota looking great as ever.
Now it's only 30 seconds left. They find the final player in Fellow, and now everyone's going to be the aggressor. They know they're coming off spawn towards Globe. We have street side blocked. This is the final push coming in from the Mutineers. It's looking like they're going to try to do it through the overextension, but with over 15 seconds left, they might not have an opportunity.
Live's not looking great as Cam up close and personal, putting them down left and right. Maybe one dolphin dive is all we're about to see, but it's consolation kills at best. Florida go for a dive, going for a swim, but having to watch their opposition succeed in the process as Minnesota go up 2-1 and finally claim our first defense here on Expo.
And now you set yourself up to win this match. We're talking about the second best attacking team going in an attacking round to potentially close out the series 3-0. We saw how easy it was for them on their first go around, just leaving one player over towards this A point. But if you really want to make this last round a statement, you go over towards A and capture that one first, because we all know how easy B is to get done. Just one set of kills is all you need. So if you can work up some segments over towards that A point, Minnesota are going to guarantee themselves at least that defense in round 5.
Set yourself in a great position. As you said, buddy, if you're Minnesota, now can they just close it out? Can they capitalize? Can they dot the I's, cross the T's, and lock things up in a 3-0 and a 3-1 in the control? Or can this be the moment where Florida starts to wake up? Can it be a spawn trap? Can it be a few streaks? Maybe even a cruise missile that you can earn? As we said, they're going to need that if they want to try to extend this even to that round 5. But into this round we go. First segment officially in over at B, and Attach is the man to do it.
Yeah, Attach is just playing his life here. Florida not going to send a lot of bodies to this side of the map, because you don't want to lose these gunfights and allow Mutineers to get a free rotation over towards A. That's is going to be here from Vico. He's trying to dance around the point. But he eventually does get traded. And Brack takes on the Tatch, so B is not done and dusted yet. Bance, you have to try to fill that gap, and with him laying prone, he should be able to extend that time.
Yep, dodges the nade, a sliver of HP, but still gets the objective done. Great work coming in from Røkkr all the way around as they begin to pivot, begin to pirouette right into that A zone, and they've already stopped the time. Florida have got to be careful with a few of these kills. As we said, a few more in stride, and this series could be done. Have to have a little bit of urgency if you're the Mutineers as they come away with 3 perfectly timed kills at that. And we'll see if they can build upon it, start a bit of a spawn trap, maybe get a few streaks going.
Yeah, and if you're Minnesota Røkkr, already job done. You secure that 4th segment, so now you're in the lead. When you go to that round number 5, even if you lose this attacking round, you got defense. You can still put it together here. You do have one player in Brack all the way pushed out towards back bus, and every other player from Minnesota is just going to put pressure on through the middle. There's still only one player on the point, which is going to be FaZe. Multiple players from Florida here to try to take him down, and he might have just won his team the game with that positioning in 2-piece.
Oh, how about FaZe? Minnesota, they're stacking the point, they're running it up, and there it is, Røkkr. Answer here for the 3-0. As FaZe comes away with the highlight to close us out here on Expo. Top 3 guaranteed for Røkkr. And now Florida will head down to the elimination bracket. And as we said, Jay, on 3 maps that they just looked flawless on, it's got to shake the confidence if you're the Mutineers, and then it's got to make you feel amazing right now if you're the Røkkr side.
Oh, you're feeling fantastic if you're Røkkr. We're talking about a team who, in the middle of stage 5, decided to make a roster change, try to make the last push to champs. They win those 2 matches in the online stages. They come out, they get a Game 5, Round 11 victory over Boston Breach to earn themselves their champ spot. And now everything else is just the cherry on top. Get the 3-0 versus Florida Mutineers, secure yourself a top 3. The young rookie was making plays from start to finish of this game. Minnesota Røkkr definitely came out with a different kind of fuel. And that definitely showed in the series as they move on.
How crazy is it? How crazy is it to see Minnesota in a spot like this just weeks ago, Jay? Maybe 2 weeks max. People were like, okay, Røkkr, season's chalk. What are you guys doing? You're not going to make champs. After this roster move, you're bringing back in players who don't deserve to be there. It has got to feel amazing, not just to guarantee top 3, but to continue to prove people wrong in the process.
I know, and now that's what, 7-0 in HPs? Ever since they make this roster change, that's what you have to put a major focus on. It was like 50-50 in that situation, but with their old roster, they were really inconsistent when it came to the slaying. With this team, the fundamentals are in play, and it's been showing so far throughout this stage, and at least a little bit of the last one. They're just taking their game to a whole different level, preparing for change.
Yeah, I was talking to Bance the other day, and he was like, you know what, we're winning hardpoints. This is not something that typically Minnesota's able to do. They're winning controls, they're winning searches, now they're winning hardpoints. Unbelievable stuff coming away from the Minnesota Røkkr. As that's going to do it for myself and Jay. We toss it down to the main stage. It is Miles, joined alongside by Bance.
Thank you very much, guys. Ben, congratulations. It's been a difficult up and down season for you, but towards the end, it seems to be working out.
Yeah, difficult. That might be one of the words you choose. I can choose plenty more. But yeah, we're peaking at the right time. That's all it is, really. And confidence is sky high with this team right now.
One thing I want to talk about, we touched upon this backstage and yesterday a few times. Florida's form has been so incredible recently. What was the big difference maker today? Because the 3-0 was quite convincing at times.
I don't know. I feel like maybe we just wanted it more. We didn't really have a warm-up before the game, so we just were like, you know what, we have to just fully focus in and just stick to the game plan, and that's what we've done.
What's it like being back in Toronto? Obviously, you're playing for a different team now, but you still seem to have a ton of support.
I love it, man. I appreciate all the fans, the Toronto fans, especially the Røkkr fans. I have to give a big shout out to the Røkkr fans for sticking with us as well. Yeah, it's not been a good season. We haven't really gave them much to cheer about, but hopefully we're doing them proud now.
Well, congrats again, mate. We'll see you later on in the tournament, and we'll see you at Champs. Back to you, Desk.
Thank you you so much, Miles and Chance. Excuse me, Miles and Bance, not Chance. What a win there. Bance in the Minnesota Røkkr coming out with a 3-0. And Nameless, you and I were sitting with the crowd. I was shocked how many of these Toronto fans were cheering on Bance and Cammy. It's like these guys never left the city.
Yeah, I mean, they love him, man, right? And it was special, too, because in that search and destroy, just an incredible performance, Chris. Like, just screaming at them after every round. And it was the new guy. It was Fame. All the nades, the teamwork. It was perfect.
Best nades in search and destroy without a doubt. I think we can all learn a little bit from Fame, especially on Mercado. But let's take a look at some of these highlights. And Ton, I got to get your thoughts on this Røkkr squad. They've finished top 3 back in Boston. We haven't seen them in a top 4 since. Now you're in a spot where you're going to play the winner of our next matchup, Toronto or Atlanta.
And I think it would be fair to say when we watched them do this in Boston, everyone was kind of looking at it saying, look, they are on like kind of a purple patch right now. Bance and Afro at the time were just hitting ridiculous form on the SMGs. But I don't think we can look at any of these games and sort of think they're a fluke. Okay, the Control was a clutch up yesterday, but realistically, this was a very dominant performance. Everybody doing their job on the roster. Everyone seems to be ticking and moving in the right direction. But for me, yeah, it's coming down to Fame, right? We talked about him being on the AR, now on the SMG. This guy's frightening.
Afro, one of the scariest players in the league, is on the bench as they bring Attach back in, move Fame over to that SMG. Ali, is this the final form for the Røkkr this year? How dangerous can this team be in your eyes, or do you think they're the underdog no matter what happens next?
I think they will continue to be contenders. I think this is a team, obviously, that has some studded talent on it. I think I need to really see them up against a team like Atlanta FaZe right now to kind of gauge where I feel they're going to be at heading into champs. But for right now, to secure top 3, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better situation if you're the Minnesota Røkkr, as well as Attach seems to be getting more comfortable once again. He was plugged in last minute during qualifiers, now having to come here Major 5 and show up. Like that 1v1, I mean, against Vigo, that was a huge turning point in that search and destroy. Even when the streak was against him, he was able to clutch it up and continue that round win. So I think for Minnesota Røkkr, it's just about momentum right now.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, what shows if you're a great team or not is how well you're able to pounce on the other team's mistakes. And if you think back to that map #1, when they pounced on the mistakes of the Mutineers, when they hit that P2, getting that time from the front, simultaneously getting that P3 rotation, that is incredible plays. We were not seeing that from Minnesota throughout the season. And now they are 7-0 straight in their hard points, looking like one of the teams to beat.
I want to take a moment and give big props to the front office there in Minnesota. They set their team up for success. They set up home series to let them play in front of a crowd. They give them all the support they need. They let them make a roster change at one of the most pivotal moments in the season. And now the team is locked in for champs and a run for the trophy here in Toronto. Let's take a look, though, at the upcoming battle. It's Toronto taking on Atlanta FaZe. And before we get to that, you got to get your gear if you haven't already. Get your champs back. A bundle fit for a king, complete with a new operator skin, weapon blueprints, and more. Rule the battle. Get your 2023 Call of Duty League champs pack. Available now with COD points. And if you don't like the M4, don't worry. We can hit you deep twice. The deep water pack tube, Nameless. Look at this bad boy.
Heck yeah. I mean, you got Scump on the last page, and now you got the deep water too. I mean, look at that. It's almost a Vegas Legion skin.
Doesn't matter what range you want. Deep water's got you covered. Get your bundles now as we head to commercial break. When we come back, it's your second winner semis. Who's moving into that winner final? It's Toronto or Atlanta.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no we ain't done yet. But a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told him last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but it's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Ain't damn near still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds. Told him I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen him here once.
We are back live, coming at you from the country that spans across 6 different time zones and the home of the native white squirrel, where the Toronto Ultra logo comes from. Welcome in, everybody, as we are gearing up for our second winners bracket final matchup. This one is going down the semis between Atlanta FaZe and Toronto Ultra. And welcome everyone into the desk. We have a very special guest, the one and only father of the Squirrel Squad. Give it up for Tactical Rev! Yeah, there they are. Toronto shows some love for the man that has come here to support. He's been behind Breaking Point on Twitter. You've been throwing out the memes, but what do you think about the scenes here in Toronto?
Wow, it's so much fun to be back, Fucker. These events are so lit. There's so much going on as well. It's not just the main stage, there's the Challengers Pit, which is fantastic. All the events down there. Everyone I've met is having a cracking time.
And we had to bring you back up, because last time it was Boston Major 2. You've come back over to North America, and you have a little bit of history watching these teams. Can you tell me first about this squad from Atlanta?
Man, Atlanta, the last time these two teams matched up when I was on the desk, they bodied Toronto in about 30 minutes. It wasn't a good look. I called Toronto to win. It didn't happen on the day. The winner of this match is probably going to go on to be the favorites, and this FaZe team could certainly be it. Slash has been gearing up lately, a 1.88 KD in their first series they played so far. The highest KD on LAN so far this season of any individual. He's the key man to look for, because he had a bit of a slump in the second half of the season, but he's turning up now, and Simp's been on another level lately as well.
Do you want this job next year? You're kind of crushing it. Alec, tell me about the tiny terrors on this squad, though, because a lot of love has gone to Slasher and his S&D play lately, but what have you seen from the little guys?
I mean, you've seen them turn up in the later half, right? Just like Rab said, it feels like all of Atlanta FaZe here nearing the end of things has started to head up to another level. But when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, I mean, their hardpoint has looked phenomenal this stage. It's been their struggle all year long, simply because the fundamentals were not there. Well, they're 7-1 this stage, 8-3 versus Toronto this season, so they have the head-to-head there and keep dominating on aBeZy Search and Destroy. Again, when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, it's about picking your poison in those maps 2 and 5, and they're going to get aBeZy early in this.
Okay, aBeZy is coming our way. We'll take a look at our maps and modes, but first, we got to talk about the hometown team, nameless Toronto Ultra. Fan favorites here in the venue for good reason. OpTic is out. This whole city is cheering on the boys wearing purple tonight.
Yeah, and you talk about round ones, how much they mean for momentum. They had a challenge. You went to game 5, you were down in that control, and you're able to get the victory. When you look at Atlanta FaZe, they had a 3-0 stomping, right? So Toronto's feeling pretty good right about now. When you look at the last time these guys matched up, it was the 2 Search and Destroys. That was when Toronto Ultra were in their Search and Destroy slump, kept losing round 10s and round 11s, realized that they had to fix that issue, and it's been lights out since then. You think about that round 1 matchup as well, once again with these guys, and Scrapz had a .78, still able to come out with the win. If he performs like we know and love, they are going to have a good time throughout this series. For the Monster Energy pregame, get clean setups on Fortress Hardpoint. They're number 2 in rotation, ATL number 12 in breaking. Mind you, this is Atlanta's worst hardpoint, and it's made its way into this series on map number 1. That is a massive opportunity for the hometown team.
That is a look at your Monster Energy pregame for Toronto Ultra. The Squirrels ready to take on FaZe. This is going to be another banger. I have a feeling we haven't seen a game 4 yet. Is it finally happening thing here, Reb? How do you see this one playing out?
It's just got to go the distance, man. If Scrap turns up as we know he can, this series is going to have to go all the way. I'm feeling Toronto are going to do it again. FaZe got the job done before when last time I was here, but man, Toronto with the home crowd buff, surely it's got to happen now.
The home crowd is behind Rab right now, cheering on their squad. Let's take a look at the maps and modes, though, Ali. Please tell me good news if I'm an Ultra fan.
I mean, if you're an Ultra fan, again, like the Monster Energy pregame said, you know, you're happy to play that Fortress in that map #1. And I think a really good thing about Toronto is the fact that because Scrap didn't perform that well on day 1 and they were still able to win the series, and it was actually Hixie that turned up, kind of puts this net underneath Ultra that they don't need to lean so heavily on the rookie, that they are capable of still holding in series when he's not having the best of days. So good looks for Toronto Ultra.
Nameless, it's time. The match is ready, so I need one-word answers. Who wins this?
Atlanta FaZe, baby. I think Atlanta FaZe take it, man. They look way too strong. They're too good. I mean, I'm wearing red for a reason.
Alley Cat, where you leaning?
Can I get my 1 just for fun?
Uh-huh.
I don't think I can get my 1. Oh, there it is. Oh, well, FaZe down. We're going Toronto.
Oh, she just FaZe down. It's time to turn up as we send it down to the stage with my man, Priestahh.
All right, here we go, Toronto. It is time. Winners bracket is now full of champions. These two have won majors before, but for one of these two teams, it may be a little bit different. But before we get to them, they are dressed in red for the blood of dreams that they have broken. Maybe the villains here at this major, but please, welcome to the stage, Atlanta FaZe! Cellium, aBeZy, Simp, Slasher!
The villains of the CDL, they're looking to get another championship, and that man on the far left, Slasher, has been an absolute monster. A 2.2 in Search and Destroy. That's what he was brought in to fix, and he has certainly done that. They have Toronto in front of them. This is a matchup that this organization has dominated. Can they do it in front of their home crowd? We'll find out. Let's bring out the hometown team, Bryce.
Thank you very much, Nameless. Yes, please. Give a very warm Canadian welcome to your hometown team. Welcome, Toronto Ultra!
Let's go!
This goes hard.
Toronto Ultra. Home crowd buff is real. We saw what they were capable of doing last time, and they weren't able to close it out. But the time is here and now. Rookie of the Year, candidate up for grabs, Pixie, playing lights out at his first ever LAN on the main stage. Can they do it again? I'm ready to get this match started, guys.
All right, well, this game certainly has a favorite. Let's get this game underway because the stage is set. Over to Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, squad. Oh boy, is this one going to be a fun one indeed. We are truly going to be treated to some top tier Call of Duty League action here. I cannot wait. Miles and Chance, taking you through this one, mate. On paper, a banger. In actual game, it's going to be a banger. I'm running out of synonyms for banger.
Well, this match will absolutely deliver. I mean, this could be a grand finals matchup that we have. These two teams, top of their game, both champions already on the year, and of course, Ultra in FaZe. I feel like they've been each other's nemesis for the past, 3 years since the introduction of the CDL. Always rivals, so many grand finals that they have had. Obviously, a couple new guys in the mix on the different rosters, but you know it is some heavy hitters. I'm very excited to have this one in.
It's going to be a treat. Well, we saw the maps and moves briefly before, and interesting enough, Chance, I think it's sort of favoring Ultra a little bit, but FaZe definitely knows something we don't, right?
I mean, it's like favoring by almost the landslide. It's like the worst hardpoint FaZe has had all year. Starting off with map 1, you got an Expo for the control, and FaZe are 0-3 on that map. And even like to finish the series, if it goes game 4, game 5, the late half is Hotel. Toronto Ultra love to play on Hotel. So on paper, Ultra in a fantastic spot, but we know it's FaZe. We know it's the boogeymen of the league. And even for things like aBeZy or for things like Expo, they might have a rough patch. We don't expect that to continue at all. And honestly, just for the Fortress, you expect that to be Simp and aBeZy's playground. You expect them to absolutely run the show. I know Simp is going to be my player to watch. He started to crank things up the deeper this year has gone. Plays a little bit more selfish. Kid's going to start to fry.
Oh, he's one of the greatest to ever do it without a shadow of a doubt. A long and very illustrious career still ahead of him. Well, it's time to get into map number 1. We go to aBeZy Fortress. It's been the site of many exciting moments throughout the major already. Here on this Saturday, we get things going with a hot one indeed. First time we've seen these two teams touch the stage since Friday. It's going to be a delight. Here we go, map number 1.
And if you want to play against Atlanta FaZe, come out and punch them in the mouth. aBeZy Fortress Hardpoint is a wonderful opportunity for Ultra to set the tone, to get the gun hot, to get the vibes flowing. I know CleanX, always a monster. You get him in the mix, he can absolutely take over a series. Ultra need to hit that pace right from the jump.
Slight delay. With that being said, let's go to the other side of the stage. Let's talk about Hixie as well, Chance. He has had an absolutely brilliant run of things so far. Look at that New York Subliners fan. He is sticking out like a sore thumb. Wave if you can hear me, mate. He'll be happy to know that his team's still rolling through the tournament. But back to Hixie. What a day he had on Friday, Chance. Really brilliant performance. A player who's received his fair share of criticism for his stats when it comes to the game.
I mean, you can criticize the stats. The man came out and won his first pro tournament he ever played. So stats be damned, except for the fact that on day 1, he came out and was the main slayer. So he was dropping numbers in Hardpoint, was electric in the search and destroy. And that's your OBJ players right there going at it. Both these guys, the bomb planners, I know that's a terrifying sound when it's Simp that's going to be doing it, but him and Hixie, I mean, I don't know if it makes sense to say out loud, but that could be a square-up matchup right from map 1.
That's what we are looking for. Here we go, folks. Take 2. Into aBeZy Fortress we dive for the first time here in this series. Hardpoint. It is first 250 seconds. That hill is going to move once every minute, and our teams know exactly where to go. Here we go, ladies and gents. Winners, round 2.
And CleanX, the man we are going to start with, Tobias Juliansen. See if he can start out with some fire, make some big plays, get that man past the middle of the map, and let him start to fry.
CleanX on approach towards what will be P2 in a moment. P's and Q's, checks the corner, nice even trade across the board as FaZe. They will find that hardpoint time early on, but Ultra have made things very difficult indeed.
Hugging the angle perfectly as well, looking for the spawners. You got your boys in the hill, and you've already flipped your spawn. Toronto Ultra, best possible start you could possibly have, but Cellium, the backline, trying to hold it down for FaZe.
That's an unbelievable gunfight to win. The spawn there, you can see for Toronto Ultra, that mini-map, those purple arrows, the far right-hand side. That's not where they want to be for now. They want to try to cross that 50-yard mark, get over towards the left-hand side. Let's see if they can do it, but for now, FaZe in control.
And as good as the start it was against Cellium, that backline player still locking things down. Satcher even on rotation, and Simp might fall, but he'll spawn back up at this new time. Right now it's a 3 versus 2 inside the point on the rotation. Hixie actually has the clearance. These are big gunfights to win. If you can push FaZe out the back and Hixie doing exactly that, you could buy yourself a good chunk of time.
That's going to be time going towards Ultras. Their hard point. Fans already singing. Here in the Matsumay Athletic Center on the back line, it's CleanX with 2 and Hixie holding it down. The clock's still ticking in favor of Toronto Ultra. Eyes on the right-hand side of the minimap, though. That's where they want to go next. And oh my good God, CleanX has been gifted.
And this is such a delicate moment. Look what's happening on the map. You had one player from FaZe and Slasher fighting for 30 seconds of scrap time, and everyone else is chalking that up and rotating towards new. So Ultra, they don't want all that ult time. That is a lot of time sort of gifted away. But for FaZe, you're in a difficult spot. You're going to be down by 50 on the roto. You need to hold this perfectly in Toronto. They're stacking up, ready for the gate hit.
Here comes FaZe, fortifying that right-hand side of the map. Ultra, how will they break this one? Simp on top of the rails there. He's watching the gate. There is a sneaky insight on his way. HyDra behind him. They're trying to bait out a move. Anything. Here come Ultra. 3 players line up. Fly on through. Simp 1. Simp 2. Can't get the third. Is it enough to break the back of this hold? It might be. Inside HyDra finding the kills. They're in. That's the break. Ultra onto the point.
And they block the spawns as well. You get the man into the point, and Ultra continue to build that lead. But FaZe, it's the square up battle. It's a 4 versus 3 just to get this final bit of time.
It's a showdown. They're not letting anyone get any closer. A bit of a standoff here as Cellium, tries to go forward inside, gets himself to aBeZy though. Tyler Farris onto the point, soaking a few moments of time. Here's a dance. HyDra's there, and HyDra wins it. 20 seconds now go to Ultra.
Nice little safety dance over there for the final bit of Scrap. That is a beautiful hill from the Ultra, and they got a man in the back line. Scrap the opportunity to block spawns, potentially make the big play, but he does not have help yet from his teammates. And you can see FaZe trying to hunt him down, but now they got the intel. Scrap still alive.
Yep, on the moment, we're looking at Cellium. 2 spree from him, one of the most dangerous players in the world. Can he stay alive in this spot and give his boys as much real estate to work with now? Slasher and Simp, they're finding the kills as well, so FaZe in a lovely spot to get some time.
That is beautiful work. Now you've actually pushed these spawns out nice and deep. aBeZy's responsible for P2. That's exactly where Ultra are coming from. You get the man out of the hill, though, so Atlanta FaZe is actually going to be losing out on this time. Need to get the kills before they can rotate. Well, the kills, they got them. Have the hill unlocked.
Well, there's one from CleanX. The stick flying on through. Simp has the cross covered. No one's getting close to that hard point without a pound of flesh. And Simp, he's collecting. Oh, wow. Scrap flying through. Can Scrap get any more out of this one? aBeZy now dives into the fray. Trades on point. And the last man standing is going to be CleanX. Once again, a good 15 go to Ultra.
And that is back-to-back kills for Ultra, where they might lose that initial rotation, but still fight for enough scrap time that they continue to build that lead. So Toronto right now playing this map just a little bit better. Got to keep things going, though, because Atlanta FaZe have a very nice setup for Nuke.
Good setup and good kills as well. Looking at the stats as well, as aBeZy 15 and 11, 14 and 7 from Simp. The Terrors working in perfect tandem together. Can they keep a hold of maps? No. CleanX on the approach. Here come Ultra towards the point.
Oh, those are good nades as well. So a couple kills going your way. You had Insight that spawned up T1. It took a long route to try to make the break, but you have Atlanta FaZe who have gotten every single kill. That's the long route for Insight, but that's just to get you the better spawns. All of the time right now has been going to Atlanta. It's their best hill so far.
20-point game so far. FaZe clawing back into this one. Ultra on the point for now. aBeZy with a quick cleanup kills. Eyes on that time though. 20 seconds to go here. We could be looking at a lead change soon. Big wins out of aBeZy. You can get this. There's the teamwork. FaZe fighting back.
And this is a big moment because you have Atlanta FaZe. They've been outslaying this entire game, but they've been playing off the back foot. Now, if you can set up the spawn trap, they can try to run the show, but those are massive wins out of Scrap to sort of break that line, get towards P1, but outside of him, everyone on Ultra, they are getting cut down.
Cut down indeed. Well, back over towards P1 we go. This is the second set of hard points. We've gone all around the map, and now we do it all over again. This time, though, FaZe with the lead. FaZe with the hard point. They don't have control of the top left. That's where the second is. But for now, chance to soak this time and get these kills.
I mean, it's only one player even past that 50-yard line. Scrap's the only opportunity for Toronto to open up the pressure until FaZe forget to block the spawns. They don't like this map for a reason, and that's a mistake that can haunt them. Insight now in the back line, and FaZe got to go dance with them. Slasher, 2 directions to look. It might be too much action on the map. A mixing moment before we rotate to P2.
Yeah, Slasher's going to have to leave the safety of the fortress in order to get those players out. And now there's about 20 seconds to be had on P1. We have swapped sides. The control has changed. As Atlanta FaZe, the kills department looking great. aBeZy in particular, 24 and 16.
And honestly, FaZe might be able to come out on top of the chaos. I know you have Toronto very happy to get scrap time towards P1, but this is a second opportunity for FaZe to hold the P2. This is where they got bullied out on the first set of rotations. Can't make the same mistake twice.
Comes Ultra on the approach. A 10-point game now. FaZe starting to heat things up. It's 2 for Scrapz! I called it all day, but it's Insight with 2. That's the teamwork. That's the trades. Ultra are in. That's their point. Let's go for a listen in.
Could be the back, Jimmy. I'm looking at deep cross for now. They can go single. Top single right now. Can you hear him? Front green, dead. Can you hear top single, boys? Top down. Side or dead. Look for aBeZy. Yeah. I think for sure. I think B4. I think I heard him. I'll see him. Have a streak. Could be anyone P1. I'm top right now.
No. He's going top green 7.
On the steps, Toby. I've already get chased, Toby.
There's one open as well, Slasher.
Same on the steps. I don't see him on the steps. Cells top ship.
What the close all?
Two front.
Let's go. I have a streak. We can go to.
Okay, yeah. Go inside though, Jimmy.
He's close. Bench now. Close left, the door.
Two there? Oh, fuck. Make sure to try to kill this guy. Nice, good shit.
Let's get to gate.
Yeah. I'm going to detonate the gate corners, okay?
Alright.
He might spawn out.
Let's let him close top.
I tried to choke. I need the corner. Hold on.
I'm going to streak now.
Oh, just spawn. Didn't hit anything close.
Okay, one is on the back stairs, one's close left gate, one's on the green box, one time.
Close left gate.
It now.
I'm going gate. I'm going gate. Nice, good shit. One gate. Careful gate. Oh, good. That's fine. I'm holding back green boys. Could be gate.
Here, top front.
Holding front boys.
Top green. Top green.
One time in front.
Top green.
Top green. Top green. Nice, one gate. You guys one gate. Yeah, hold the cross. I'm pulling behind him gate as well. One behind him gate, boys.
Green down.
Back green weak stuff. He's going back. Low stairs.
They're going to get that side. Go ahead. That's one out. I'm going to
Two low stairs.
Both teams fighting for every single second, every single inch of Fortress so far as we go back in with FaZe still with the lead.
I mean, you have Toronto Ultra fighting like dogs. That is back-to-back P2s and P3s where they lose the rotation and have to break it down. So the way Ultra are being outslayed and out-rotated, this is an incredibly close game. Now they have their rotations. Now they're getting those frontline kills, an opportunity to try to take that lead.
And we see a bit of a spree now develop for the boys of Ultra. So far, FaZe, the kills department absolutely outstanding. Over to the cannons we go. Inside Kleenex with the kills. FaZe have been wiped. The closest player now is going to be Cellium. He's not going to be able to get much done alone. Has to wait for the rest of the squad. Here come FaZe. Lead change. Scrap holding down the outside. Over to the inside we go. Slasher with a big stick. Kleenex brought down. Over to Hixie and Insight. Final two players on the point. Here come the respawns as FaZe have been kept back.
I mean, FaZe just can't get to the hill. They're getting all the kills to get right next to the doors, but can't actually make the break. Finally, Cellium for them is going to strike, and Atlanta FaZe find their way in, but look at the score. That was the hill that Ultra took the lead.
There we go. Scrap wins another big one. 26 and 25 from him. Over towards P1, we now roll. That's the Blacksmith on the top-hand side of the minimap. That is where the fight's going to take place. Scrap's going to have eyes on the cross. If he wins this, he might be able to hold it down. This is another lead change. Ultra now with a lead.
That is insane awareness, and the kills are starting to flow. Collecting a little bit of time, running the score up, and FaZe right now desperate just to get out of P1 and flip those spawns. Ultra haven't read it yet. Now they're starting to turn, but a mixy moment. Shots into a teammate, too many directions to look, and FaZe are going to break the hill.
Oh, Kleenex still fighting. Cellium last man alive on the point. A hard point in the hands of FaZe for now, and chance we're looking at another lead change for sure. 25 remaining on Blacksmith. Cellium snaking his heart out. Here comes Kleenex, brings him down. That's going to be Ultra now with the time.
Big fights and big scrap time as well. Atlanta FaZe are chalking up 20 seconds to handle Ultra to try to fight on P1. Hixie dancing in the back and drawing so much attention. His teammates are flying through P2 to try to help him out. But again, this is a nice lead for the P1 time. You still have Insight behind enemy lines. Opportunities for Ultra to set this game up for the kill.
Cellium detects him. That's going to cause a problem. Spotted him. Here we go. As Insight taken down from that back line. Big snaps out of aBeZy. Not enough to get any more. Kleenex on the approach. Simp can't get the pair. Hardpoint open for business and FaZe are in.
Still just Ultra trying to get out, and there you go. One player gets out, and you spawn players P2, but it is still Atlanta FaZe collecting this time. Another lead exchange is going to take place in Atlanta. Now they have it, and if Ultra can't get out, they're going to get punished in this game. Desperate to win these gunfights, and they can't get him just yet.
This is it. Business end of the hardpoint. aBeZy's trying to drop 40. Trades done. Hardpoint in the hands of FaZe again. Simp on a tear as the clock is ticking. FaZe with the lead. Map presence, though, could be Ultra. This next battle for the hardpoint determines who wins the map.
Ultra are just so far away. It's only Hixie with Dead Silence popped, and he's able to get Simp out of time, but you're going to be down by 20 going into P2. Atlanta FaZe have got broken on this hill 2 times in a row. Ultra, they need that magic again.
They get one more break. No, FaZe have locked it down. It's the final 10 for the win. Can Insight break his way through the front? Guns up from Slasher. Damage dealt. Cellium's there. Final 5. Cell with 2. Insight, he's going to get brought down. Simp sent in for the kill. And FaZe take map number 1.
The team that has had hardpoint struggles all year long on their worst map, taken to task right on map 1 in front of the home crowd. Atlanta FaZe, they are built different.
They are truly built different. We saw the vetoes come in. We thought these aren't good maps for FaZe. They knew something we didn't.
statistical odds didn't really matter here. The advantage was in Ultra's hands. They managed to steal it away. We are in for one hell of a series, ladies and gentlemen. This one's going to go long. There's no doubt about it.
And that's also sort of the, not even the Atlanta FaZe special. This is a team with incredible teamwork. They did not play that map particularly well. Every single time they had that early rotation in P2, the first 2 times it happened, they got broken down. Atlanta FaZe also had the 2 early rotations to P3. Toronto Ultra broke them down both times, but it was literally the slaying prowess coming out of Atlanta. Outslayed them by about 23 kills overall. aBeZy, one of his finest performances of the year. 39 kills. Cellium right there with him in damage, but all 4 players positive. It is very difficult to beat Atlanta when they're shooting like that.
Simp, aBeZy, and Cellium all in the 20+ non-traded kills department. That is disgusting. Well, highlights now from the start of the series, and so far an absolute bloodbath. Very, very closely contested in the time, not so much in the kills. We'll see if that impacts Toronto Ultra later in the series. Of course, Control and Hardpoint for maps 3 and 4. We'll be playing this again. But up next, Search and Destroy chance. Which way are we leaning?
I mean, honestly, if the guns are this hot for Atlanta, they're going to look incredibly scary going into aBeZy because, again, for aBeZy, one of their worst maps that they have had all year, especially in the respawn, and all 4 players just went positive, and they just beat them by being an overwhelming force. And I know on aBeZy, they have the 70% round win rate. They are the most dominant team on that map by a mile. Toronto Ultra, they have their work cut out for them.
Well, they got the crowd on their side. That's something that FaZe won't have for sure. But we'll see if they can find that space between the spaces when it comes to hitting these Search and Destroy rounds. Brilliant tournament display so far from Ultra. A very tough series against the New York Subliners. It was a game 5 to help get them there, so Search, obviously, a strong suit for them. But FaZe, it has been quite literally their bread and butter all season long.
Well, they're going to need it to be that in this series as well, because right now it seems like Call of Duty is bright and full of terrors. I mean, aBeZy simply could just do no wrong. I know in the slaying department, Hixie and Kleenex both struggling, and understandable as to why. Smiles on the faces of one, stress on the other, but there you go. That is the setup. The team that is the single best on aBeZy, that is now the setup they have for map 2, and I know for the Expo Control, Ultra, it's been their best game mode all year. Haven't seen them too often on Expo, and I know for Atlanta FaZe, 0-3 on the map, so it's not like Atlanta have been particularly great, but if they're making the improvements on aBeZy, you expect the same for Expo. Atlanta FaZe have one goal in mind. It's to be the best in the world by the end of the year. Well, it's about that time. And I gotta say, Miles, they have been looking better.
They have indeed. Well, Search and Destroy has been one of the stronger modes they've got. Hardpoint a little bit hit and miss throughout the year, but towards the, the last couple of weeks, the last online qualifiers, Hardpoint very, very strong indeed. That Expo Control, we'll see what happens there, the middle point of this series. We've got some good looks at the metrics between both teams because, again, what a showdown. FaZe, though, have guaranteed themselves first seed going into champs. They are locked top of the ladder for what, 3rd year in a row since the CDL inception chance. They truly are different beasts.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. You talk about the hardpoint struggles of Atlanta FaZe, still 6th overall, so not even towards the bottom of the league. The S&D, absolute bonkers out of this world. They're better at search than any other team is at any other game mode, so they love the map 2. They love the map 5. They got the vibes flowing. And even across the board, the trio of the tears at Cellium to that list are incredible. And Slasher's the backup, man. And Slasher's one of the best S&D players of all time. So this is a lethal squad, especially with Slasher really starting to heating up, getting into that champs form.
Not just all time, but right now, statistically as well, Slasher is having one hell of a season when it comes to S&D. Here we go. Map number 2. aBeZy, Search and Destroy. A very different flavor to what we just witnessed on aBeZy Fortress. Here we go. It's 1st to 6 here in the game mode. Let's get it.
And 12-2 is just a terrifying sight. The first blood's on point. The round win percentage is devastatingly good. Good news for both teams, though. Even with the first bloods don't come, both squads incredibly capable of clutching those 3v4s. So I know for Ultra when they're on offense, it is operation get the bomb down, but round 1, you have to be worried about the nades. Don't have to be worried about the gunny, though. aBeZy already strikes as aggressive as you want them. That's a first blood in the first 5 seconds.
First blood, all pick, no trade. He stays alive, and he puts Toronto Ultra at a disadvantage here in the opening of this round. And now it's Cellium and the boys of FaZe, full control of the top side of the aBeZy. Eyes on Insight. Will they be able to take care of him as well?
Well, they have a bunch of intel. Maybe worried about the flank, but Insight just gets gunned out of the top window. Both players able to cross the terrace near the bomb, and a 1 versus 4 already. And CleanX can't do anything. Walking into the pre-aims and easy gunnings the whole way down. I mean, aBeZy literally struck the first blood 5 seconds in. Ultra yet to shoot back. Ultra did 72 damage as a team in that round. Not enough to kill a single player.
I think that was a bullet and a half from CleanX on one of the terrors as they flew from the top side of the embassy over towards the palm trees. Great job, observers. That was a fun shot. Here we go, though, round 2. This search is going by real quick.
And honestly, for Ultra, that was sort of a poor enough first round. I don't even know if the players have trophies, so you can't have that aggressive play call to go over towards B. So already, maybe not your ideal strat on the first attacking round. So you pump the brakes and play for picks, but look who's already up in your face. Simp and aBeZy already up at the 50-yard line.
Yep, for Toronto, no Dead Silence, no trophies. That limits your both offensive and defensive capabilities here. Insight will have that trophy. CleanX now has Dead Silence finally, so we should be able to see something happen here. But FaZe, they're making moves.
They're just getting tagged up from everywhere. Barely know where these bullets are coming from. The Insight having to dance with his life. He was actually made one shot, just trying to live inside of PD. Stuns for the intel on Simp, but him and aBeZy have a bit of a crossfire, but they isolated Simp. They took care of him. You got your first blood.
Coordinated effort to bring him down. The shot's all there. Can Slasher find anything? He has nothing left to throw, but the bullets from his TAC 56. Slowly but surely. Ultra have to make something happen here. They are running out of time. 25 to go.
Took care of one tear. Here's the second. Gotta trade him out. CleanX gets it done, moving the bomb up towards the site. And inside, as long as he backs down, selling for the child, but he doesn't back him down, but the help is good enough. Massive gun bite from Insight, but 12 seconds, Slasher gets the kill. You gotta go for that bomb.
It's a 2v1, and Insight, oh no! He runs right into the Mad Titan, and he eats him alive!
What a read.
By the skin of their teeth. Ultra take the round.
Yeah, count your lucky blessings for that child from Scrap. Makes the right read, knows he has no time to go get that bomb. And Slasher nearly able to get past that wall. That would have been an insane 1v3. Could have been a dagger for the map too. Scrap just bought his team some life.
Slasher had to stay alive for what, an additional 5 seconds there. If he manages to make that corner on the dive, he would have won the round for FaZe. That is the difference we're looking at in between these teams here in the search.
And Scrap pulling out the sniper as well for this next round, and it might work out perfectly. Line up the shot, see if you can connect. Bang!
There's the first. There's the second. And I tell you what, we'd have ripped the roof on this place if he had hit the third. 2v2.
Yeah, you got him in a pinch though. Simp's gonna be one shot, delivering for the next, and Hixie makes the read. The quick trades though are gonna be in. Insight knows where Cellium just was. You have a minute in this round to work with. 2 ARs going at it. That bomb is down. Cellium on the approach.
Everybody strap in and get real comfortable. We've got 50 seconds for this 1v1 to take place. And I do believe that both players are running trophies, so this is going to be very slow and very quiet. But a single mistake, and you lose the round.
And Insight knows. Play it very soft. You'll be able to hear the footsteps of Cellium winning approach, or Cellium will just make his presence known. We've seen Cellium in these 1v1s. He will get shots out. He will look for intel, but Insight gets it, catches them. Toronto Ultra with the round win.
Jamie Craven, Insight, one of the most composed players in the league. An outstanding record in the 1v1s, 1v2s. These were the snipes, though, from Scrap. What an explosive opening to the round.
Yeah, speaking of, just to make sure that he's running the trophy snipe class, if you're working back alley, have to be very particular about what you're using, but Scrap on point, and if you're hitting shots like that, might as well keep it out. I see that SBX in hand for Scrap for this next offensive round.
See if he can be as lucky as he was last time round. A little bit of luck, a lot of skill. Timing. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant opener once again. He couldn't hit a barn door yet on Friday. He's killing it now.
Yeah, you see he's got the dead silence as well for the offensive round, so he's making the IQ plays, but so is aBeZy up top, looking for the second kill. You've been able to take down CleanX. Now you have the bomb down for a 2v3. This is clutchable, but Scrap is killable. aBeZy has him, and Hixie by himself has to fly out and chow this bomb.
It's a really tough situation to be in with that bomb now being taken care of, and that will be that. Slasher defuses the bomb, no hope whatsoever for Toronto Ultra in that round. Decisive action from FaZe.
Yeah, it is just so quick. aBeZy's up top, PD, 0 time wasted, barely throwing shoulders. He knows where you're gonna be, and as soon as he gets that kill, Cleanex is now trapped on the bomb side, and I mean, Hicksy might have been able to get away back alley, but Atlanta FaZe had everything covered. Too quick with it, and you know, we've seen rounds in the past where Scrapz able to hide bottom PD and get out. aBeZy hunts him down.
FaZe attacking round now after they find the equalizer there. So let's see what they've got. First blood man on your screen. He usually gets in first, gets the kills, and gets away.
And it's the rookies working together, though, making plays for Ultra. They have dominated the P2 side of the map. And obviously, you Atlanta FaZe need to be very careful about how they chow. If they open these doors, they're going to fall. Atlanta FaZe, though, have the first blood. That means Hicksy forced to make the play. Pops the dead silence. He is moving.
Timing is actually brilliant. Here comes his first. He's moving silently. Will slash a snap. It's an awkward fight. It's a lot of information. Hicksy right now, he's stayed alive and he is feeding the team nothing but knowledge.
Can't move too quick anymore, though. Dead silence has run out, but now he's in a position where Atlanta FaZe have to be incredibly concerned. Scrapz finds an extra pick as well, so man advantage. Don't check this corner. 3 versus 1. Nothing. Toronto Ultra, another round.
Heads up play from Hicksy. He could have let his gun rip, try to take the fight. Instead, he played it slowly. Sensible decisions like that win your rounds, and you need a lot against FaZe.
And it's that teamwork out of the rookies, too, because as soon as Hicksy goes up top, aBeZy would have traded him out on the ladder if not for Scrap putting extra shots in from those back trucks. So the coordination has to be on point. Absolutely is. And Scrap, by the way, 7-3. I mean, his gun was certainly hot on our bagger. He has carried that through to Embassy. Trophies out and bound. Another potential B hit. Ultra right back at it.
Trophies save these players from the frag grenades and concussions being thrown their way. Keeps everybody fighting fit now as they approach the bomb site. aBeZy, caught out in mid. Good slasher, fantastic teamwork. First blood.
And Insight knows where he is, but you have to be careful about this chow. And he has the intel, but not an easy kill to try to go and get. 2v4, you gotta hold this for the clutch. This is doable for the ARs.
Insight now, all alone, 1v4. He's got to keep that bomb safe. 30 seconds, here come FaZe. No way! Did he find that kill? It won't amount to a whole lot though. FaZe with a life advantage. FaZe now find another equalizer. After the bomb's defused, it is 3-3.
And FaZe are just pushing the pace on defense. They've been giving up this bomb plant. They are playing for the retakes, and every time it is a swarm over towards PD. There's never a moment for Scrap or Insight to breathe, to try to analyze, to figure out the situation. It is just the terrorists crawling around your base, and well, obviously you put that pressure on, you start winning some of these rounds. Defensive shootout we've had on aBeZy.
Seeing a lot of bombs getting planted. This was Simp's hit. Perfect centering right through the door there. Closes it. Good manners. 3 and 4 from Simp. A couple of moments he's had. Some iconic MW2 moments he has had in that very position. Here we go though. FaZe on attack once again. They have overwhelmed the B-bomb site.
Oh, he got spotted. Still though, the first one doesn't go their way, and aBeZy, too many things to worry about. The intel he gives is enough to take Hicksy down for the 3v3. Bomb is down on D. It's a mixy moment, and Scrap, the AR, has found his way into bottom PD. They'll be playing it slow as FaZe right now, waiting for a kill to fall into their lap, but they do not have the intel.
1 minute to go here in the round, and aBeZy close enough to that bomb. It's down right next to the B-bomb site. Grab that, get the plant. He's waiting for Ultra to make a mistake. Not likely at the moment.
And this is going to be interesting timing. If aBeZy moves towards that bomb, Scrap can just slide on over and get the kill on the guy off the bomb. So FaZe can't commit just yet, but they are running out of time.
Cellium has that top side of the MC covered as well, so all the power positions are covered. This is an incredibly tense moment. 30 seconds to go.
You just have to commit. It's going to be the timing. Scrap's just going to have the timing. He has the intel. There's the kill. 2 versus 3. Now you feel like you can't plant the bomb. You got to make a move.
Slash is trying to make something happen here. He's got that bomb in hand. Flying over towards the site. Might be looking at the plant soon. Insight now, waiting for his moment to strike. 10 seconds to go. Slash is down. It's all on to Cellium. Cellium from upstairs. Can he take care of 3 players in 5 seconds? No. What a tense round. Exceptionally high-level play.
Veteran plays out of the rookie. Scrap got in position 30 seconds in advance, had the timing to catch aBeZy in the tennis court, and then inside in the back alley, he can hear all the jumping that's taking place top AC. That is a calm and efficient round coming out of Toronto Ultra. And Scrap, by the way, 8-4 overall. He has 3 first bloods already. This is FaZe on their best map. Toronto Ultra ready to play.
Well, we've seen how it goes. Defensive round after defensive round. It's now FaZe's turn to try to hit the ball on the volley. Here we go. Scrap squares up against a few of them. Trophy system will save him. All of those cars explode. CleanX finds the first blood somehow. He has dead silence, so he is moving. And here we go, the long-range engagement.
Oh, those are insane shots. Slasher 1 HP. Desperate to get out, and Slasher barely makes it away. You still have the man advantage, and aBeZy, the man you gotta trade, or Pixie just guns him. 4v2 for Toronto.
Scrap has certainly asserted his dominance on this side of the map. You're in trouble, FaZe. It's a 4v2. And now you can think about planting the bomb. The map is all yours.
And for how many times they've gone for the aggressive B plants and just been retaken like it was nothing. The adjustments are there. They're playing for picks before the plan. And really taking their time. Here's the hero play, though, from the ARs to try to get this guy off bomb. Insight with the coverage. The bomb goes down. That should be enough for the round win.
Strong base of fire from FaZe here. They're able to keep Insight down. The problem is they don't have the numbers. Toronto Ultra are going to be able to fly forward. Throw bodies at this point if they want it. CleanX turns it now into a 4v1. It is a masterclass from Ultra. Map point, looking to level up the series.
Gotta love those adjustments coming out of Toronto. So many bomb plants they have. The retakes are too easy. They identify. They play for picks and able to catch the early one on Simp at the start of the round. We talked about the first bloods for Scrap. How about 4 first deaths for Simp? That's been the game plan for Ultra. Take down one of the terrors, move from there. You got a 5-3 lead. One more round.
You can never count FaZe out, though. We have seen this so many times throughout the years. They are the search and destroy masters. If anyone can pull this one back, they can. And Scrap.
Nice angle.
Wow, he nearly got it. Slasher with a perfect read, though. The tendencies have already been learned.
That's tough, though, but you got aBeZy making moves. This is FaZe aggressive. This is CleanX 1 HP. He gets caught. The tears. First 2 bloods going their way. You have Insight, though, wants to make a play, has some intel. No class there. Insight does get a kill on Slasher, though, so a 2 versus 3. Scrap might have the world star, but these are capable players for Toronto.
FaZe with the numbers. They've got a man advantage. Here comes Simp. Oh, wow. He took that one like a champ. Cellium with a perfect coverage now. All down to Insight. That bomb has been planted. It's a 1v3, and there is no way. FaZe, strong round.
Yeah, at this level, you get a hit marker, you lose the round. An unfortunate moment for Scrap, but you have Atlanta FaZe taking full advantage. You have adjustments for Ultra on one side for their attacking rounds. Atlanta do the exact same. They read the pressure over towards P2. They get those first picks and make sure they're there for the trades. Not a fun moment when you have CleanX working the flanking in your bottom PD. The faster you kill him, the better. Still for Ultra. One more round. Back on the attack. It'll be interesting if they keep leaning towards B for the fast plants, if they trust themselves to play for picks. It looks like they're looking for those early kills.
It's still map point for Toronto Ultra, but FaZe, this is where they like to be. A little bit of pressure turns those boys into diamonds. Here we go.
And you have Ultra, they've left open the P2 side of the map. That's what CleanX might be waiting for. And you have Simp dancing with the idea. You also have aBeZy hitting the hop up. Hello, welcome to 2 guns ready for you. First blood, Toronto.
I don't think he saw that coming. But Scrap and Insight certainly did. Here comes Cellium, though, to level the playing field from upstairs. Brilliant shots from up top AC. I know, guys. I know. I know. Don't worry.
Well, Simp's in the mix. I was about to say, Simp popped that silence for this. He can't find a kill, but Cellium finds his next. Unkillable top AC. Cellium untouchable in that spot. Might have just bought his team this round.
He's done such a good job up there. Just about 30 seconds to go. Ultra still trying to make the move. FaZe, hold him at bay. You'll be fine. Pixie takes his chances. Makes it a 2v2.
I mean, what do you do, though, if you're Ultra? You try to cross one direction. Slasher's there. You try to work towards AC. Cellium, he's going to spot you out. You need a clean double child, but it's 2 SMGs up top. 15 seconds to left. They got to go. Both of them jump out. How good is your coverage to not let him get you off bomb?
Don't worry. If you got to get the bomb down either way, Slasher is also on the pinch, so an exciting moment here for sure. Slasher strikes, and here comes CleanX. Possible to make it happen. No. The fates would have it this way. Round 11.
In a 3v4, Cellium just catches player after player. Best snaker in the league. You gotta tip it. This is his bread and butter. Able to get 2, bails out his team, forces the round 11.
And whether he's taking shots at anyone or not, the mere fact that he is alive in that position dictates the play for Ultra. They can't get near that bomb site. Seth, I know you're watching. Help that guy out.
You have Atlanta FaZe on offense for this final round. Looking for the stack over towards B. This is going to be the Shotzzy. Just fly out and look for it. Maybe not all the way, but no first blood just yet. Everybody backs down, repositions. You have Atlanta FaZe that are very concerned about all that P2 pressure. But HyDra finds the first blood. There you go. You took down the first blood king.
Somehow, we stayed on board with CleanX. The immediate pump fake from B towards A. Wow, heavy tags. But only halfway done. The Slasher should have gone for the head, but now with the final minute, HyDra in the inside of Laundry, trying to keep the man advantage he worked so hard to get.
And they're looking for him. Simp and Cellium on the approach. Important gunfight to win it. Wow. Simp takes him down, gets out with his life. FaZe still leaning towards A.
The untradeable now an exchange of gunfire. Cellium caught. Scrap now trying to make something happen quickly. Slasher tags. Simp though, the objective play onto the bomb in this 2v2.
And Slasher has to look over his boy. You get the bomb plane down and you get out with your life. Insight needs to stay alive and wait for CleanX to make the play.
Stun check. Simp, can he be held down as Insight suppressing fire? Trying to keep both members of FaZe there. The flank. CleanX is in. CleanX is there. Simp now in a 1v2. Can he do something miraculous? He can't. Teamwork made the dream work with ample time to defuse the bomb. Toronto Ultra level the series up 1-1.
Ice in the round 11 and smiles going into map 3. A massive round where everybody for Ultra showing up. HyDra finds the first blood against the first blood king. You worked so well together in that 2 versus 2. I mean, that is Inside and CleanX. They've been teaming together for years. Their chemistry always going to be on point.
You could watch that round back 100 times. That was a brilliantly played round from both teams. HyDra's first blood, masterful moment, certainly gave them the advantage. But there we go. That could not have been a better search.
Yeah, and how about that 7 first bloods for Ultra? That's how on point they had to be to strike for the first bloods. We saw the stats. It was a 60% rate on this map for FaZe and a 44% rate from Toronto. Well, they were on point with it. Caught Simp 4 times in that game for the first bloods. Game plan executed to perfection. And it takes perfection like that just to win a round 11.
This could be the grand finals for a weekend. What a brilliant show so far. Well, we're going blow by blow. Expo Control coming up next. That's where things are going to get really tough. Both teams solid enough on it. We'll find out how this one all goes down. After that Expo, though, we are guaranteed a Hotel Hardpoint, Hotel to close out this series. Now, though, time for a quick commercial break. On the other side of this one, map number 3, Expo Control. Don't go too far. This is the CDL.
do you like them, Whopper?
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are here live in Toronto at the Matinee Athletic Center, and we've got you at map number 3, Toronto Ultra taking on Atlanta FaZe. It's an absolute showdown. They're going blow for blow, and now we play Expo Control.
And it's going to be interesting, too, because I would say both teams have won the other squad's sort of favored maps, right? You have Atlanta FaZe on the aBeZy, not a great record on the year. They come out with the fire on map 1. And then Atlanta FaZe, best embassy team in the game. Ultra take it to them and take them down in around 11. So for FaZe going into Expo, 0-3 record on the year. Obviously getting some new reps in and a 2-1 record for Toronto. So they played it a little bit more, and it is their bread and butter game mode. But still, it is Atlanta FaZe. They are terrifying, and it is LAN. You got to execute them on the map. You have advantages.
We're getting towards the end of the MW2 season. Everyone's tricks they've kept hidden. Most will be used at champs, but you can bet 1 or 2 will come out here because a victory this late in the season, oh, how sweet it would be. Expo Control coming up in a moment. FaZe 0-3. But don't let the stats fool you. This is Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, this is a team that absolutely is going to be putting the extra work in for the end of the year, and it's going to be Toronto Ultra. It is a heavy A stack straight off the rib. Cellium, good timing to actually cross over towards outer. But he does get heard. CleanX there to take him down. A nice little way to start the game, but Slasher the instant bounce back. Slasher actually for 3 completely shuts down that push from Toronto.
Holding it down. Scrap checking everything possible. On the approach, though, it is going to be FaZe still in the defense. They're trying to push that front line forward. Simp's going to get a little bit eager. Eager Beaver gets taken care of there as Scrap holds him down. It's a 2 in a row. We've got less than a minute to play for here. Ultra got to get on a point.
Yeah, Slasher also has to continuously be that iron wall, but he gets chopped down. You have FaZe that basically stacked over towards B. I think they were expecting the rotation to come through, but Ultra, with the closer spawns, continue to pour on that A pressure. So this is a massive opportunity to strike on A early on.
It's one segment done. It's a slow capture. It's only Scrap doing it. Pressure now. Can Hixie slow anybody down? Nope. Cellium's there. Perfect reads. aBeZy backing him up from bar. Second segment nearly done. Will FaZe interject? Yes. They've stopped it just at the right time. Take care of aBeZy. Get the second segment. Easier said than done, though. Here comes Simp.
They're looking for the chow. Everybody's going to be 1 HP, and, well, no trophy, so Slasher there again. Only a tick of progress through, and that is a big moment for Atlanta FaZe to get that stop. That was a massive opportunity for Ultra to strike on A early. Instead, it's back to the reset. We go back to the standard. That slow B capture.
Slow and steady. First segment gone. Simp's there just to sort of rustle some jimmies, get a little bit annoying. Can he stay alive for much longer? There's the contest. A lot of noise now, Hixie. You're in a target-rich environment, son, and who knew it? You were the target. Taking care of, once again, FaZe. Strong defense.
Yeah, consistently clutching up on defense as well. A handful of players being aggressive. Cellium making sure he's locking down any late rotations out over towards A. You imagine Ultra eventually going to be able to break through. CleanX has done exactly that. 2 bodies over towards B, but if the front line falls, an opportunity, Atlanta FaZe, if they want to, can fight B. Looks like that's not going to be the case. They're going to set up for the swarm, stranglehold the map, try to trap Ultra in.
Capture that point. You add a minute to the game clock, and there we go. All of a sudden, the round really starts to get going. 3 dead, though, for Toronto Ultra. Insight last man up, and this is a problem. You are now in the trap. Ultra, top left-hand side of the minimap. They have to fight their way out, and it is not going to be easy, but shots like that definitely help.
Yeah, Scrap actually really enjoying the square up against Cellium. Quite the battle we're having, but unfortunately for Scrap, Simp takes 2, make it all 3 down, and a 4 spree from Simp. You are still struggling to get out of your spawn.
Unbelievable performance from Simp, as per usual. 4 spree from him, now keeping the iron grip around Ultra. They're not able to get out. 1 or 2 have managed to slip the net. Is that going to be enough, or will it be just another catch for FaZe? Simp now looking to find a few more, and he might add to the spree. Here's the hit. Tags are there. Oh, Ultra, though, they've managed to fight their way through. They're onto the point. Here comes the next 2. Slasher gets 1. Any more hitting the left tank? As he's dancing, gets damaged, but it's not done yet. Second segment at A's gone.
Yeah, Cellium can fly, though, because one of those guys is 1 shot, but he doesn't get the trade. Inside for the coverage. aBeZy, the next man in line. It is only 1 tick. If aBeZy falls, Atlanta are going to get punished.
Scrap, though, he managed to keep the back line safe. aBeZy wins the fight. Staying alive. No, he's been brought down. This is it. Fly, FaZe, fly. The guns are hot, but is it going to be enough to get there in time? Yes, the nades land. FaZe, so close. They save the round.
And that is a big one for Atlanta as well. Ultra so close with that stack coming through, but no trophies in a nail biter of a finisher. Not enough lives in the end, but they nearly broke that line down. So many key kills for Atlanta. aBeZy hitting the snakes on point, gets the kill on Scrapz. Every single one of those little moments added up to a round win.
And that's the way control rounds typically go, especially this high level. I mean, it is not over until the whistle is blown. Anything can happen. Round 2, here we go though. Toronto Ultra be on defense this time. FaZe elect to fly towards B, but they're very able to hit A as well.
There's going to be a lot of pressure as well. Hicksy going to fall for the first blood, and now everybody for Atlanta turn and just cover those flanks. They had everything covered on the map. It should be a very easy and nice secure B capture. Slasher is actually putting in some serious work on the flank as well. So a 4-life lead this early on for Atlanta. FaZe wheeling and dealing, still finding those extra kills. Ultra yet to get on board on the kills column, let alone having too much positioning. As that slow B capture commences, Hicksy able to find Slasher. That is a big kill to get. Now you can push out towards buses, and Ultra can stabilize and try to get that map control.
Slow things right down. aBeZy can hear so much from this elevator shaft. And here he goes. Ding, first floor. Might be a 2-piece. So he flies forward now. That's a 2 spree for him. 2 minutes to go in the game as well. And now there are 3 of them on their way towards A.
He's going to be the cutoff kills as well. Insight's going to spot him, but Insight forced to back down. Atlanta FaZe, this is a big moment. They have so many players pushed up front glass that if they get one clean wipe, they will jump all over this point. And he's able to get out 1 HP just to stay alive and put on this pressure. Atlanta FaZe trying to create this opportunity.
That's massive from aBeZy to stay alive there. If he's dead, he can't help capture anything. That's it for Cellium. 6 kills in a row. He has a cruise missile in the back pocket to call in. His leisure. Kleenex, though, ends the spree. aBeZy still alive, and he's still going.
Yeah, Denny hit fire kills in Atlanta FaZe. Name a better duo is Atlanta, or aBeZy rather, now pushing up, and I don't know if he's going to check this angle. Oh, crosses out and doesn't get caught, and this is at least one. Make it 2 players turned, dealing with the flank, so it's a 2v2 battle. It's the Tears right now running around your spawn.
Oh, and now it all comes down to Scrapz. He's going to take cover as well. They're all down. This is a bad look for Ultra FaZe. This is an opportunity to fly towards that point. Kleenex, though. Oh, wow, he gets a kill. He's able to keep those players off of A for a moment, but there you go. Cellium is in. Eyes towards the spawn now as FaZe guns are up. If you could deal with another wave of kills, this should be it. FaZe are in.
I mean, this is just too many players on the point. aBeZy's going to be the cutoff man. Hicksy going to get spotted on the cross, and this stack is flying. The second tick already through. You got to fly out for the desperation kills. Hicksy can't get 2. He gets caught, in Atlanta FaZe are going to get this second round. Is Cellium another spree. They are looking dominant.
0-3 in match play here on Expo, and so far, brilliant look.
And look at how long it took Atlanta to set that up. They got all those players to front glass, and you at Toronto repeatedly, different waves, getting so many of the kills. aBeZy, they were never able to root out. He stayed alive for so long, and as soon as they got that clean wipe, 3 down, force him back in spawn, easy kills after the fact. That is 16-6 for Cellium on a 5 spree. Already has a cruise in the back pocket. Right now, Atlanta are setting Cellium up, making his game easy. There's another cruise. Not that he needed it.
Oh, not that he needed it. He has yet to call in the first. While his teammates are finding the kills all over the place. Hicksy taken care of on the point. Over to Insight now. He is feeling the pressure. And here comes aBeZy. Finishes what his teammates have started. 14-7 for Tyler Farris.
And this is beautiful. He's got a Vaznev in one hand and attack 56 in the other. Ready for every gunfight, just not ready for that corner. Hicksy able to catch him in Ultra right now, trying to work over towards B, but it is never free, it is never clean, nor easy. Now that you take care of Simp, you take care of Slasher, the flank is good. That B capture should commence.
aBeZy might be going for it. Insight should have eyes on this. Don't let anyone get in close. It's Hicksy. That's fantastic coverage again from Ultra. Good teamwork. They're going to get this B capture slowly but surely. It is map point Atlanta FaZe, so we do need to see Ultra pull out all the stops here.
They are just desperate for some of the kills to start to go their way, because keep in mind for the aBeZy, it was all 4 players for Atlanta FaZe going positive. The guns were lightning hot. It is the exact same thing so far on the Expo. Atlanta FaZe just picking them apart, but you get the extra minute to the clock. But we saw Atlanta FaZe before, and right now we are seeing them do it again, keeping Toronto stuck in that spawn trap. And you have Atlanta FaZe just crawling all over your base. There is simply nowhere to go.
What brilliant shots out of Cellium. Another 6 spree. Could call in that cruise soon. It would be brilliant to help defend A with it. Slasher backing on up. FaZe retaining fantastic control, but Ultra, a lot of them have managed to make their way through. Not even a dead silence play. Clinic's in from behind. Wait a minute, any more out of this would be great. Cellium still alive and kicking, 7 spree. A few members of Ultra dealt with, but they've bought themselves a little bit of real estate to play with here on Expo.
Yeah, at least you can get out the back bus alley and try to work towards your spawn. So Atlanta FaZe, not that much pressure, and Hixie behind enemy line. So Ultra at least now the opportunity to try to create some magic.
You managed to escape. Can you do anything with that freedom, though? That's the question for Ultra now. Cellium, will he check this right? No need. Well, his teammates are all there, but Trixie Hixie once again from behind. Oh! How he got that 2, I'll never know, and now he's on A.
And he's able to at least stay alive, so the A capture's not going to happen, but he's buying his teammates pressure. Insight gets the next kill. You've nearly cleared out your spawn. aBeZy the last man. Got to check these corners. It is 2 players for Atlanta out towards Snow.
Oh, he's got no idea aBeZy's next to him, surely. There it is. aBeZy cleans house. Insight now trying to move forward. Oh, fantastic suppressing fire there from Slasher. Cleanix, though, flies into the fray. Will he be able to catch Cellium? No! What a gunfight that was. Still Scrap, the lone man here for Toronto. Holding it down, trying to get the capture taken care of as FaZe. Another dominant wave of kills.
They just can't breathe. I mean, Cellium seemingly unstoppable. If Cleanix wins that gunfight, maybe there's a moment, but Cellium 19 kills for a reason. In Ultra now, it is desperation time to try to get on this hill. Scrap, though, picks up 2. Right now, it's only aBeZy behind you.
If you get a couple of kills, Slasher once again, an immovable object. aBeZy threads the needle, a 4 spree. Here comes kill number 5, Insight. He's in a bit of trouble there. Slasher once again, 20 and 30.
And right back to square one with no lives remaining. 0-3 on this map, Miles. I think Atlanta FaZe, maybe they did some homework. Maybe they made some improvements.
They do something we certainly didn't. Look at that, 3-0 on control. You don't see too many of them as FaZe. They put themselves on match point.
And that answers the question, by the way, for Atlanta FaZe on this map, if they're making those improvements. That 0-3 record did not remotely tell that story. That map pool for Atlanta, already one of the deepest in the league, just got a little bit deeper, let alone for this tournament, but for champs as well. That was an utterly dominant performance on both the offensive and the defensive end. Atlanta FaZe seemingly could do no wrong, and I mean, that's a tough one, Toronto. They're going to that map thinking, hey, this is a good opportunity for the bounce back. This is our best game mode. Well, it did not look like it. 4 players negative on one side, 4 players positive on the other. Quick mash, 32 kills, I think they just outslayed by.
Ass whooping. A complete kick in there. Cellium 20 and 8, 20 and 15 for Simp, 20 and 13 Slasher, aBeZy 19 and 11. Still absurd numbers from FaZe. Someone's playing the coffin dance music somewhere. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Even just for the offensive round, I mean, barely anybody outside of Cellium needed to get kills on offense for FaZe to be able to get that one through, but that is just an electric performance. Everything falling into their lap, and there's Simp challenge. I think Scrap might have thought he was weak. No, full HP. And this was the one moment Ultra actually had an opportunity to win the round. Slasher, some extra damage. It's all these scattered kills coming through. Cell wins his one, tags up in the next one. aBeZy gets sent in the mix, wins his one, and then stays alive. When the little things needed to go right for Atlanta, they executed. When the easy things needed to go right for Atlanta, well, you saw how the game went. 3-0, all of the momentum going into map 4.
After a map like that as well, the rest of the league watching onwards, you now know, okay, Atlanta FaZe, they know exactly what they're doing on Expo Control. That has become a dangerous point in many series. Again, playing the long game. Atlanta FaZe, they want that champs win. They want more rings.
And just for a reminder, these 2 teams, obviously, they've won a championship already on this year. You lose this one, though, you get fed to LA Thieves, another champion winner on the year, your world champs at that. So not a place you want to be. You want to play LA in the grand finals, not in losers round 3, and a 0.59 team KD versus a 1.68. That is an absurd performance on map 3.
Unreal stuff out of FaZe.
Not over yet, though. We now go to Hotel, and Tilt knows what's up. Keeping the crowd alive because Ultra.
I don't know about that.
They got a tough one to play now. Hotel Hardpoint coming up. After this, the Game 5 Hotel Search and Destroy. We'll see if that has to come to fruition as Tilt is absolutely turned charts here in the venue.
I mean, Tilt is turned, Atlanta FaZe is turned, everyone else not so much. Most excited player or person right now that's a Toronto fan is a squirrel.
He's the mascot. He has to be. For the rest of the team, though, cool, calm moment now. Compose yourselves. Let that last map wash over you. Try to forget about it. Go straight into that hotel with a clear mind and a straight shot. You're going to need it.
It's also the least drippy I think I've ever seen Crowder, and he still looks good.
Hey, man. Champs Sunday, when the suits come out, I'm sure he'll look great at Champs as well. But so far, both our teams will be making it to Champs in Las Vegas. We'll be seeing that take place in a couple of weeks. An unbelievable contest indeed. The final spot locked in. Seattle Surge will be joining us. What a dramatic couple of days it's been, Chance.
And at the start of the series, we were looking at the map set and talking about some of those woes for Atlanta FaZe and Hardpoint, how that aBeZy, not exactly the finest. Well, if you look at their stats, it's the same across the board. 6 overall in the league, even on Hotel, a 10-10 record, right around that 50-50 margin. However, it's the end of the year. They're starting to look better. And I know their competition throughout the, the qualifying portion of this major wasn't the best, so we weren't sure exactly how that 6-1 record was going to look. Well, this series has been an indication. No, they've absolutely started to make those improvements. But Hotel is going to be a good test. As I know Toronto Ultra, happy to see it from map 4. The record has been better on it. They're one of the best Hotel teams in the game, no matter the game mode. And if they pull off a map 4 win, well, it's Hotel for the Game 5 as well. They need that bounce back, and they need to slay. They are down by about 50 or 60 kills in the respawns. You cannot afford to keep the slaying that low. Good luck. Have fun.
It's going to be a costly Hotel for Ultra unless they can find the kills. Slaying department is where we're going to be keeping an eye on, but again, it's Hardpoint. You need the time as well. Just like we did on Fortress. First to 250 seconds. It's going to move all over the map after a minute of play, and all we can promise you this, chaps, it's going to be a banger.
Oh, good news for Toronto. You get to the hill first to start out P1. An opportunity, have a good opening break. Try to set the tone or have Cellium pick you apart, and already inside last man standing on the push. So opening break maybe goes just a little bit better for Atlanta FaZe, but obviously, we got a long way to go.
Oh, a long way to go indeed. Well, Insight now has the difficult job of trying to clear out a lot of angles, and okay, maybe aBeZy's going to be making the push. Simp there to pinch from behind, coming at them for those cheeks, and there we go. X gets one. The second. Hardpoint now, still in the hands of FaZe. One man left alive, cleaned up, looking towards the second. Ultra, smooth moves.
Yeah, the FaZe are going to be forced to try to contain that rotation, and that is a good start from aBeZy and Simp. At least Toronto able to get that scrap time on P1. So a little bit of a lead to work with to try to set up for the break, but you have Cellium actually hyper aggressive to get these kills, so your push is going to be a little bit staggered. And now you're trying to make moves in. Simp takes you down. Right now, Ultra, no presence on the map. They are getting picked apart moving into P2.
Oh, no way. Throws it right back at Insight. Luckily, a trophy to help him out there. But here we go. FaZe, they're in the lobby. There are trophies everywhere. Here comes the hit.
Yeah, look who got that back spawn, though. Hixie trying to make the plays on the back step. So a little bit of a mishap there from FaZe. And you got Toronto taking full advantage. That's how you get the wipe, get the close spawn, get the break, get the time, and retake that lead.
Ultra are in. That's their hard point for now. Scrap, he is the gatekeeper, not letting anyone through. X there from the stairwell. Massive shots coming out of Slasher, covering fire again. Insight and Scrap, it's the ARs of Toronto finding the kills, and Scrap one more and he gets a cruise.
Yeah, Scrap's been on point in the slaying department all series long, even when they've suffered it. Now you got Hixie. I mean, he's in the back, so they're trying to work together and apply the pressure. Hixie gets one, has a little bit of help, but FaZe do not care. Get the 3-man wipe, and the opportunity to double up on the rotation gets stuffed. But Toronto, again, decent lead, a little bit of time to work with, but I'd say for FaZe, it's a very spread setup. You got aBeZy distant, Cellium distant. There are no avenues to attack this hill. This is a beautiful setup from Atlanta.
Yeah, good luck. Toronto on the approach now towards Kitchen. They're battling through that restaurant side. Simp, though, he's going to be the man in the point. Cellium, what a win! Only gets one before being traded out. Hixie now moving forward. 2 members of FaZe on the inside of the point, trying to reinforce this one. aBeZy softening up the attackers before they can get in there.
finding these kills, staying alive. That is massive. Insight can't hunt him down. Wow. Can't get the kills as FaZe, a big lead change. Ultra, though, they're knocking on the door with 15 remaining.
And you need to get this 15-2. Last minute challenge, Cellium, and Scrapz just fries him. I don't even think he wanted to get that kill. He wanted to trade, but Scrapz is shooting very straight on Hotel, and now his team, for the first time in a long time, Toronto actually ahead of the rotation. They don't have the spawns, but you get one good wipe, you can pin Atlanta in the back.
Well, as you can see, Hotel much bigger than Fortress. Is quite a journey across map. Inside, big win, finds one. Hixie in the trade there. A clean bar belongs to Toronto Ultra now. No members from FaZe in sight except for Simp. Can he find his way forward? Yes, he gets at least one. Hardpoint time still in the hands of Toronto now. With a quick weave position, aBeZy's up next. Here he comes into the point. There's the contest, allowing his teammates to fly in.
50-50 gunfights, though. And again, that contest spot from inside, too clean. The kill's getting traded, but Simp sent in for the kill. Can't get number 5. Clean X wins a big one. Ultra still holding on to that time. But the question is, for how long? A team kill maybe buys you just a little bit of space from Ultra. They should be good to collect those final 20 seconds. And hey, they might be behind on this rotation, but plenty of time to work with to try to break it down. And even if you fail, still going to have a 40-second lead. But you got that first set of kills, and they get the clean wipe. You'll have the full setup for Atlanta on Restaurant.
From bar to restaurant, from the south side to the north side of the map. Cellium once again on the outside here, trying to find anyone. Here's Hixie. Oh, and the timing has been so good. Sensational, but time is one thing, his ears were the other. Good work now towards the point. aBeZy flying forward, clean 3 kills. It is all into Insight. Can he get anything out of this? No, aBeZy somehow flying into the fight. Keeps the kills flowing. And Ultra, they're just on the outside of the point now. Can they get in?
And Ultra, there hasn't been any time to even set up a team push. You've had Atlanta FaZe flying in your face and staggering nearly every single push, but finally the swarm is there. Slasher, last man standing in the teamwork, finally takes over. And honestly, unfortunately, that trophy ends up killing Hixie, because that's just going to slow Ultra down just a little bit more. They do not have the spawns nor the rotation for new. Good news for Ultra, though, they do still have that lead.
Ooh, snaps out of Scrapz. Not enough, though, to take care of business. Lead change in a moment. FaZe cut down on the point. Hixie's going to get some time. Ultra with a scrap time. We're going to see now over towards the final hard point in our first set here on Hotel. We call it glass. It's in the outdoors. It's going to be a bloodbath.
You got to do this quick, too. Cellium is going to be hunting you down, working this flank. So one spawn out for Atlanta FaZe might pay off. There's the 2-piece. That is going to be the push completely shut down. CleanX last man standing, but he is getting peppered. Stuns, nade, bullets all on his forehead. And Ultra got to reposition. Now they're going to take it from the front.
Simp finding him a kill. Lead change, FaZe. They're now in control. Hixie pinned down, a little bit more than pinned. Taking care of business. Scrapz trying to thread the needle, and he gets one. Over to the hard point we go, though. Open for a second. The FaZe, they are still in firm control. CleanX, ooh, nearly. As Simp is there. Insight now on the contest. If he dies, FaZe get the time.
I mean, you'll take the contest time, but it's going to actually last. There you go. The coverage from the team is on point, and Ultra, well, just enough to retake the lead again. Maybe get close to it. Cellium, oh, he does not want you to have it. They are making you work for every single second. Atlanta FaZe right now, they are fighting on Hotel.
They got the lead. Back over to the center of the map we go. Second set of hard points now. It's still a close game between our two Titans. Scrapz, though, on the inside. Shouldn't be able to let anyone from FaZe get close, but nice nade from Cellium. Sadly, not able to get the stick. The trophy saves the day, and now Hixie. Oh, he's in trouble.
Cellium is just built different. He is having himself a series and nearly impossible to kill. Scrapz from up top looking to be that response, though, and there's a nice 2. Looking for the 3rd, but can't quite get it. Cellium again. So tough. The trade's always on point. The teamwork right now from Atlanta is flowing. And Hixie going to get caught as well. Every single kill you get feels like a guarantee to get traded out.
War on 2 fronts for Toronto now. Trying to hold the point and fight for the right-hand side of the map. We go to the lobby again. Wide open atrium. As Hixie trying to make his way forward. aBeZy being the stop. Holding him back. Don't let that time accrue. Ultra with a slight lead for now, but FaZe, they've got control of new. Here it comes.
Oh, and they're stopping the push as well. Insight was trying to be a little bit cheeky going through the hole, but it was Slasher there to catch him. So a stable setup on P2, and this time you actually have Atlanta blocking all the spawns. So it was Hixie that was given a gift last time around, and he took full advantage of it. Atlanta FaZe not making the same mistake twice.
Nope. For those wondering, FaZe still leading the kills department. CleanX though.
speedily, aggression towards the point. A clean house. 3 dead for FaZe. That's a lot of time for Ultra.
Yeah, they didn't need the spawns. They needed KleanX to be a bully. Walks in and picks up 3 along the way, and this is beautiful time to get. 30 seconds is worth fighting for, and it looks like Ultra gonna win that fight. aBeZy gets traded out, now actually landing the bad spawn, so maybe you still fight for the scrap, but on the rotation front, Ultra, an opportunity to try and go back-to-back, but it's gonna be scattered all over the place. You get the final 12 seconds, you trade out the rotation, make that happen. Maybe a 35-second lead as you rotate towards new.
Last time we were here in the kitchen, it took a long time for Ultra to get in. FaZe held the vast majority. Will it be different this time? KleanX in. No hope in hell, though. Simp's there. The quick turn. A couple of tags from inside. Not enough to get the kill. Wait a minute! Oh!
Baby.
An unfortunate series of events for aBeZy, but that's still the hard point in FaZe's hands.
Yeah, still, I mean, that's a nice kill to get, but it's a long way to actually make this break. Everybody winning gunfights inside the hill for Atlanta. That is a clean 4 down, and Hixie desperate to wait for his teammates. A little bit of pressure on the back, but I'm looking at that scoreboard. Atlanta FaZe, we've had a few of these. They're gonna take the lead.
Lead change again. Atlanta in control. Trades on point. It's another late break here from Ultra, or will FaZe hold him down? Scrap with the kills. Cellium on the inside. Time. KleanX cuts him down, and it's another 20 in kitchen for Ultra.
And another lead change. Ultra, they are hanging on by a thread with a smidgen of a lead, but they built it back up, and we bought yourselves another rotation. But Atlanta, again, they have been on point with these rotational gunfight wins. They always have so much pressure on the map and the ability to roam free. And aBeZy doing exactly that, trying to slow this push down, and until you kill him, you're gonna have a bad time.
So hard to deal with aBeZy. You must finish him when you see him, otherwise he gets away, he regenerates his health, and he causes nothing but problems. Here come Ultra through the front. KleanX guns are up. Oh, 3 dead. Oh, nearly trades there, though. All down for Ultra. Hard point FaZe.
And this is perfect time from FaZe as well. Completely uncontested. They got trophies on the point. That is all your nades extinguished. It's all gunny now.
Ultra's throwing everything they've got, though. The trophies are nearly gone. Hixie on the approach. Scrap with a covering fire. Now aBeZy's got a turn. How many can he get? Only 1. What a shot. Ultra get in.
Spin to win from KleanX, 26 kills to his name. He is trying to light things up on this map, but he got another strike right back. A scrap time though, Toronto, they're gonna get it. It'll be a nearly tied up game going into new, and look at Tobias, he is on point in restaurant.
What a war we are witnessing here on Hotel. Over to the restaurant we now fly. KleanX with the speed of Sleipnir, he is trying to find the time. It is on to Simp to try to pick up the pinch. FaZe on either end of the restaurant. Ultra trying to hold this one down. Here come FaZe.
Oh, look at the timing. Simp actually waits for it. Now the team is gonna pounce. Everybody gonna be stuck in the pinch, but they win every single gunfight. Toronto Ultra, they can win this here.
FaZe don't have it yet. Here comes the second wave. Ultra got to hold it down. 10 seconds for the win. FaZe trying to make the way forward. It's Slasher from the inside. aBeZy cuts him down. aBeZy wins the fight. Last man as FaZe are in.
aBeZy might have just put the stamp on the game. Ultra, do you rotate or do you fight it? They're looking potentially to do both. They are actually setting up for the kill. They want to break. They want to win this game here.
They can't let it end. What a nade from Sim. It's now down to Scrap. Can he get himself in there? KleanX, he's flying forward from spawn. It's all kills for FaZe. Time still ticking. KleanX is there. FaZe have done it. FaZe are in. Last few players. Ultra, go, fly. No, it's done. The battle ends. And FaZe get it done in 4.
Atlanta FaZe, both hardpoint wins, and the Terrors on the day on point. You think KleanX is making the big play over towards restaurant? aBeZy one-ups him. Massive 3-piece to set the tone, and then Simp slams that door in your face. Simp finished 34 and 22 with 3,800 damage. Simp has been leveling up his gameplay throughout this stage, and he was on point there against the Ultra. Atlanta FaZe, they've already solidified that 1 seed, and they're looking even better as this tournament goes on.
As a brilliant performance from FaZe, sensational hardpoint from them.
They move further into the tournament. Winners bracket finals now awaits for Toronto Ultra. The LA Thieves waiting in the wings in the lower bracket for them. All of these matches, this could all be a grand final.
I mean, yeah, it could absolutely be a rematch, but for Ultra, it is still a pain point. That is going to be a bracket that just got infinitely more difficult as you have to go, as you fall to LA Thieves. But just on the slang front, I mean, this time finally in a respawn, a single player on Atlanta went negative. Grand total of 20 and 24 from Slasher, but he had nearly 2 minutes inside of the hill, but Simp completely on point, and aBeZy might have only been 25 kills, but again, the spree that he just went on to break into Restaurant. I mean, Atlanta simply built different, completely on point in the respawn game modes, and I mean, that's a hell of a game from Ultra to even win that embassy. It took a round 11 to make it happen. That is a ridiculous series. That's only winners round 2.
It's the slaying production from FaZe, so strong, certainly gives them a massive advantage when it comes to those respawn modes. Well, unreal contest between both teams. Now it's time to throw to the stage. Bryce is there with Slasher.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, joining me here on stage is Slasher. Congratulations. A lot to talk about really in that series. First of all, being the villains maybe here at the hometown, it doesn't seem to ever bother you, but is it ever something that you kind of just prepare for coming into a game?
Nah, I mean, I've been the villain my whole career. This is nothing new to me. I mean, it is what it is. I'm going to go to bed tonight with a smile on my face, though, just because of that guy right there.
Yeah, I saw you kind of getting into it. Having personal beef with a crowd member. A little bit different. I want to talk about the hard points. First of all, they were both very, very close, but it has been an adjustment that you've clearly worked on very, very hard. 9-1 in the last ones you've played. Wasn't that great earlier in the season? What have you done? How has it worked out?
We just stuck to it, right? Like, we've always been a good hardpoint team in scrims. It just hasn't been translating to matches. And I think now we're finally starting to show our scrim selves in these matches, and you're seeing like what we can really do in the response.
Okay, I like that, especially at the end of the season as well. I want to talk a little bit legacy now. I know you've not been part of the franchise the entire time, but 4 years in a row, the #1 seed in the CDL. Is there any extra pressure or pride that comes from that?
I think there's a little bit of pride. I wouldn't say extra pressure. I mean, I feel like we already have pressure on us. Like, everyone thinks we're going to win basically everything. But, like, we're out here playing for each other and playing for ourselves. We don't really listen to the outside noise too much. Like, it is what it is. We're the villains of the community, you know? Also, wait. Yo, whoever stole my FaZe hat, can I please get that back? I don't know which one of you took it, but I really want the FaZe hat back. Please. Thank you.
All right, we'll see if we can find that in the crowd. Nobody volunteering that for some reason. But last thing I want to go for, obviously we are on the final run towards the end of the season, towards champs, towards everything. Has there been any extra prep or something the team has been working on to kind of get all those screws tightened in the right places?
There hasn't been really any extra prep. I feel like we've been good the whole season long preparing for matches, and we're just sticking to it. And like I said, the big thing was about translating our scrims to the matches. Yeah. And I feel like sticking to the fundamentals, making sure we're not getting frantic in situations, playing our setups, trusting each other. And I mean, we just want every respawn. The series right there gets a top team, so we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, certainly a very, very good time as well. One last question, one last thing I want to ask. One of your big rivals left the tournament very early on. Does that kind of take some pressure off? Does that change how you approach the tournament, or just look at the outlay of going forward?
Nah, it doesn't change anything for us. We're going to play whoever's in front of us. You know, obviously some big names have lost already, but it is what it is. The teams that played them were better than them that day, and whoever's in front of us, that's just who we're going to show up and play against.
Awesome. Well, only a few more teams will stand in front of you, Slasher. So thank you for joining me here on the stage. We're going to throw this one back to the desk to break down everything we've just seen.
Thank you, Bryson Slasher. The man with an engineering degree draws up a 3-1 over Toronto. I have to say it, before we dive into this one, can we get this rematch in the grand finals? I don't think there's a better matchup, Rab.
Absolutely, man. I must just be the curse for these guys. Every time I pick them, the brethren just don't quite come through. I mean, man, Slasher, what a performance from him, though, on the day. Every single tournament I've attended in the last 4 years that Slasher's been at, he's won the tournament. So I don't know if I'm the curse for Toronto or if I'm the blessing for Slasher. But
I like that.
Tell us that
Slasher, bring this guy out. And you still pick Toronto. I like your brain here. Let's take a look, though, at this final. final hard point, because this is what the series came down to, and it looked like it was Toronto ready to lock things up. It's your Scump play of the game. Nameless, walk me through this one. You and Ali were talking about it. This was Toronto's game that they threw.
Yeah, so I mean, on this situation, Toronto have control, right? And you see FaZe converging from every side. Simp is left inside of the kitchen, but they find the kills initially that they need to get. So now FaZe, it's panic mode. We have to try to find some kills. They're diving in and out. But what happens here, if you're Toronto, you have to pick a side. They didn't pick a side, and then FaZe spawned in 3 different spots. They spawn back kitchen, they spawn top pillars, and then they converge and get those kills and end up getting the rest of the time. Sort of similar to map number 1, Ali, when Phoenix jumps out of top dub. What we're seeing is Toronto Ultra throwing softballs, and then Simp and Atlanta FaZe hitting home runs right off the softball. It's just tough, man. You make these mistakes, FaZe will run away with it.
Atlanta FaZe clinching up in the final minute and sending themselves back to another winner's bracket finals. They are guaranteed top 3 placements at all 5 majors on the season heading into champs. Taking a look at the numbers, Cellium with the best digits across the board, but everyone shined, especially Simp in that final game, dropping over 30 bomb. Ali, final takeaway from this series.
I don't like the Expo. I didn't like the Expo map number 3. I think they don't have too many reps on it. I understand last time these two teams matched up, Toronto was able to take the edge, but if you're given a series where you can play Hotel or El Asilo, I think Toronto Ultra in this situation should take that opportunity, especially no sound EQ or anything and on LAN. I think they should have taken one of those 2 maps that they know they're dominant on, rather than playing a map like Expo where they have like 3 reps.
Well, they got thrown for a loop because Atlanta picked Expo, right? They didn't think Atlanta was going to pick it. It was left in. They get it, and now they're like...
any situation you can lose sight of Simp or aBeZy, like, I would never want that
I don't want to play those maps. Yeah, I'm out of here. All right, we got to take a look at the bracket, I'm told, so let's jump to it, Rab, because we now have LA Thieves in the bottom half of this bracket waiting for Toronto Ultra. That match will close out our night at 7:30.
Look at that game packet. I mean, Thieves have not lost a map this tournament so far. They 3-0'd OpTic in 30 minutes. They took down Ravens, and now they play the hometown team. I mean, there is no scarier team to play in the losers bracket than the LA Thieves. They've done it so many times before. Slasher knows all about it as well. He's up there in the winners bracket, but Toronto have their work cut out this evening because momentum's not in their favor right now.
Subliners fell to Toronto Ultra in that opening round. Since it has been 6-0 with wins over the Guerrillas and Legion. They take on the Mutineers when we come back. And a reminder, tune in June 7th and 8th, yes, just 2 weeks from now, to watch the Stage 1 finals on twitch.tv/Call of Duty as teams drop in for the right to move on and possibly land in the global final. And of course, get your votes in. The All-Star team will be picked soon, and your voice will be heard. The Scuff Team of the Year. Voting closes June 2nd, so scan that QR code and get involved right now. We got to go to a break. When we come back, one more team is packing their bags. Will it be the Subliners or the Mutineers? Stay tuned to find out.
Give me the smoke, I want it all. When they saying take a toke, I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. When they saying take a toke, I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. When they saying take a toke, I love the hate. Give me the smoke, better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke.
It's time to show me your snipes. Welcome back in, everybody. We're coming at you live from the City of Squirrels, Toronto, Canada, host of Major 5, the 5th and final competition before we head to Vegas for the grand finals next month. Welcome in, everybody. We are narrowing down our field of 12 teams to 6, and we just sent home another one. We got to welcome Chance back to the desk alongside Alley Cat Nameless. I'm your host, Puckett. Chance, real quick, what do you think of that last series? We now know Atlanta is the first team into that winner's bracket final.
I think that series was fantastic. I would love to see those guys play again. Also, Atlanta FaZe look very scary now that it's about champs time.
They will be playing against the Røkkr. That's all going down tomorrow. Tonight, though, we close things out with elimination battles, and no one expected Florida to make it this far. And I'm judging by the chat right now, no one thinks they make it past this point. Let's start with the Mutineers here, Nameless. Everyone was doubting them coming in, but they had the shock of the tournament with the 3-0 over OpTic.
Absolutely, they look unstoppable there. I remember talking to some people that are like, they look like the prime dynasty in that series, but then they followed up with a series against the Minnesota Røkkr that just was not great. You had Capsule going on some streaks, but it was a little bit too late. There was a 100-point run by the Minnesota Røkkr. Those are the mistakes that just cannot happen. For the Monster Energy pregame, Vickle needs a fast bounce back. A 0.85 versus Minnesota after 1.2 versus OpTic. In the middle of that search and destroy, there was a 1 versus 1 with Attach, where you could tell he tried to take command, get the momentum back in his favor. It didn't go his way, so it was a bit deflating. I'm excited if he can bounce back map one.
I want to see an aBeZy search and destroy in this series. I don't know if it's coming, but I want to see some sniper rifles. We saw one from Skyz from New York. You know, Fellows got one for the Florida Mutineers. Let's talk about the Subliners, though. Who's been shining so far in this tournament? Because it's been mostly HyDra in our qualifiers, but Skyz earned our skull play of the game.
I mean, yeah, Skyz is world starring people, I think, with this snipe. I think KiSMET has had like a couple crazy runs as well. So I know HyDra gets a lot of the limelight, and honestly, deservedly so. I mean, he got a 1.56 in the last series, fried against Las Vegas as well. He is a superstar player for an incredibly good reason, but you got first bloods, you got rotations in Hardpoint, everything you want out of New York, they're doing it right.
Subliners are locked in for champs. This is the final tournament for the Mutineers, and it all starts right now. 5 games. Who's moving into your final 4? Let's get into the maps and modes, and I want to get your prediction, Allie. Who's got the edge on this 5-game set?
Well, this is the first time I don't have my maps modes written out first and foremost, so here we go. Mercado, Double El Estilo, HyDra, and Fortress. This opening Mercado is a lot of opportunity, I think, for Florida Mutineers. I think this is where Vickle and Capsule could get really comfortable. I'm more so worried about that HyDra map number 4. We've seen what KiSMET can do on that map alone, not to mention next to his duo HyDra.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this map set, we all know the statistics when it comes to the control for New York. They got to win that one, and this is their worst control, right? So if you're Florida, you got to come strong, though. This is a map you've been decent on, but the last 5 series that they've had, they've played Expo. So it's been a minute since they've played a CeeLo. Could get real.
All right, it's time. Florida Subliners, and right now, down on the stage, we have Lando with your Mutineers.
How's it going, friends? We're going into another elimination match. It has been a very wild CDL Saturday, and we're looking to get a little bit more crazy. Winner of this match, you get to stay alive and go to Champ Sunday. The loser, well, your tournament run here in Toronto comes to a close. It is time to introduce our teams, and we're starting off with the boys who are trying to go for the rebound. A 3-0 loss earlier. Can they come back and maybe get a 3-0 sweep themselves? It is time to find out. Fear the deep, here they come, the Florida Mutineers. Capsidal, Vehicle, Brack, and Fellow, the Florida Mutineers.
Unfamiliar territory for the Mutineers to be this late in the tournament. They're trying to extend this run and land a spot on a team next year. This is a group of players that they have individuals who can go off. We've seen it time and time again. How do they face adversity? How do they bounce back? Their season may end right now. Let's bring out the other squad.
That's exactly right. The season has the potential to end here. Pressure on Florida, and you could say the same thing. Pressure really on the New York Subliners. It feels like they have really been trying to chase the success that they saw at the start of the season, and right now they're trying to remain flawless in the lower bracket. Toronto, make some noise now for the New York Subliners. HyDra, Skyz, KiSMET, and Priestahh, the New York Subliners.
The Subliners ran over the hopes and dreams of the Vegas Legion fans earlier today, and they're looking forward to do it once again for the Florida Mutineers, where this is their last chance at playing Modern Warfare 2. New York is looking forward to champs, but they're also looking forward to making it into that losers finals. New York Subliners here to end the hopes and dreams of the Florida Mutineers. I'm ready for this match to get started.
Let's do it, Allie. Let's do it, Toronto. An elimination game. Somebody's headed home. Someone's going to Championship Sunday. Maven, Merc, let's hope it's not a 3-0 this time, guys.
A lot of that. I'm hoping for a map 4. Maybe they'll commentate this weekend, but no, it's been a lot of 3-0s and then some electric matches. It's been truly wild, but taking a look at this, God, I don't know. Like Lando kind of said, you know, you have on one side of it, Subliners are finally starting to click, maybe get back to that form, but at least they have champs to look forward to. There's much more desperation, certainly on the side of Florida Mutineers, and sometimes backs against the wall, that desperation, it can lead to magical things.
I mean, it's almost like, there's desperation, I guess, but it's almost no pressure already.
True.
Top 6. Yeah. I mean, you win this, you get into a top 4. It's been a great weekend for you.
Yeah, that's another way to look at it.
Finally, they get a roster. Maybe they can kind of build off of this for next year, but the fact is, I mean, yeah, you've had a great weekend if you are the Florida Mutineers. We'll see if you can get any sweeter for New York. I mean, they looked solid today, right? I mean, able to bounce back versus Vegas, get that big 3-0 win, and all 4 players look dominant at some point.
Yeah, the more you say that, I think, like, yeah, less desperation, more it's the final rodeo. Let's hit it. See how it goes.
Yes, we're on vacation before we go on vacation.
Yeah, right. Let's get ready. Hop into the map 1, Mercado. We just casted NYSL in that phenomenal series they had against Las Vegas Legion to end their dreams. HyDra was magnificent. His POV can truly be special when he is clicking. We'll see what he brings to the table in this one. And the Bulldog, how strong he can be when things are flowing and the chows are on point. Wherever to HyDra, we will go.
Already nice pressure here, though. You're going to get those spawns that will flip over 4P2. Victor with a big win. They're able to take down one map control over. Priestahh just trying to play his life in this second hilltop cantina. They know he is there in Capsule. Had some big moments versus Røkkr. We know the individual skill that he has, but already a nice start for the Mutineers. Now, can they hang on? New York's turn to try and flip these spawns.
Vickle pushing out the cut. Cap. A car to help his side. Not going to be a ton of time here at the mid hardpoint, but hell, you'll take what you can get right now if you are Subliners.
Might be some solid time. You see the way Florida's playing this. They're just kind of waiting. They don't want to lose the spawns. That's going to allow Priestahh to find one, and then maybe off of that, they're going to go. Yeah, they're going to push off of this. Vickle's going to be the first one to hold down middle tunnel, able to take down one, has the help of Brack. But I think you take the 26 seconds on P1.
No, yeah. Ends up being more than I thought it was going to be, but you kind of guess right. He is left. Vickle, kind of the opener, slowed that down. 2 more kills to stop the flood. HyDra goes in. There's a pick. Now it's going to create a little bit of chaos here. Vickle knows he's got one above him. HyDra just retaining this second floor coverage. Angle there from Brack, though, to pick up the kill. Tags now in from Vic.
Yeah, nice plays right there. They knew HyDra was lurking around. And I like that from HyDra, right? Just playing his life, making them have to focus on his plays, but able to rebound. It's Brack now starting to get going, but it's going to be a trade back and forth for the final 20 seconds. Capsule trying to find both, and he does. Takes down Skyz and Priestahh. Now over to this rotation, you have a 3 versus 3 right now. Making a 2-on-3 for Florida. They got to go, though, because Priestahh's going to spawn out behind them. They know it. They're trying to make the plays on in.
Yeah, just trying to send it, but KiSMET there, locking it down from top. Then comes the flank from Priestahh, as you said, the spawn out and behind. Kind of the natural pinch develops. Now, what can they do on their next wave? The point man's going to be Priestahh, and he's slowing it down, staggering that push yet again.
Yeah, nice time from Florida on that P2. Able to give them that lead, but we know Mercado. It is a trade back and forth unless you can get a couple of big breaks, and then it can turn into a blowout quickly. It's Florida going for another push. 35 seconds left on this hill. Brack going to be the point man. Vickle able to find one, and now Brack just going to try to get to work on this table. Able to find one. The snakes are in, but not going to matter. New York holds
Yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful kill, but does not matter in the slightest. Now, on the other side of things, we'll take a look at Fellows POV. Wins his first one-on-one, trophy out, and is trying to get an angle here from back alley. Next Hardpoint popping in about 10 seconds. There's a one-on-one on the other side of this. Capsule actually able to win that, so gonna get 10 seconds or so. Never mind, he's actually gonna get traded out. That's Priestahh with the kill.
Yeah, I mean, Priestahh was just lurking in that corner, was able to find 2, so he was just playing his life on rotation. You take this all day, and now Brack has to wait for his teammates, and this is what you do not want. 2 hills in a row for the New York Subliners. P3 over to P4 inside of this barbershop on rotation. Yeah, 5 in a row for Priestahh. Skyz is on 2, HyDra as well. So again, this New York team just playing all so well together.
Yeah, we know Priestahh's been a guy that can do it with any weapon when the confidence is there, but we've seen a lot of it, I feel like, today. Like just hitting with attack, hitting with the Vaz, stepping it up, close range, long range, whatever you need from him. And HyDra, an absolute animal. Now 4 in a row from him, up to 8 and 6. Denny Pop looking to make plays, but everybody pretty much out towards mid-map. We'll see if he can find his timing to get into the action.
Yeah, now you have Florida just trying to lock down 10. Couple of kills off a spawn, but that lead now up to 50 points for the Subliners. Vickle with some nice shots there, just clearing out some space to deal with this first push. You got a cruise missile coming on in from Priestahh. What info can he find? May not need it. 2 gonna go down. Capsule trying to play his life. Gonna get it through the roof. No, he's gonna go for the player off a spawn. So keeping it messy right now are the Subliners. As off spawn, Mutineers just trying to fly forward.
Yes, making sure you don't have 4 people on this hold, and that opening might be enough because HyDra once again. God, the footwork, little snapback, 180 hits the second. Up to 11 and 8 now. His POV is delectable.
Yeah, you were just talking to me earlier about it after that first match. Just feels like sometimes he knows where everyone is at all times. It is very smooth as he finds another double, leading the way for the Subliners. The superstar up to 13, almost number 14. There it is, 5 in a row for HyDra.
Yeah, it's like obviously he's not walling, but it seems like just his awareness on the map and when the pre-aims come in, like he has such a good feel for where people are going to come from. The gun is just always ready for the next fight. It can be truly remarkable what he's capable of. Yeah, it just reminds you of like Prime Scum. Like, I don't know, very similar to ADS, just seems to be there at the right time. It's a pleasure to commentate. And well, they've got a nice lead here. Now up to 80. You need a big hold. Absolutely, every Mutineers, you have a chance for it here. You're set up inside. There's 50 seconds remaining. You have all 4 players up. Here comes the push now from YSL.
Yeah, as you said, this needs to be a good hold here. But I like that they don't get desperate. They hold their position. They know that the pressure is coming through back alley. Right now trying to avoid the wall bangs that are coming on in. The trophy giving him some help, but he's got to back on down. Now nobody in the hill in New York. You're able to find a break. You still have presence here if you are the Mutineers. Just not the presence that you want as Skyz, Priestahh, and KiSMET get to find 3.
Yeah, when you have a lead like this, those 20 seconds or so you might get at the end of it. Magnificent, right? Just tack it onto the advantage. Don't allow the comeback to come in. His Capsule's trying to pop off now on 17, but they're going to need a full team effort. They're going to rip and roar back into this one as him and Brack connect on to take 1 down. Next Hardpoint now up. Another shot for Mutineers, maybe to get a hold. Lead still looming around 80.
Yeah, I mean, Capsule with a nice play. You know, when they get that break in off a spawn, he's already thinking about this final hill. He knows they got to get into this setup. That's what will get them right back into the game.
Yeah.
Able to find 2 on that rotation. Now trying to lock down back alley. Able to find 1. That's an easy one. Finally finally maybe a clean hold for the Mutineers as HyDra, the last player standing on this push, and Big Cap up to 5 in a row.
Hey, get the rest of this time. You'll be down about 30 or so points. This is what you needed. After Subliners chained together too, you needed a big hold, and it's coming right now. Give him number 6, up to 21. Number 7, cutting them down. Crew's ready and waiting. Capsule absolutely popping off in this moment, up to positive 10. The next chow may be coming from Skyz. He spots him though, right as he goes to pop the Denny. Trades there, but the streak will end now for Capsule.
Trying to hit that trophy down, but HyDra, the nade,
not fast enough.
Well, after all of those hills are done, after this first set of rotations, it's about a 20-point game. Crew's coming in early for Capsule, maybe trying to break the spawns for P2, get them off of that time and give them map control. Here comes Florida now as Brack was trying to lurk up through back alley in a cantina.
Yeah, I was thinking, depending on his timing, it might work out, but they're aware of it, and they'll pick it up now to the gauntlet here at mid-map. Kiz able to jump across. Chow then from HyDra. So far, so good from NYSL. The Capsule has been the hot hand, and he keeps it going. He'll get 2 and just gets out of harm's way for a moment. Tries to use this opening to get across, though. HyDra off spawn, picks it up.
Yeah, this is gonna be a split though. You have an opportunity. Bracket on 1 versus 1. Against HyDra able to win it, and then Fellow with 2 middle of the map. So this could tie the game up, but you at least have P2 spawns. If you are the Mutineers, they just gotta hold on these final 10 seconds in this middle hill.
I think they're fine with just clearing them out of it for now. Just get the setup. You know, you saw the first time through how much they put into this and then broken relatively quickly. They do a better job this time around. Kiz with the opener. A 3-man hit coming from the left. Fellow just trying to get shots in. Damage into 2, damage into 3. Is anyone going to pick up the other kills? I think the assist will go through to Vickle. The flank in from Brack, but KiSMET able to snap in time, but still. Mutineers inside the point, and Fellow just, I don't know how many kills he's getting, but he's putting damage in.
Yeah, his damage numbers are going to be high, but once again off his spawn, it's HyDra with a double. A couple of key breaks, that is the difference in this game. Just staying alive, Hedges, just keeping it messy, and then off spawn, fly the Subliners.
I feel like the setup's been there sometimes for Mutineers, but the ability to push out the spawns a bit, not so much. So is that just because it's been so scrappy?
Yeah, I mean, the fundamentals are there for Florida, right? Off a rotation, winning rotations. It's just those holds that you got to give it props to the New York Subliners.
It's like they haven't had like a clean wave to then push out behind, it seems like. Like, it's just survivability from Subliners, unfortunate spawn close by, and it's like the next crack is almost instant. But here's our next hard point. 30-second advantage for Subliners. HyDra, deadly as ever, looking for his timing, and there's the first.
Yeah, but again, right, you didn't have that sort of wave pushed out. It was HyDra who's the last alive, keeping the pressure here. Finally, 3 gonna go down. Someone hunting down.
There we go.
And they do it. And as you said, now you get pushed out off a spawn as Fellow's gonna find KiSMET.
And yeah, this is what you haven't been able to get, like them pushed out towards mid-map. Look how far you're spawning if you're in YSL. This is probably the best hold we've seen, and here we go. Lead change. Mutineers out in front, trailing by what, as much as 80. Now back into this one, and a chance to walk away with this game, but KiSMET trying to make some noise here late in the hard point, but not a lot of time left on this. You're gonna dive at this with what? Just over 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, they're going for this. You're asking a lot of Skyz, but he's going to get pinched. Now the rest of the players coming out of garage side have to do what they can. You fought for that scrap time. You didn't want them near, what, 230, 240 where the Mutineers would have been with Barbershop coming on up. You need a break for NYSL.
And Vickle, that guy that's trying to push it out. What can he find here? There's a flank coming in, though. Look at that number 5. It's going to be HyDra that might be able to find an opening. It looks like the angle is there from Brack. He's got eyes on it, so he knows that's possible.
Priestahh wins another one as well. So now it's a 2 versus 3. It's a 1 versus 3, and well, Priestahh, he's able to hold on. Again, just buying enough time for his teammates off a spawn with HyDra, able to break that hill.
We got to get a break, and you've got people kind of all over the place right now if you're Mutineers. Another big win from HyDra. 14 points needed for Mutineers, 10 now needed for NYSL. That's a flurry of kills. That'll be 3 dead. Now you just got to fly. You got to hope to win some ludicrous gunfights. You got to go and just try to contest. Only person maybe close enough is going to be Vickle. Not going to get there in time. And NYSL, despite some scary moments there in the late game, they're able to hold on with a big break at Barber.
But another one of those moments, right, where, you know, the game's maybe getting a little bit messy, and maybe the New York of the past or the last couple of majors may have thrown that end game, but they stayed very disciplined in the moments where they had to. finding that initial kill, playing your life. You know, HyDra was able to do a Cantina side. Then you had Priestahh on the opposite side, Garage, off spawn, just finding a couple of kills, and then they were all able to collapse, where I think maybe in the past, you know, the comms, maybe they rush themselves. Florida maybe would have won that map #1.
Yeah, I mean, they were in control for the most part if you're YSL until you had those late moments. But yeah, it just feels like the pacing and the decision making on when to pounce, it was really on point at time for NYSL. Like you said, just like a pick or two, hit it. Not rushing things too much, finding their openings and taking advantage, and they will go up 1-0. We'll take a look at the stats here. I mean, Capsule goes +15. Only one really positive from that side. 3,700 damage behind it, which will lead the lobby by a significant margin. Just a bit more maybe balanced on the other side of things.
Yeah, and I think there was just a lot of those sort of early rotations that Florida gave up. I think they could have won that map. They had the opportunities to, but you could just kind of see just the slaying was a little bit, I wouldn't say one side because Capsule was going off, but everyone else was getting a little bit more involved on the Subliner side, and that's the difference maker here.
Felt like just team moments versus individual moments sometimes.
100%, yeah. As he's able to read that, then allows his teammates to work up through gate. Big plays on the back end for Priestahh and HyDra to close that game #1 out.
And I feel like Priesthah's been making a lot of big plays. I mean, at times a question mark for this side, but been really, really solid as you've been casting. You can kind of see the frustration there for Capsule. I mean, I think you go +15. You're probably individually you're feeling like you're just frying.
Yeah,
like, boys, we're doing it. But yeah, I mean, it's not by much, but outslammed by 3 kills. HyDra, really the one just dominating from a slaying standpoint on the NYSL side, but we've seen that before, certainly. But yeah, I feel like later in the year we've seen, I mean, OpTic's been doing it quite a bit leading into this major. Just, I don't know, teams getting outslayed, able to take the victory. Fundamentals starting to get there, maybe a little bit more for teams as we get later into the year. But 3 kills, I mean, it's not, that's not a whole lot of separation.
And again, just those moments for New York where they may have collapsed in the past, and right there able to close that out. Those were sort of the moments they were dropping, leading to upsets, leading to frustrations, but it feels like they're really closing those out.
Yeah, probably shout out to the coaching staff and just the work they've been doing over these past couple of months, because it's always got to be a tough, it's great when you win early, awesome. Like, we got the win. For some teams, it's almost like,
what's going on here. I like this though.
Yeah. Just maybe a little gas,
I don't know. Did he hear him? That's a very big earphone.
I have no idea. He might be pretending to.
Maybe he learned French.
Yeah, might have. Sender is very talented. But I mean, just when you talk to some of these players, we had Skyz on the podcast, and hearing how much they've been working on the hard points and just being decisive with their calls and decision making, and I mean, just like we've kind of heard from everybody, just trying to get the scrims to look more like the actual matches, something they were really harping on, and you're seeing it here. But we're going to take a look at kind of land comparison, how they've looked through the year, I believe, for NYSL now as we wait for the map 2 to get started and get into the search and destroy. And that's kind of what we're talking about. I mean, you do get the 4th, obviously, at Major 4, but you've just been battling to get back to that start, 23-9 in map 7-1 overall. First place finish at the first major, trying to make the run now.
Yeah, Major 3 obviously was a big collapse, but even that Major number 2, where they're 5-7 in map count, probably a couple slipping away, 8-7 in map count in Major 4. They go 2-2. They're trying to get better, trying to get in form. As we kind of heard Bance say, just peaking at the right time. Can you time it correctly? It's difficult to do.
It is. But it just seems like it's a team that's been almost sort of trying to find their identity in some ways throughout the course of the year.
Like, how are we so good? Now we're so bad.
Yeah, well, in the sense of, like, I don't know. At one point you're great at search. At one point you're great at hardpoint. Now maybe getting to that time of year where they're pretty solid in all the modes. Starting to have a decent map pool, push teams to distance.
Yeah, I felt like their map pool was really the big question mark, because it was so much hotel, and then the hotels were slipping away from them, right? And that's when you're starting to see a little bit more a CeeLo search destroy, a CeeLo control for this team. I think control is the key for them, as we've seen their stats on it.
Yeah, I mean, if your map pool is not super wide, you better be lights out in the few that you're solid at. Otherwise, it's going to be a long, long road. Search and destroy. CeeLo. See if Mutineers can bring it back, but it's Skyz with the snipe out, just looking for the angle. Where's his prey? Oh, minus all foot. I thought
Fellow sniping as well. Priestahh gonna find that first blood. This is the bomb. If he's able to find this kill, maybe slow things down. And yeah, KiSMET wisely just backs away. On the other side is going to be Brack on a wide flank, maybe looking to pounce, but it's not going to matter. He's left in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, good luck. Just decimated in this opening round. This is what we kind of saw with NYSL in the last series against Las Vegas. The first round just came in and bodied them. Like, didn't lose a player. Just dominated from the get-go, set the tone. And they do that here as well.
Yeah, playing with pace. That was, you know, when we talked to teams, you know, how are they so far ahead Major 1, Stage 1? It was really their pacing, just how confident everyone was playing. Just a little bit faster, but seeing Priestahh with a Vaz a little bit more in his hands every now and then.
Yeah, well, that's usually the thing that if a team finds separation over the course of the year, it's like the faster you can play as a cohesive unit, the better. Like the pace typically picks up as you go along.
When you have that man on your screen as well, one of the, you know, the best flexes in the game. Can do it with an AR, can do it with a sub.
Nah, he's really been getting done with everything this weekend. Him and HyDra responsible for all 4 kills. Big Vic. Hammering on in, working for the plant. Well, not gonna happen. KiSMET, Bulldog, roof, right on in.
Able to find, then again stay alive, and somehow HyDra with 2. Brack was left in a 1 versus 4 first round. Same thing in round number 2. This is clean out of the Subliners.
It's so funny, like when you go like on Vic's POV and he just gets in, just like casually getting the bomb down. You hop over to KiSMET and he's just slamming his head like the Kool-Aid man just through the door.
Yeah,
easy kill.
Has Daddy, doors are open from an 8 and nobody watching it. They think they have an early plant. Turns into a nightmare.
It looked pretty, like, as much as you saw, you know, kind of Sender and HyDra and the smiles going around the one side, like, not a lot of chatter, at least on the Mutineers, in between the maps, it didn't seem like. And I don't know how you can talk without a forehead. Is Brack, he's gone. Nice shot there from Skyz, 4v3. And Skyz was responsible for a lot of first bloods in our last series, too, in the search and destroy.
It's also just tough to have a lot of chatter when you're just getting fried. What do they have, 1 kill on the map right now?
I'm more in between, like, maps 1 and 2. Like, I was a pretty tight one, but they seemed kind of flustered. Probably were. You lost a close game. Yeah, there's a kill. Fellow gets 1. KiSMET sends it. Capsule ripped out of the map. 3v2 now. Vickle tries to fly in for a potential trade. Not going to happen. Now down to Fellow in the 1 versus 3. Taking a shot. Whizzes by him. And there's the repeat with the snipe. Let's see it from Skyz POV.
And a lot of individual plays.
Like, they're having fun, man.
No, they are. A lot of individual plays, and you can just see, right, after a kill goes down, there's no trade. There's no trade potential. Every single time New York are getting aggressive, it's KiSMET, and then it's HyDra, and then it's Priestahh. There's always another player for the Subliners.
It feels like the trade attempt sometimes from Mutineers is coming in like so delayed, too, that it's just like a free kill. Like you kind of saw with Vic there.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. It's just like not. There's an attempted trade. Just count to 3, and then it's coming.
I don't even know if that counts.
Yeah. Is it a trade anymore?
2 kills through 3 rounds.
A clinic right now out of NYSL. Any more miracles out of Mutineers, or have they met their makers? You finally get a first blood as Capsule is able to find that.
And I like this, right? You're on offense, dictate the pace if you are the Mutineers. Just slow it down. These rounds have been getting away from you way too quickly. This time, they don't move for about 20 seconds. They get a first blood, another free kill. If New York are going to be this active, make them pay. Fellow try to get shots in. Where is the trade? There we go.
There you go.
Better in this round here from Florida.
Yeah, if you can try to get them to play at your pace. I mean, you can't always dictate it, but try your best to do so. And there they do it. It just seems like the faster the game, the more it's going to play to NYSL's favor. I mean, whether it's respawn or search. It's a tough thing to kind of slow people down to your pace, though.
No, you can do it on offense, you can't do it on defense. That's sort of the issue here. They're going to have to try to match the pressure. Or, I mean, just give it up. Play a retake. We've seen that a lot of times. Just sort of give up that A-bomb.
Let's see if the round loss changed anything out of NYSL. Playing deep with the snipe again to get one on the other hand, or on the other side with Skyz as well. First blood though, second behind it. Third right there as the snipe hits. It's just Vickle by himself again. They have found no answer on defense. Unless Vickle pulls off something nutty here in a 1 versus 3. Hits the stun, knows where 1 is. He goes up top though. Vickle trying to snap back. Did he win the chow? Pre-fire kind of there. I don't know if he got back to full HP.
I don't think he did. Felt like he was very close, but yeah, still a little weak there. But again, just the first blood just leads to another one. No trade. Skyz, Overwatch, able to hit another snipe in the round. KiSMET 6-1. Just run right up that field, able to find all the kills.
Those rounds, it just feels like the first domino gets hit and just topples the rest. Yeah. Bang. Fell might just straight up like ego shell that snipe fight on the other side.
Might have to.
I don't know. It doesn't look like he's seeing much from his side, and Skyz is hitting the shots.
He's also playing behind the building.
Yeah. Just flying at him. Don't let him dictate the pace this time. HyDra sends it again. Fellow this time caught, playing from the same position he did the previous round.
Well, they slowed down. They would have had a first blood, but he had a nade in his hand, and then HyDra's able to turn it into numbers for New York. You do have Capsule on the opposite side trying to find an opening through Tool. Maybe the playmaker for the Mutineers.
No, it's like, honestly, it's like Fellow was licking the floor there last round, just flying him. That's what they do. Vickle brings it back, though. Skyz slowly peeking the angle. Bragg's head is still on his shoulders.
Just jumps over that, I think. Now Vickle trying to find another one, but all of the players are there from New York. Again, no trade. Finally, Capsule gonna try to back his teammates up, but Bragg's gonna get hunted. Trying to bunch a 1 versus 3. Skyz with the headshots, able to connect.
Yeah, just good job to get position, kind of give himself the heady on that stairwell. Don't give Capsule a chance to have a heroic moment and inch them back into this, kind of like they brought it back in the hard point. 5-1 New York. Dominant so far. New York side just seem to be vibing. What they're trying to pull off, it's working. Can they end it here?
Yeah, a lot of B hits so far, but maybe now just going to try to end the game on your traditional A hit. Stuns going out, just checking inside the bomb site. HyDra already in a great position. Going to look over his teammates. Priestahh's got him with another Vaz. So there is that first blood. It feels like the first blood's been dictating everything. Vickle, though, is going to turn this into a 2-on-2.
Will Vickle's play be enough to extend this map for Mutineers? Just bot walking outside on both ends of it. Some nice tags in from Priestahh, but trying to get out of that. He saw attack on the other side of it. Knew it wasn't really a favorable fight. To Skyz we go. He's 5-2. He's been terrific. Not a lot of time. Just checking to see if anyone's on it. And he was on
right stretched it. He stretched it.
In that stretch inside. Maybe. No! That looks so unfortunate for Skyz. And then he's like, all right, well, I'll do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, I just run at him. Yeah.
Oh, the frustrations continue on the Mutineers side. Skyz puts a stamp on the map too. 2-0 edge now to Subliners, taking to 6-1 fashion. Close map one, nothing close about this one.
I mean, the first blood's dominant from the Subliners side. You have one from Capsule, that is it. But everybody, again, contributing for NYSL. They're starting to pick up steam and momentum. They're looking better and better.
They really are. They seem comfortable. They seem confident and looking more like the ghost of that Major 1 team we saw. We'll see how far they continue to go. Still need one more map win. Maybe we can get it done here in CDL Control. You know, we talked about a lot in the last series, but worth bringing up again. I mean, what's it up to now? Is it 25-2 or something when you win the control?
Yeah.
Somewhere in that ballpark, whatever it was, like when they win the control more often than win the series. Obviously, that will be true here because they're up 2-0. So if they're able to take that, yes, they would indeed close out the series. But It's been fun to watch these guys because at times when they seem so frustrated with how things have gone over these past couple majors, they are vibing, they are frying. The team looks like a legitimate threat to make a run at this tournament. Right to a quick break. When we get back, we'll see if NYSL can continue to terrorize the Mutineers.
The CDL is brought to you by your favorite Orange Bandicoot. Pre-order Crash Team Rumble today. Available June 20th. Who do we got? The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. And upgrade your game with a Scuff.
the official controller of the CDL.
We are back in NYSL in cruise control thus far, looking to shut it down now with the control, continue on with another 3-0, and continue their run in this tournament. We're going to take a look at the scuff play of the game. We had some wild ones over the course of that search and destroy, but I imagine it's going to be the final round.
Yeah, I'm going to have to talk to Javi about this one. I think if this is the last one. Yeah, Skyz left in the 1 versus 2. He's going for the wall bang, right? Where the bomb is planted. Priestahh just trying to play his life in the 2-on-2. He does get caught, but with, what, 10 seconds left? Brack just able to get on it. Knows the wall bang isn't there. Javi watching over him, just bounces away, and I think just gets caught sprinting for a second. Well, that just allows him to get melted by the vest.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was like awkward with the door or what, because he hit him down to 49. He didn't hit him again once he went through.
I could see the door.
So it was either the door or it was a weird sprint timing. I didn't realize how weak he actually got him on the cross.
Yeah, add doors into the category of things I love.
Yeah, you do. You do love doors.
That and swimming.
Yeah.
Map 4.
Yes, sir. I think we should triple the amount of doors on the map. But game getting started now for the map 3.
You want to triple them?
Yeah, triple. Let's get triple doors. Different types of doors too, like those doors that split maybe in the middle, so you have like the vertical and the lower part. Maybe the doors with the arches on top, like the big doors, double doors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I'm not a door expert, but I've seen some doors.
I can see that. Yeah, you should sell me a door.
Yeah. Love to, Joe.
So you're thinking this one maybe looks a little bit better for Florida. I have some bad news for you. Since Fellow and Cap have joined this team, they are 0-3 on this map. They are 1-9 across those maps as well. So not looking good here, but NYSL trying to get better on LSCLO. You know teams are going to veto that hotel control versus them. So a CeeLo and Expo, you got to think are be the things they're playing versus the top teams.
All right. On to the B point we will go. They're going to have to worry about Capsule making plays in behind. He's going to do just that. He'll pick up 2. Vic with the one in the front and kind of send them back to square one. No bit of progress going to be done yet in the opening 30 seconds. An opening hit for NYSL.
You guessed it.
Yeah, he had the right feeling.
Yeah, he was behind the door.
Yeah, you know? Yep. See, the door's not there. Doors.
Capsule continues to make plays. Forces NYSL have to go over towards B. Nobody really on the point yet. Deddy popped. He knows where the spawns are coming in. He knows where the play is. HyDra, though, able to get top party and find a kill, as does Skyz. And now this is kind of on Cap. What can he find? Well, he might find 3. Able to line up those 2. Gonna go for the reload. Hello, Priestahh. But Priestahh able to win the first one, then gets taken down.
Yeah, he almost got zapped, but ultimately ends up dropping. Now Brack's POV is trying to get some picks and stagger the push off of spawn. Now, where are you going to go? KiSMET's able to win a big one in the backside, so he's going to pick up Fellow, get backside B control. They're able to clear out their spawn. Now you got a chance. Spawning deep will be the 2 players from Mutineers. They're getting caught off spawn. 1 team kill kind of come through. Want to call on the streak maybe to slow things down for now. That's actually going to hit. Goes in through that side door in secret, able to take out Kiz. And now you're a little split. Well, not anymore. As both got dropped on the other side of it. Only people close to the point will be Skyz and KiSMET. What can they do? Vic will dance it on him.
Able to find 1, gets him off that, but what you are at 0.0. That is usually 0, but they have this second tick of progress in. 1 player is on it in Skyz, now another player on A. They will deal with him. Now they got to deal with Priestahh.
Numbers, fascinating things, Joe. But for those at home, it's basically at 0.01 or something that's on it. We just don't see that decimal place.
Yeah, you're a math expert, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm here for you, buddy.
Numbers guy, big numbers guys, maybe.
Yep.
But a nice defensive round there. Very clean from Florida. Capsule 10-1 in the round. Had a great map number 1, and he is flown here in map 3.
Almost some late round heroics there from NYSL, but not quite enough. One of the first positives you've seen from Mutineers really since the middle of that Hardpoint when they made the run. You saw just absolute frustration on their faces after the search and destroy, especially with the way it ended. Let's see if the boys can get vibing now. Slow down the train that is NYSL. Nice shots from Brack.
Yeah, nice shots from Brack. You have Vickle working towards that pinch, trying to find the flank, and that's going to be 3 dead, make it all 4. Where the Mutineers want to go for this. It looks like the B hit, right? The more difficult point to get done with. If you add some trophies, got to dodge the nades. But 4 players nearby, not everyone on it, kind of playing positioning. Now Vickle going to try to fly on through, but he gets caught. So you're into a 2-on-2 as the trades are moving forward, but a nice recovery for NYSL.
Yeah, if they just get 1 tick, they regain real fast. And it just, you saw from the Sky Cam, there's absolute skirmish all over the place. Just praying for the comms to be on point, not to get any awkward timings. Now trying to send it towards A. You have tower side control with Brax set up. Onto the point they go with 30 remaining in the round.
Yeah, finally gonna pause the clock. Only 1 tick of progress done. Plenty of lives. Capsule gonna try and play his life. Has a nade, trying to dodge the other one's fellow looking over him. That's gonna be 3 dead. That should be the A zone. You see KiSMET off a spawn, just running upfield. They're gonna have to defend B.
Minute added on, here we go. Florida desperately trying to get this to a map 4 and keep their tournament alive. Good luck with that fight. So back down, look for another route to 12-2 is Cap. Having a map, he gets the comm, the pick is in. Brack able to find the kill, and Capsule gonna send it straight into the deep side spawn of Subliners. So now you gotta worry about him if your Subliners player is coming off spawn.
Yeah, he's just basically making sure you block the spawns back there. That's the FaZe and HyDra. He just flies on off. Able to take down 2. Keeps the B point alive for NYSL. Gives them a chance in this round. Again, just an individual play. Fellow able to re-snap. Nice shots with the grill covered him.
And that's like, that forces Capsule out of his position then. Everything sort of falls apart, domino by domino. Nice drop shot there from HyDra. Just milking it.
What's he milking?
I don't know.
Oh,
it.
Got it.
The ground, the opposition, himself. I don't know, Joe. 25 seconds left to go. Let's see if they can get the final 2 ticks at B. Or if they'll get that offensive hold. I mean, you've got an advantage so far just in progress if you are Mutineers, but you'd love to take that 2-0 edge. That'll be 2 down. Now you send it. You got a chance. 9.2 on the clock. Now onto the point we go. 2 players coming off spawn deep for Subliners. A lot of the pressure now going to be on Skyz and KiSMET to find kills. KiSMET 1. Another for Skyz. Piecing them apart, and will that be enough? Second tick is done now. 1 more to go.
Yeah, but yet you had all the players around it, but you only had 1 or 2 on the point, right? Everybody's kind of waiting for NYSL, and then they lose the next gunfight. So instead of sort of stacking the point, forcing them out, you had a chance to go up 2-0 in this map. They just play around the zone, and NYSL are just clutching up in these crucial moments.
Yeah, I guess they're just thinking we have a 4-on-2, let's just get the kills, then stack. But yeah, they just packed it in.
Stack.
Yeah. As long as you got a trophy or something, and not like a real awkward crossfire that's set up for Kiz or Skyz, you're likely good. But in that 2 versus 4, they're able to clutch up and hang on. But yeah, 1-1, still advantage for the defense round 5. 2 Mutineers, just a lot more success, obviously, as a tick short of that round win. Not a lot to write home about for Subliners in that first round on offense. See if they change things up a bit.
Yeah, they went towards B a good amount early on, and that just sort of put them in a tough spot. They couldn't get Capsule out of the spawn as well. That led to that streak, and that's already 4 dead for NYSL. Priestahh off spawn is able to find 1, and at least that's Cap because, yeah, they were just not able to take him down early last time through.
And you could just tell, like, their opening breaks at Hotel are a whole lot more comfortable, right?
Yes. But this is something they have to work on, right? This is those moments. Towards champs, you cannot have a weak map pool, especially if you want to win it.
Nice shots.
Nice shots from Skyz here. Reads Cap, but Cap is really not missing.
Oh, yeah, he was real weak, though. 1 more bullet, he's likely going to drop. KiSMET with a bit of dance and finesse. Trying to finish up A. Second part done. Reinforcements through in Skyz. Fellow getting picks, and now Capsule through on the back side of it. We'll see if he can shut this down or if the read is there. KiSMET now stuck between 2 players, and he will get them both. Nice play from Kiz, and that will finish off A. And now you just lost 3 players. They all get the close side B spawn, so you're going to be able to get there in time. I was worried maybe an awkward timing in the transition across. You do get caught if you're Vickle.
You're not upfield, though. That's really the issue. You're hoping to have like white control, but instead Skyz is there. He's able to find one. So you're stuck around the wall, around this AC. That is 3 dead once again. So yeah, if you go for that one more second, you're giving up map controls. Priestahh is hitting beams with the Vaz right now, but staying alive AC side.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it seemed like a real awkward time for 3 to die there, like right as they're finishing it.
But for now, there's only one player on it from the Subliners, so a chance for the retake to come through. Vickle just waiting for his team, waiting for the ARs to get into the spot, and there we go, able to take down 2.
Kids just playing around the kills. Ooh, another close range fight. Capsule's taking a couple of these with just not much HP left. Skyz again beaming. Looking for that X opening. Maybe he comes here. Priestahh pushing through backside party.
This is on Vickle.
Trying to cut him down.
Yeah, Vickle, though, on the other side, was able to sneak through mid. You do have kids going all the way through the spawn. But for now, everything's just kind of slowed down due to Vickle's positioning. Good kids, though. Look at kids all the way behind enemy lines.
He needs his teammates to stay up or find a good timing with this, though. Kiz getting in from behind. There's 2. The snap not there in time, and I like this. Just play his life for a second. I was gonna say, just get down and get back to full HP. Give yourself a chance. Get some damage in these players. It doesn't last long, though. The beams come in.
Sorry, you have the trophy, you have the positioning, 2 players on it. Can you get a 3rd? Will it matter? NYSL trying to win this offense. Gap trying to get in, and there we go. KiSMET with the long route, had to tack out, took his time, able to gun down both players, and then good luck getting him off that spot.
Yeah, that's all on Kiz. I mean, I know he doesn't survive there long, but you still, 2 to 3 players like snap to that position to try and clean him up. That's just, what, another second or 2, you're able to get to key spots, get trophies out. Kiz does everything there in the late moments. Great play.
And even having the tack, just realizing how he wants to play this. Doesn't have the Vaz. They run 3 ARs to close out that round. So just nice adjustments from NYSL. Now can they close it out here into our top 4?
Got a good chance to do it here on defense. It was real close, the last defensive effort. Obviously, I mean, it comes down to 1 bit of progress, but let's see if they can clean it up here at all. So far, most of the picks coming through the way of Mutineers. Priestahh needs 1 more bullet in to get the 2.
Well, at least you have the, you're pausing the time. Fellow going for the chow. Bit of an overchow right now, but able to take him down, and there we go. The teamwork on point for the Mutineers. Have not said that a lot throughout this match. Vickle trying to go for the trade, gonna land on a nade, and KiSMET, he's just going for a circle.
I love that. Just get out. See on the other side, stun hits, beautifully done there from Kiz. He's making the plays. He's at 22 and 15. And now he's in your cheeks, just soaring forward towards the spawn. Making it a nightmare for Florida Mutineers. But finally, they're able to pick him up. They do get 2 bits of progress done, but 45 seconds left to go on the clock here.
Yeah, but it gives them all map control. Now HyDra, you're hoping it at least finds 1. You have 2 ticks of progress done today, so you think you're going to rotate off towards that zone, try to get it done, get that extra time. But it looks like maybe they're thinking about B. They're kind of going over towards A, going over towards B. Finally, it looks like the decision is going to be made. The Mutineers going to get this one done.
All right, mid-extension end. What, minute 40 to go. Live-wise, basically even. Deddy now out for HyDra.
He's
nice
flowing.
gunfight when he is flowing. The movement on point. Trying to get the reset on Deddy if he can, and he'll get it. Now, how long can he just continue to get the resets on Deddy and just keep them second-guessing where he's at? Obviously, with his position, they're going to spawn out on the other side. Not much left in the tank when it comes to Deddy, but Skyz is getting all the kills. He did another bullet. And maybe got that one as well. HyDra's Deddy ran out, but he's still lurking on the other end of it. HyDra on one side, Skyz on the other. Welcome to the blender of Mutineers.
Yeah, I mean, really, HyDra, he finds those kills and he spawns them right into this setup
he's still
that NYSL has. But now just playing his life can be so difficult to deal with. Skyz now on 5 in a row. Nice headshot in from Brack, but not a lot of time for the Mutineers. Only 8 lives remaining as well. They need something here.
I mean, that sequence is what, 3 or 4 kills for HyDra, 5 for Skyz. Yeah, 4 in a row still for HyDra, still in the streak. So what a swing that was in the lives department. Just got him in the trap and absolutely pinned them back. A thing of beauty as Subliners are clicking right now, trying to finesse out, but Priestahh not able to do it.
Maybe
6 lives, 20 seconds remaining. This is your chance. Everything for the Mutineers' lives in this tournament, and well, the year comes down to this. They're able to take out 2. HyDra, by the way, is still here, still lurking, still alive. Not able to take that one. Fellow will pick it up. Clock is going to stop at 9.8 seconds.
Yeah, but you had no trophy, so Vickle got hit by a grenade, but Capsule plays his life inside a tool. Trying to hold on, they still have some time. Here comes NYSL off his spawn. Now the stack is here from the Mutineers, and that is done.
Dude, considering how bad they got trapped for a bit there, that is an impressive round to pull out. To the final one we go as Brax getting fired up. I thought it was done, man.
I did as well, but that's just it, right? This is what NYSL are trying to clean, those sort of moments. But Capsule with the plays, they were able to play their life inside, and then, yeah, you had HyDra with the Vaz, right? And he's in that spot. You're hoping someone runs into him, not away from him. So they're able to get behind that wall. I thought maybe there was a grenade that hit Vic as soon as they got onto the point. That would buy NYSL enough time to sort of retake it, but it does not.
Fifth and final round. Another chance for survival here for Mutineers. Fellow right out to tower. The gunfights, though, at B. Capsule gets picked nearly instantly. Vickle trying to pick up the slack. Has battle hardened, but gonna catch that stun to the forehead. On the other side of it, Brack trying to make the plays. Kiz already gonna get set up in the back. How long can he survive? Because he doesn't have help here for a while.
And he only has a Vaz right now, so really just trying to play his life. Just trying to play his life. He's inside of the truck. Skyz is still at B, but this push, it looks like it's going to be taken care of as HyDra over at A.
The arrows were just haunting him viciously. He's trying to hide the back of the truck. Oh, well.
Wow, that is just a great grenade from Priestahh. What in the world is that?
Yeah, Vickle's just like, all right, sick.
I mean, that's just a friend. Does he just throw it at the ground, right? He just is like, yeah, this will watch my flank. Sure.
Yeah, just blows his body to pieces. Later, Vickle. Priestahh on the point. Progress about to be done. Nice win there for Priestahh as he's just got Vickle in the mental blender.
You can see they're trying different things out. You've had Kiz with attack. You've had Priestahh with the Vaz. You switch it up. I don't know if it's just due to the point, the guns they're finding on the ground, or what they feel. Okay, he definitely just found it on the ground. As KiSMET up to 31. Does get traded out, but the same thing last time through. Watch that number 6. It is Skyz. And you think in the comms, they have to be saying, all right, we're looking for Skyz. Where is he? Where is he? And that's what Capsule's doing right off of spawn.
He's looking for him. He'll find him in the form of bullets. Capsule now dropped. They win another one in mid-map. Vickle at least able to pick up 1 kill. Now, how do you plan this attack if you were NYSL?
Looks like they want to deal with the players off spawn again. And that's going to be HyDra with the attack. So now they're going to go. They're going to start this collapse to find Fellow, to find Brack. Just trying to play their lives. But there we go. One's idiot taken down.
2 down.
Yeah, HyDra's just spawn killing like this is a pub right now. It's a summer barbecue for HyDra as he's just playing his life.
Nice shots, HyDra. That is a thing of beauty. 4 in a row. He's -3 right now, but he is hitting wallbang central with HyDra. Give him another. Ooh, 1 more bullet. He's likely got it. You get 2 kills through there. You survive for a moment, but that will do it. NYSL. They get the 3-0. They move on. Continue to find form and the smiles and the vibes. They're peaking again for this squad.
For the Mutineers, that is going to be the end of their year. But I think, you know, this squad, this roster that we saw, props to them because I think there are some teams, right? There are some teams who, you know, you're not making it to champs, might just want to give up. But these guys, they, you know, did a top 6 here, gave it their all, looked better and better towards the end of the year. I mean, we were talking to teams, and they're like, this Florida team is ridiculous in scrims. But NYSL clutch on up in that round number 5. And I like what they were doing with the ARs, man. They had like 3 or 4 tacks when B was the final point. getting those spawn kills in.
Well, I mean, you saw from both sides. I know they ended up losing the one round, but just really comfortable getting them in the trap, knowing when the trap is on and just playing around it. Maybe a little bit of a blunder not to close it out in the round 4, but still some things you really like to see, because you know the comps have to be, you know, they'd be playing well as a unit to get those traps in the first place. Those don't just like happen by chance. Like that is a really good setup you're getting if you were in YSL. And now with the 3-0, we'll take a look through the stats. Once again, just pretty balanced. I mean, through the respawns, at least for NYSL, I mean, a great game from KiSMET, but the damage and kills are there for everybody.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, obviously this is a great control, but what's really stuck out for me for NYSL has been their search, especially today.
Yeah.
You know, versus Vegas, like HyDra was in his bag, right? Just felt like he knew where everyone was at all times, just very aggressive. Knew exactly what they wanted to do, and then same thing here, 6-1 in this Asilo. And it just felt like as soon as there was a first blood, that was it. The round was over. So NYSL, they make it to top 4 at the major. They'll make it to Sunday.
Yeah, I know, like, maybe not the stiffest of competition for NYSL when you talk about getting through Legion, now getting through Mutineers here, but it's just the fashion they're doing it. Like, you get it done both 3-0s. You look solid across the separate game modes. A team with a chance to maybe make some noise to get deeper.
You can't pick who you're playing, right? You
100%.
That's all it is.
And they're doing that. They're winning map by map. It's a 3-0. They get it done on stage. We've got Skyz with Lando.
Yes, we do indeed, babe. I am here with my guy, Skyz. You got a nice little group of fans out here. How does it feel?
Right here. My little click, bro.
You gotta love it, man. Yeah, you're good. You're good, bro. I'll tell you what, you guys right now we're in a wonderful spot. You've gone down to the lower bracket. You're knocking out teams. You're ending quite a few team seasons, right? You've ended out LAGs. You've ended Vegas's. Now you're closing out Florida. Is it fair to say that you guys are in a groove right now?
I think we definitely found a flow that's like we're getting the same like itch we got from like Major 1. Like we're starting to smoke people, and then our S&D's free. Shout out Troy, because he's actually made our search and destroy really good. I feel like our biggest problem right now is like we do like the really, really hard part, and then like towards the end of the play, like we kind of troll it. Yeah. Like versus Toronto, like when the lives, like we had so much lives, and they just stacked it. We trolled it, but we just got to lock in and no trolls, and we should be good.
Well, I want to talk to you a little bit about the end of the Hardpoint, because you guys were up early on Mercado. Florida starts to make a heroic comeback, and then I'll be honest, it looks like chaos on the mini-map. How are you guys communicating in that moment? How did you walk away with our opener?
Honestly, like they were like kind of gunning us, but like we were just trying to stick to our game plan, because we all felt like we were playing strategically smart, but like they were just winning a lot of gunfights. And we just tried to play one step ahead towards the end of the game. It got really hectic, and then we ironed out, we slowed it down, and then we got the hold.
Did Dan. You were able to come away with it, and then, like we said, now you guys are 3-0 in the lower bracket. You're 9-0 in maps, and now you head into Championship Sunday again. I got to ask you, my man, you guys have been here before. I know you're definitely trying to get back to the Major 1 form, but what is it going to be? If there's one thing that allows for you guys to head into tomorrow, hold that trophy, what's it going to be?
Just play how we've been playing. Just play confident, no hesitation. Don't even tweak. Whatever you think of, just do the play, and just keep winning searches.
Search is the key. You heard it here first. Guys, anything you want to say to our fans out here in Toronto, fans at home as well in New York?
I just love you guys very much. Thank you guys for supporting. I love you.
Gotta love it. Another 3-0 here for New York. That's going to do it from us here on the main stage. Des, take it away, guys.
One of the greatest personalities in all of esports, Skyz, always the entertainer here for the Subliners. He gets your scuff play of the game in his last match, and that is now 3 3-0s from the Subliners in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going one team at a time, knocking on the doors and just, collecting scouts. So these guys have been on point. They are ferocious in the losers bracket. Not a place any team wants to be.
Ali, we got to give credit to Florida. You made it to a career high right here in Toronto, but you end up going home in 6th place. Got to show some love, though, to guys like Capsule. He showed out. He's showing all the GMs out there that he deserves a spot in 2024.
Like I said, I think for Florida, I think, a testament to them is throughout the whole season, they've all had their moments and had their series. Them making it this far already and upsetting OpTic and making it this far in the bracket was surprising to most of us. And in this series in particular, like, I think in that first Hardpoint, they took most of us by surprise with how close it was, right? Yep. 250 to 236. Florida really came here and tried to pull off an insane miracle, but unfortunately, they had to run to a New York Subliners who was looking to hit back to Major 1 form.
Yeah, you know, and to Ali's point, just to reiterate that Hardpoint, which was really their opportunity in this series, they had that rotation of Barber. They had Hills 2 and 3 in a row and broke Barber immediately. If they get a kill back lot or Brack finds a kill mid-map, like potentially win that map, ride the momentum into game 2, these are two of the better Asilo search and destroy teams that we had. I just think the game plan, it just wasn't all there. Sending your subs up mid, having your ARs play the outskirts, they got exposed by New York. New York are the better team. They're on a hot run. The individuals showed up today.
You know, you bring up the Mercado, though, and they go on, like, you know, an 80, 90-point run to make the comeback. It was the same thing in Control. They're down like a 4 versus 10, but they still clutch up in the rounds. And even at the end of the year, these guys had fight in them. Like, they had a great online stage. They get eliminated. They still bring everything to the table. And, like, there are quite a few teams that even, like, in scrims and whatnot, not putting in, like, a serious amount of effort. These guys came to play. They were impressive. Nothing but respect for all four of them.
They never gave up.
The C-Men set sails out of our bracket, but it's going to be the Subliners powering into your top 4. And we still have one more battle at the end of the night featuring the hometown squad. Toronto Ultra is going to be taking on LA Thieves in our next matchup. And that winner will be playing the Subliners as we kick things off tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Match number 5 of our final Super Saturday coming up after this.
Chris, the what?
Florida Seaman.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm Infinity here in Call of Duty Challenges. This, of course, is the Passion Pit where all of the magic happens, where the next generation of CDL talent is forged. We've had some wonderful upsets and wonderful storylines already been in form over the last couple of days here in Challenges. And of course, for those of you guys that don't really know what Challenges is, this is an opportunity really for kind of players to really make a name for themselves. You guys have already seen it with some of your fan favorites, Scrappy, Hixie, and of course, Ghosty on OpTic, and we've had some wonderful upsets over the last couple of days. Fan favorites such as Boston Academy doing a wonderful job. They just took down M7, and of course is the team with Spark, Neptune, Prolute, and Mohawk. So we've got a ton of names that you guys might even recognize here in Call of Duty Challenges, including a few, it is worth saying, that you guys will recognize from the CDL itself. This, of course, we have Exceed, Fame, Assault, and Arian, a coach here in Challenges, to talk to about kind of their experiences in Challenges, their experience now that they're in the CDL. So Exceed, mate, we'll start with you. Just want to kind of hear a few words really about kind of what you feel like, what was your experience with Challenges when you were in the pit?
Yeah, I mean, it's a grind, you know. You have a lot of your friends down here playing, and, you know, you're trying your best. A lot of the people that are competing here are young kids, you know, in their late teens, early 20s, and you're just trying to make your dreams come true. So getting to travel around the world and playing at events and, you know, getting to play with some of your best friends and competing is just some of the best things that you can do, so.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, man. And of course, we've got Fame here, a recent addition to the CDL. You know, it wasn't that long ago you were playing on an academy team in the form of Røkkr, who have recently partnered with ESG for their team. So for you, really, what was that like experience for being on an academy team and moving into the CDL?
It was great. Having the support of an academy team is unreal to have. And as you can hear some of the pit going on, the passion down here is incredible. But being on an academy team is the best thing you can be in Challengers. You know, you're close to being in the CDL. You got eyes on you, and I mean, luckily for me, Røkkr decided to call me up, and yeah, it was great.
All right, man. Well, thanks so much. And then, of course, we've got Assault. You guys well know Assault. He's a storied player within Call of Duty Esports because yourself, mate, I mean, not trying to gas you up, but of course you are an ex-world champion. What was that like for you, you know, going into Challenges with a world championship under your belt?
Yeah, it was definitely a change for me. I think the biggest difference was just like how much you play here in Challengers. You have to put in way more time. Everyone's really hungry down here. You play way more tournaments, so like it's grueling days at tournaments. I think that was the biggest adjustment for me, but Challengers still a great time. You get to play against your friends all the time, good competition, good players.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And then finally, of course, we have, I guess, an undervalued role, I would say, you know, underappreciated role within Call of Duty Challenges. The coaching staff, Arian, mate, how are you doing? Really want to talk to you about kind of like what do coaches do in Challenges? So we know what coaches do in the CDL. Is it kind of the same thing?
Yeah, I think for the top tier coaches in Challenges, you're looking like maybe like a VOs, for example, of Røkkr Academy. The aim is Challenges the perfect place for you to grind up and prove your name in Challenges and try and find a CDL spot. What a coach will do in Challenges at the top tier is similar to the CDL coaches in terms of being that fifth voice, giving input and making sure the team is having structured practice every day with VOD sessions and using an analyst as well, making sure that they can prep for their opponents and just fine-tuning the team and providing data to help them get better. every single day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, there you go. You just heard about the role of coaches, and of course, you guys know these players. You guys know what they do in Call of Duty challenges. And if you guys want to see, again, that next generation of CDL talent, you can catch it right here in the Passion Pit. You can catch all the action from Call of Duty challenges at twitch.tv/Call of Duty Bravo. For now, though, guys, it's been nice seeing you.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it.
Boy, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break.
I think he did. You can see the arrow comes. Here it comes. Oh, by the second. Huke runs into trouble. Oh my God. Defended up. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no we ain't done yet. But a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told him last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text from way downtown, but it's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Ain't damn near still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds. Told him I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life. I ain't seen him here once.
Let's get it on the final fight of the night. You have LA Thieves squaring up against your Major 3 champions in Toronto Ultra. The home crowd supporting our purple squad. We welcome Joe back to the desk. And this is the final fight, man. We're getting it here for top 4. Who do you think has the edge coming in, Joe?
The edge? I think I'd give the edge to Ultra, and this is not like due to gameplay. This is a very tough schedule for the LA Thieves, right? You had to play late last night, and just due to the schedule, you're the last match tonight. Ultra, they played a match, but you know, they lose it, right? But at least you have something under your belt. LA Thieves, they've just been waiting around. So I'm very excited to see how they play map 1.
2 tournament champions going toe-to-toe, and Nameless, we got a little preview of what's to come. You said these 2 teams are squaring up. Let's first talk about the LA Thieves. What are you expecting for the squad representing Los Angeles?
I mean, well, these guys have just simply been unreal, right? You go up against OpTic Texas, the favorites, you got the whole crowd going up against you, and you turn up to a whole new level. It just seems like these guys from online to LAN, like online just simply doesn't matter. When you talk about a little bit of stats, I mean, Octane is a .88 online. You're getting a 1.15 out of him on LAN consistently. Like, the guy is a monster. So for this team, championship caliber, they're 6-0 map count in the losers bracket, and they're going up against a Toronto team that has been tested throughout this tournament. Game 5 close against New York, and then a loss to Atlanta FaZe. As for our Monster Energy pregame, what do they have to do, Allie?
I mean, ride the confidence, right? We've seen LA Thieves do this before in the elimination bracket. They've gone 12-0 before falling in a grand final. They're looking to do that here. They're 6-0 map count so far this tournament, and 9-2 in series in the elim bracket this season. But also, I think when it comes to this matchup for LA Thieves right now is they just can't get too comfortable, right? They had a good 3-0 over London, but it was a 250-232 hardpoint. It was a round 11 search and destroy. I think they can't get caught slipping when it comes to this series simply because they've had it easy thus far.
Thieves are coming in here technically as the underdogs. Toronto has a higher seed, and you have to think Thieves are potentially playing for a chance to leapfrog them before champs. Joe, we got to take a look at this Ultra squad, though. They are rock stars. They raised a trophy with rookies. That is something I haven't seen in my history of Call of Duty since Miracles way back in Black Ops 2. And we got a chance to see it here at Major 3. What can Toronto build on from what you saw back in Texas?
Well, I think really the key here is sort of the Kleenex Hixie duo, right? Hixie did not have a great match versus Atlanta FaZe, where we saw online he was, much better this stage because he was underperforming throughout stage 4, but he was a .68 against Atlanta FaZe, and then Kleenex as well finishing around a 0.85. But in our Monster Energy pregame, a bit of slaying would push you over the top in these close maps. And that's, to me, I'm looking at those subs. Tidy up the rotations in Hardpoint, then getting back to your bread and butter on Hotel Control. 16-4 this season, and I like that. Yeah, this Control, we know how Hotel can go. It's these small moments they need to close on.
Something we were talking about earlier in the green room was everyone hypes up Scrapz, Rookie of the Year candidate, but you said one of the keys on this team truly is Tobias. What does Kleenex do in that sub role?
Well, I mean, listen, this is like, he can be a superstar in this league, right? When he's playing with such pace, and he needs to be a little bit more consistent for this team. He's the slaying sub for this Toronto Ultra squad. He needs to play off of Hixie, so it just feels like when he's in a rhythm, he'd be one of the best players in the world. He's just got to get there more consistently.
Ali, you've seen Toronto, you've seen them match up against some really tough squads. How do you feel they match up on these maps and modes?
I think on these maps and modes, me and Ant were breaking them down. The fact that it's just a square up. We're going to a 3-night stay at Hotel, and that's obviously both these teams' better maps. And then you round it out with aBeZy and Mercado, and they're just going to go at it. I'm glad not to see Expo in the series, Ant, because I would have raged.
Yeah, I would have raged. I wanted to see them square up on that Hotel Control. The two best teams in the game on that map mode combo. I think the most interesting aspect here is that Toronto Ultra go ahead and veto Mercado Hardpoint, their second best at 13-7. A ton of reps there. I guess LA Thieves impressed them enough.
You want to check out our picks and our friends over at the watch parties, head on over to Breaking Point GG on Twitter, because right now this game is ready to start. No predictions at the desk. We got to throw it down to the floor with our over. Host.
Here we go, Toronto! One final chance for your hosts to stay alive in this tournament. It's going to be a tough one. Their opponents are a mean team. They're decked out in red from top to bottom. Tilt, I will have words with you later. Let's get this show on the road. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the lower bracket run still alive, the LA Thieves! Envoy, Kenny, Drazah, and Octane.
Your boos mean nothing as you're mere mortals to the Call of Duty gods on stage. These guys are tournament champions this year, but also the reigning world champions. A 6-0 spree in the losers bracket. They haven't lost a map. They turn up on LAN, and they're playing against the home crowd. Familiar territory. Can they get it done? Let's bring out Toronto Ultra.
Well, here we go. Chance to stay alive here in the tournament. Your hosts, ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding and put your hands together for Toronto Ultra! Scrap, Hixie, Insight, and Kleenex.
This is it. They find themselves in the elimination bracket, and they have to get through our previous world champs from last year to make it to Sunday in their own home major. They're capable of doing it. We've seen them do it once before, and now they need to show up for the crowd. I'm looking at the slaying power. I'm looking at the rookies in Scrap and Hixie to continue their performances that we have seen throughout this qualifier. And I cannot wait any longer to get this match started. Miles, let's run it up.
I can't wait any longer either, Ali. Right, they're in their respective corners. Let's keep it a good, clean fight. Everything above the waist, gloves up. Let's do this. Bryce Tunn, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are live and we are ready for this game. Top 6, top 4, quote the Raven and nevermore. One of these teams will be leaving us right now. The other one gets to continue on a Sunday.
This could very well be a grand final with how these two teams have been playing in general over this major. Of course, Toronto, I think it's a fair point what Joe was saying. Already playing a game today up against Atlanta FaZe. Ran them close, but not quite close enough. Here against Thieves, these are going to have to come out the blocks because this is going to be very, very tough. You don't just have to play your first game of the day all the way in the last game of the day. You have to go up against this Toronto team, and not just them, the Toronto crowd as well. But these boys are made of a different kind of gravy, though. These players are phenomenal in their own right in every single way, and the pressure will matter not. Map number 1 going to be loading in very shortly, Bryce. I can't wait to get into this one.
Well, it's time like these, towards the end of the season, with the best players in the world, and these are two of the best teams looking to continue on and make a statement. For Thieves, tumultuous run in the qualifier has led them making the lower bracket run. for Ultra. It might mean a little bit more. It's a home crowd, but can they bring the glory back to Toronto?
Hotel will be map number 1 that we square up on. Both these two teams, it's very favored for them. They both enjoy it. They both have relatively decent records on it, but looking towards it, it is the Toronto home team. Sitting at 14-11, that may well just be the scarier prospect on this one. 10-10 for Thieves. For me, looking at this one, Toronto, rotations against Atlanta were not that good. 3 out of 11 went their way. The breaks weren't too bad, but they had this crowd behind them once again. It's do or die for both these two teams.
Gonna have to see miracle run or home run. That's what's on the table. They're gonna just square up looking for these first gunfights. Get the eye in, get warmed up, and get the rotation.
Good first couple of kills coming in for Toronto Ultra. Locking it down, 3 ARs off the rip, including 1 from Kleenex. See him flexing into that role when needs be. Scrap pushing the issue, trying to find some kills coming off the respawn. Still a scrappy one when we're looking over towards the P2 side. Seemingly LA Thieves being the ones there, but they can't find a kill. It's 6 in a row for Tobias to kick things off here on map number 1.
And this is what they're looking for, all the time that they can muster. Woo! Ultra firing on the cylinders. Kleenex, the tissue with the issue. Still going, but eventually falls. This P2 is crucial as they're almost all tied up heading into it.
Great slaying over the course of P1, but as it comes to the important moments, they weren't able to find the kills. Scrap can find 2 on transition, though. Octane now in a little bit of trouble. The rest of the team on their way, well coordinated. Octane through the front. Can he find any more? The answer is no. Close spawns here, though, for the side of LA Thieves. Kills coming in from both two teams. Spawns towards the back, still there for Ultra. They will just about keep hold.
And now they have it. They're going to push them all the way out to Sauna. They're going to figure this out very, very quickly. Kleenex has identified it fast, but loses the gunfight to Drazah in the end after the trade. And it's still hold. It's still time for Ultra. Thieves are going to want to give this up unless they get bodies in position for one more push.
We always thought it was potentially going to be a slow start for the side of LA Thieves, and it has been a struggle. The slating department very much belonging to the side of Toronto Ultra. 11-3 from Kleenex to kick things off. This rotation will be important for Thieves. But both these two teams, what they really excel in when it comes down to Hotel is breaking. Toronto sitting at the very tippity top at 45%, LA Thieves at number 3. Both these teams know how to break on this map. We're going to have to see a good example of it from Ultra here. LA Thieves are dug in deep.
Well, Hexy trying to get that first kill. It hasn't worked out for them. Needs bodies, needs the rest of Ultra to be here for the trade. Scrap is going to find one as well, though. Kenny gets that trade back as well, though, and there's going to be 2. And Ultra fly in. That breaking percentage is right some of the time.
Like a knife through butter that time around. It was pretty much all through the front door, but the kill from Scrap around the side is what just opens that small gap that they needed. LA Thieves will break this one back, though, with 40 seconds to go. Ultra spawning, well, relatively close. They will be here shortly, but it will take another good break if you want a solid hold over towards the kitchen side. LA Thieves catching things up here. The break incoming.
And now they're looking for it. One more charge before they go through, and Insight correctly guesses the rest of Ultra should now swarm in as they have all the kills. There's the scrap time for LA Thieves. They'll be looking to get those points back on this next rotation, though. Can they hold off Ultra? This game is nowhere near done.
It really felt like that FaZe dominated Ultra when we were heading over towards Bar in the previous series. They need to make sure they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's on the way over to this one. LA Thieves in a really nice position, but it's a comfortable lead for Ultra as we do head over towards P4. And just one thing I just kind of want to point out as we're here, we're talking about the slaying ability of Ultra. It's absolutely there here in this game. They'd really struggled over their previous 2 series and leading the way in this game specifically. Thieves are only 40 away. They've got the rotation. Is the break going to be here from Ultra? 40 seconds to go.
See, at the moment they're dug in. It's all about the trades. It's all about getting the kills where you need them. Open up that defense just a little bit. They're trying to push. They're trying to squeeze their way in. But the LA Thieves are holding them off. They are not committing to a gunfight unless they can win it, and they get all the kills in the kill feed. It was difficult for Ultra to find a sliver.
For all that we talk about the dominance of Ultra so far, the scoreline doesn't say that, though, does it? It really has felt like Ultra have been the ones pulling all the punches so far, but is the break going to be here for them? Kenny staying alive as long as he can. He's got backup from Drazah and Octane, and the kills flow in for Thieves. And just like that, what was a comfortable lead for Ultra is decimated by the LA Thieves. Ultra now on their way over towards the restaurant side. They want to forget about that P4 rotation very, very quickly. My way, Drazah.
And there's his streak. Continues to run, will run into Kleenex, though. Ultra are here first. Kenny knows players are looking for him as well. The comms coming in, but Kleenex will destroy him. He was ready, he was waiting, but he was ultimately found wanting. Ultra now continuing to hold down Restaurant from pressure that is now flooding in from Thieves.
Cleanex has been talked about as a superstar in the league, and he will need to be a superstar for the team here, sitting at 14 and 11. He will be the one to find the opening break for Ultra, as Thieves did find a force through. Kenny Octane holding down well. It's just a big hit from the glass side. Really good play from the LA Thieves, just forcing their way in, but they can't get rid of Scrapz. Drazah left here, all on his own. The rest of Thieves now on their way to help. They cannot be there in time. We're looking at this rotation coming in. LA Thieves already on their way over towards the kitchen side. They want these spawns as we head over towards glass. It's a slender lead for Ultra, but you would argue that Thieves may be in the better position to make their way over towards this bedroom side of the map.
And now it comes down to it. Thieves are sold for this one as well, but Hixie's still alive and Kitchen will eventually fall. And while Ultra will be closer to that hill, it's LA Thieves who have played for this position. Klinex bringing the reinforcements from the sky, looking for anything, and he does find a teammate as well, but it will be Ultra with control to begin with.
Well, there was another cruise missile coming in there. That may well have been from Drazah, as Thieves trying to answer back with something. And for all that Thieves pick up that kitchen spawn, they haven't picked up a kill in what's felt like 2 minutes. That streak that comes in from Klinex just slows them down on that transition, that open area across the map. But the kills eventually 30 seconds into the hill. Start to fall the way of the LA Thieves. Big kill coming in from Drazah. Will now find himself over towards the stairs side. It will be a break for the LA Thieves. That's the biggest thing we've seen from Ultra since P3.
Insight looking for the players he knows hanging around. He's going to find Octane first. Pre-fire on the Envoy, who chooses to go the other direction. To hold here from Thieves, they get a little bit of time back as we head into this second rotation. This game is still balanced between these two. This amount of points, it does not matter on a map like this, and they are still fighting.
Felt like Ultra had a really good time with things over P1, 2, and 3. Since then, LA Thieves have started to claw their way slowly and surely back into it. It was a nice break from Ultra on the back of the cruise missile from Klinex, who has not slowed down. Looking over towards the spawns of P2, which are going to be coming in very, very shortly. It's LA Thieves dominating the kill feed and dominating those spawns. They're heading over towards the P2 side. Where's that? Toronto Ultra just trying to find a kill right now. Thieves starting to heat up into this game, it feels.
He's already found one. It's an easy pick up for him as well. And last time around, Ultra did get a good amount of time on this point. They're looking to do it again. They are pushing LA Thieves out. They know P2 is a priority as well. And that call have already got in that they've lost it to Thieves.
Kills over towards the Jules side, coming in from Thieves, just slowing this crowd down that little bit, just slowing down Ultra as quickly as they can. The caliber of player on both these two teams is immense, and Klinex will have to be every single amount of that talent if he wants to try and find his team into the lead in this series. It's a good couple of kills coming in here for the Toronto Ultra. Drazah slows it down, but it will be Ultra to find a breakthrough early on in P2. LA Thieves are very much here.
And Scrapz knows he has to stay alive for a few seconds, getting back control. He knows they are coming as well. He finds the first, looking for the second. It's Octane who'll get it this time around. Trade still flowing here, but it will be Ultra in a slightly stronger position, and they hold them off. That is a huge amount of time if they can clear their back line.
It's been fantastic from Ultra so far. It's about to get towards that 60-point mark. LA Thieves will need a perfect rotation very, very shortly. The Ultra boys have got the crowd behind them, have been wiped off the point. Well, let's go for a listen in and listen to the comms of Toronto Ultra.
I don't think you any new yet. Nothing's got souls, I think it's one storage. Yeah, that's one over, there we go. Good storage quick. They're gonna spawn back, they have to, we're blocking everything. Play spawners if you need. Side door dead. Go back though. One side, no you went, connector, pinch your front. Protect, hold it. Right there. Nice, good shit. Side door, Tommy, one shot, two times. Hit front. Yep, just go quick. About to dive in. Back door. Bring my back door. Flank, close left. Nice, hold the side. I've gone for it, nice fall. Maybe the counter spawns now. Take our time. I've let go. Close skirt. No, he said no. Breaks. What back goes on, yo?
And a final break for Thieves, but Ultra have screamed into the lead. They're feeling confident. They know this is a great position for them as well. The rotation is just on the cusp of popping. Can they beat Thieves in map 1?
And it's the same thing as last time around. 2 and 3 was very kind to them. The last time around it was P4 where LA Thieves really caught up into the game. They are not in as good a position as they were last time, though. They got inside behind them. The rest of Toronto Ultra slowly and steadily taking their time. Inside finding Octane, cannot find Drazah. Kill starting to fall though for the Toronto side.
Kenny versus Scrapz. That's a huge kill for them in the end. Kenny finds a second. They hold them off one more time. This hill is inviolable. Ultra cannot break it. They failed last time around. And the points for LA Thieves will continue to tick in a good direction. But they must continue to play flawless. Inside finds his way through, and KiSMET gets another. It cannot be won here, but it is a dagger blow to the heart of Thieves.
They've got to try and fight for this. They've got to try and fight for it. KiSMET is all over them, but they've also got to worry about the rotation. Toronto Ultra very much within touching distance of this one. It'll be about an 8-point game for them as we head over towards the restaurant side. And the LA Thieves, they're nowhere near it.
And now the bodies are stacked. Ultra have the position. Thieves, though, find the first couple of kills. It's only going to be Hicksy. He finds one. He looks for a second onto Envoy. He finds it inside to the rescue. And that'll be it. Surely that'll be done. LA Thieves are not close enough to stop this. Ultra take map number 1.
Fantastic work through P2 and 3 is what gets the job done. Rotations were something that was very hard to come by against Atlanta FaZe. Not a problem against Thieves. And it makes the difference. The breaks were there. It just felt like Ultra came out the gates absolutely screaming. The slaying ability from KiSMET is out of this world on his day. And today may well be one of those days. Fantastic work from him and the rest of the team. Scrapping KiSMET, getting this slaying job done. And Thieves could just not keep up.
And maybe it's the crowd buff. Maybe it's that amped feeling that the Ultra fans give the players on the way in. They started off hot. KiSMET actually started off 7-0 in that series. Ended it pretty good as well. 35-27, 35-24 from Scrapz as well. There was a lot of back and forth, but Thieves just couldn't hold on when they needed to.
I mean, you look at the battles that you're going to talk about. Scrapz beat Octane, KiSMET versus Envoy. Clear winners on the scoreboard, finding those important kills. KiSMET was a demon in that game. It felt like Scrapz was always chipping away, but it always felt like KiSMET was the guy finding the big moments. Insight was having a quiet game in the first half of the Hardpoint, but then really stepped it up, and that's when Ultra started to run away with things. We knew the break-in was going to be there. That was something that kept them in the game against Atlanta FaZe when we're talking about the Hardpoint specifically. But the rotations were there this time. LA Thieves really couldn't keep up. I want to say that, you know, a lot of these huge gunfights towards the actual transitions is where things really went wrong for Thieves. When we did see them get a rotation, though, they were locking down some good time, but they struggled when they didn't get themselves a nice setup. They were finding moments here and there, Brycey, but it was only that, wasn't it? It was never really a convincing point where you thought they were going to win the game. Ultra just seemed to be on a different level in map number 1. But we did say Thieves may come out slow in this one. They will warm into this series as it goes on. Their first series of the day for the last one. But they are very much one of the competitors, and they will not be too perplexed by this one. And map number 1 will go Ultra's way. LA Thieves very much still in it.
And that may be the difference. Just little moments. Little advantages that Ultra found in the heat of battle. But bear in mind, this is a game we're looking forward to. Major 3, Major 4 champions, both on the stage. For Ultra, a hometown story. For Thieves, the loser bracket run. What I'm most looking forward to, what I always look forward to, is that these two teams are at the peak of Call of Duty, and they are displaying it for us here and now. We've talked about these maps being a square up. There's a good reason for that.
Yeah, because both these two teams believe they are the best teams in the game on these maps in particular. Both of them, of course, with decent hotel hardpoint records, and we got a good example of that there. But Toronto with the edge on that one, and very much thanks to Scrapz and KiSMET leading the way. And we said in terms of how they have really been outslain in the last 2 series and still managed to take one of them over the line, bring FaZe close. They then went and outslayed Thieves and made it look significantly easier. It's not just all about kills, though. We know that. No. It's very much about the rotations. But, man, when KiSMET starts that hot, you know you're in for a really rough ride if you're their opposition. Drazah and Koda will know heading into a search and destroy. They'll be feeling good about themselves. No problem whatsoever. Still a lot of Call of Duty left to be played.
And that's one of the things between these two teams as well. even in this competition, Ton, this is what we're getting to at the end of the year. 5 teams left at the major. 4 of them are champions. 4 of them. Only Røkkr are the odd team out in the winners bracket as well. But the rest of them have all tasted victory. And not only is this the major, is this the championship, but just down the road, just over the horizon, are 4 rings that cement your name as a legend in the Call of Duty world. This is the last run to that. The last chance we'll get to see you before you play for everything you've been playing for all year.
And any one of these teams and then some could go on to win it. It's going to be a hell of a time when we do get over to Vegas in just a few weeks' time. I'm barely going to be home, mate. We get back, we come back over. I'm very much looking forward to the end of this Call of Duty season because it's always the best time. Competition at its all-time highest. Both these 2 teams undoubtedly will be in the conversation, but they would like to be in the conversation for major number 5. And these 2 teams are on the brink of elimination. As we head into Hotel Search and Destroy, LA Thieves finding themselves behind after the hotel map number 1. And hanging to map number 2. We'll be feeling confident. This is the one there is more of a disparity in the stats. Toronto sitting at 6 and 9, LA Thieves 10 and 5. And a big reason for that, the first blood percentage for Thieves sits at number 1, and that conversion is good as well. For Ultra, that's something they really struggle on. 3v4s are sitting down towards the lower end of things, so they cannot get first blooded. They will lose lots of rounds if they do. LA Thieves must find these prior engagements and use the advantage to their best.
And now here comes the first hit. Ultra have tried to guess. They've tried to figure out this positioning. LA Thieves a little bit more cautious. But where does this first blood fall?
On board with Drazah here. Over his last 3 maps in Hotel Search and Destroy, 2.08 KD, 25 and 12 in 24 rounds. Keep an eye on him as the X factor for the LA Thieves. A very aggressive approach here.
Almost looks like a minesweeper trying to figure out if a player is there, but Clinex finds Envoy. Don't know what information it will give him. That was mid-map as well. For LA Thieves, they burn a lot of time here trying to figure this one out, but Hixie, he was waiting for it for so long, eventually finds Drazah, sees Octane as well. He will be screaming down that microphone, I need help. Kenny will find him. Back down to a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, Inside just gets back down by some really good shots coming in from Kenny. Now over towards the bedroom side, but time is ticking for the LA Thieves. They've got to do something now, but Kenny gets some good timing on the Clinex, but his time on their side. Scrapping inside, oh yeah, 18 seconds.
Oh my goodness, Scrapz gonna be loaded as well, and Octane is outnumbered. And Ultra get that first round. It was a slow burn up, but eventually positioning from Scrap. And you can see Octane was like, I was trying to cover that.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. You get 2, 3, 4, 5 different angles to watch it whilst that bomb is going down, and time was ultimately the equalizer towards the latter stages of the round. Good work from Ultra, you burn that time. Really good work from Kenny, to be honest with you. Finds 2 kills to bring it back into the realms of possibility. Just not enough time to, well, as I said, clear your bases. You need to make sure you know exactly where Ultra are if you want to get that plant down. Doesn't work out now. Ultra on the attack with the lead. They're enjoying Hotel right now.
Clinex making moves, being aggressive, looking for information, looking for players. You still see Kenny as a long-range Vance fight. Neither wants it in the end. Oh my goodness, Envoy misses the kill here, and Ultra looking to maybe get him out of this equation. Doesn't work quite yet. Ultra will have to rethink this approach.
That's a very wide child from the Dark Prince himself. Checking down towards the restaurant side, but he will not die, so he will get the information. There's a few boys from the Ultra side down that side of the map. Ultra's trying to still work her way through. You can see the island being played. Inside actually popping dead silence to try and make something happen over towards that side. Not going to happen for him. Drazah trying to play some information as well. Time whittling down as well, but first blood goes over towards Ultra. Scrap will find it in Envoy. It's now a 4 versus 3 in Ultra's favor.
And again though, time is dissipating. 28 seconds left to go. Drazah looking for a play. He's called it as well. He's trying to get out with his life. He knows the pressure is on. Octane will find one as well as everybody swings into action. Kenny trying to find a play. He will fall as well. Drazah up top trying to defend this. Octane is going to swing out for a chow. He's going to go down. Drazah, a 1 versus 3. And Ultra have decided discretion is the better part of valor. He will find Scrap. He will find Scrap. But bomb down, a 1 versus 3 for Drazah.
We'll break down what happened there towards the end of the round, but what's the play now for Drazah? The bomb was moved over towards B in the transition. Thieves are looking over towards the site, looking over towards A, thinking, where the hell are they? Stop this bomb, it's not even here.
Love him or hate him. He finds the first, but not the second. The second is a snap too far. And there will not be any tears in the crowd quite yet. He went for it. That first snap on a Hixie was brutal. But Kleenex is not missing.
Trades inside the kitchen are just so easy to find if you are that team who have that bomb down. You just set yourself up. It comes through one of the, well, what feels like 15 doors. The trade should be there. And Kleenex was there to happily pick that one up. And I actually love the transition from Ultra because you can see the times rolling down. Thieves are like, check the bomb. Are they planning or not planning? Do we need to jump? Can we not see them? Oh, well, it's because they were already on their way over towards B. Really big heads-up play coming out from Toronto Ultra, but this is a little bit different. Thieves aggressive over towards the A side. The stun check comes through, but Kleenex does find one on the check. And now at 3 versus 4, Thieves are getting this down, but Ultra getting aggressive.
They're looking for it, though. Drazah's going to find one in the middle as well. Goes down 3 versus 3. And that's 3 versus 2. It's still matter of 2 versus 2. It's the Thieves that are backpedaling now, and that nade is not great.
Could have done with it. Maybe could have done with it.
And now to 1 versus 1. With 30 seconds left to play, anything could happen. There's another hit marker going down. What is Scrap going to do versus Kenny? Kenny technically has the better position, and he's going to see Scrap. He's going to go for the chow, and I don't know. That was close, but Thieves get it just in time.
Very, very close. Pros don't fake.
Also going to point out, there's no way I'm giving away Ninja Diffuse in this crowd, just to be clear. It was close. It was very, very close. But Kenny just had the positioning.
He played that really well all the time. As soon as the flank came through, that was pretty close. It was as close as you're likely to get. So Thieves, by the skin of their teeth, just about get the round.
And now LA Thieves back on the board. X and Kenny with a better position. No wobble there from that Baz.
Scrapz in trouble, has to push forward.
The rest of Ultra, though, moving to help, but Thieves do have numbers here as well.
Thieves just spreading their resources right now. No need to overcommit towards anything. You find the first blood. Just slowly turn that script. You don't need to do anything. Ultra, the ones are on attack. With 55 seconds remaining, we have noticed a few of these rounds have really went down towards the latter stages or went down to time. Are Thieves going to be patient enough here? Ultra going to make their move. Scrap may well be playing the island as the transition for Toronto Ultra starts to come through. Thieves are ready for anything here.
Big fight, though. Scrap is going to fight Envoy on the other side of the map. Down to 3 versus 3. It's going to cause chaos in the camp of Thieves. They don't know where to go. They don't know where to be. The only information they've got is that a player has died on the other side of the map, and the trades fly in again. 2 versus 2. Both teams slugging it out.
Hixie's went for it, but he's got the bomb. Does he go for the transition over towards the other side? He has to win this gunfight and does so.
Time. They're going to go for Octane in the middle, and he finds him as well, but cannot get away. Ultra find the last kill. They find the trade. And these teams are burning time.
Longest 4 rounds of my life, this one. It's a bold call from Hixie to go for that push with 20 seconds to go. And I mean bold. Nearly a little bit silly.
Well, he managed to clean out top bedroom.
It's one of those, though, that you're like, it's 20 seconds, you've got the ball. If he dies in that situation, the round's done. Big plays from Hixie, though. He does find the kill. And I believe it's Insight to clean up on Octane with 7 seconds to go. I don't think he would have had time to plant it. I don't think he would have had time.
Well, fortunately, doesn't matter anymore as we go into this next round. Drazah will find the first blood straight on the Scrap. Aggressive this time around, but Hixie is here for the revenge. Down to a 3 versus 3. There are no clean rounds in this S&D.
It's a big commit from both these two teams over towards that side, but it's also now going to be a big commit over towards B. Octane will find one over towards this side of a Kleenex. He's got to do a lot, and he does enough. Slows them down, but now left in a 1v2.
Still got dead silence. Still has an opportunity, but this time he is outnumbered. He's found something, though. There's Kenny. Kenny's going to be weak. Kenny's going to reach out. Kleenex trying to get away. 6 health. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to run. LA Thieves get one more back on the board.
Kenny backs up there because he knows there's no need for him to take the 1 versus 1. waits for his teammate to get himself over, and he's playing his life as long as he can. Keep Kleenex there, keep him in your sights. Octane's on the way. Good job from LA Thieves to stop the bleeding. This was getting a little bit scary on occasion. These rounds have really come down to the finest of margins.
And I just don't know which way any of these rounds are going to go. It isn't clean. Trades after the first blood. Nobody can move without bullets finding their side. Now again, aggressive push on both sides, but this time the stun throws off Kleenex. Drazah with another first blood. Envoy is going to get away with his life. Advantage now to LA Thieves.
He's been living very precariously, I want to say, Envoy, within this game. 0-5 right now. We're seeing a couple of wide charts coming through from him, but this is going to be a wide round for Toronto Ultra. This is going to be a free plant. Over towards the B side. LA Thieves now going to have to go for the 4v3 retake. They're not that close. It will be slow and steady. 40 seconds remaining on this bomb, and Thieves are on their way.
This is a retake. You have numbers and positioning, and there's another number. Complete swarm going through. Hicksy gets one. He's got a second as well. Will fall down on 1 versus 2 for Insight. He finds the first. 24 seconds to go. Octane versus Insight, and Insight clutches up. Ultra outnumbered, never outgunned. 2 from Hicksy, 2 from Insight, and that's a lock.
I would love to see what the direct impact happened with Hicksy. We've seen it come up in the kill feed, but it's a vital kill for Ultra. As soon as one falls, the dominoes then follow if you're in that situation over towards the B side. Crucial you find that first kill. But it's Insight with the 1v2 towards the end. Time again on somebody's side, but it's always coming down to these finite moments. Ultra have a little bit of breathing room now. Can Thieves find a comeback?
Kleenex just looking for information. Octane and him doing a little bit of dance around the marble. And you can see pressure coming in towards B. And it's going to be Hicksy stopping them, staying alive as a player behind him, but he's needed his escape room. They're going to fall. LA Thieves now have the advantage.
But what do Ultra do with the information that they have here? What's the move? Play it patient. There's a lot of noise happening over towards the B side. Is that going to drag them over? Does Insight take the bait?
That's what it's all about. Insight has been seen as well. Bullets ricocheting down luggage. They're worried about it. But they have the advantage. LA Thieves have positioning, they have numbers. That bomb is now down. That's another feather in the cap.
Drazah the important one here. It's a huge gunfight in the round, and there goes Kleenex. And alongside of it, Insight's hopes of this one, you would like to think it's a 1v3. Found the 1v2 last time. This one may well be a tall order. 30 seconds to go. Thieves, irons up. This isn't possible.
Too many angles, too many ways to go. He'll find Octane. 22 seconds to go. LA Thieves cannot throw this one in the bin. Surely not. They will just play patient. They will play the time, and Kenny will eventually find that kill. It was a dream too far.
Always going to be difficult there for Insight. Can pick his way through, well, pretty much anything with plenty of time, but time was not on his side. It's felt like we've been saying that quite a lot. It's very much coming down to 10, 15 seconds left to go, etc. It's being interesting.
There are no easy rounds here.
No, none. Looking over towards the Thieves side, though, I mean, you kind of have to point out 0-7 from Envoy. Died every single round, hasn't found a kill just yet.
Don't worry, this is a Thieves special. They love doing this.
Very true.
Somebody drops a donut, they win the S&D.
Over towards the first blood, 4 to Ultra, 3 to Thieves, and that's the score in the round here as well. Providing to be very, very crucial. Ultra now with a big commit, and that's bedroom control as well. Thieves now going to have to go for a full site retake. This bomb's going down.
They have taken everything here. This bomb down, it will have to be a masterful retake from the Thieves. Already the first one comes through. Envoy gets off the donut, gets his first kill when they need it. Scrapz backing up as well. He's been stunned and gunned, and Hicksy gets Octane back down to a 2 versus 3 with bomb down. And they're trying to find it as well. They're not going to get anything. It's a clear from the Thieves.
And Ultra almost put themselves in a bit of a hole there. They put themselves to be backed into the bedroom corner. And as soon as Envoy finds that first kill, it becomes really, really difficult to know exactly where the rest of the Thieves team are. You don't have the information. Top bedroom, yeah, okay, you've got lights control. But from there, they could pretty much be anywhere. LA Thieves tie it up 4-4. 2 big kills from Envoy that gets himself online in this game, and Thieves will tie things up.
Well, this game is going the distance. And Envoy, when they needed him, finds 2. Another retake. Ultra tried to have their cake and eat it. Went for a conservative plant angle and also took bedroom control, but they didn't want to really clear out bottom, so they just planted it for an angle that probably wouldn't give them as many options on the side defense. Now, though, LA Thieves on the attack.
Oh, they're meeting in the middle. They're meeting in the middle here. All 4 over towards that side. X will find 1. Hixie goes for another one. It's an absolute massacre in the middle of the map. 3 kills for Ultra. And for all we've seen slow, intense rounds, this one was not one of them.
And Ultra find that oh so crucial round number 5. That is map point to go up 2-0 against the Thieves. Our Major 4 champions could find themselves in a pit.
I mean, it's so entertaining when that happens. So many times you will see teams defense or attack. They want mid-map control. Let's send 4 there. And when both 2 teams do it at the same time, it's absolute chaos. Toronto Ultra are the ones who find the first blood again. We said that that was a real win condition for Thieves. It's something you don't want to say they rely on, but they're very good at. The conversion rate's fantastic. They haven't been at the forefront of that. 5-4 now to Ultra. Map point. And this is to go 2 to the good, but Octane this time will find the first blood, will get out as well. 4v3 in favor of Thieves. In a good position here as well. What's the play now for Ultra?
As soon as Octane found it, they backed up. They put themselves in a better position. They know, even at this point, a retake would favor them. Hixie has to stay alive. It's still advantage Thieves. It's more advantage Thieves now. A 2 versus 4. These Drazah down luggage, but as we've seen over and over again this weekend, that is not an easy shot to make.
Your boy LaRue very much shredding in this round. Hixie though, put this shoe over towards the light side. Now, what's the decision here for Ultra? Rock and hard play springs to mind. But what's the information here for Thieves? Time not really on the side, and there you go. It's another one for Octane. Working on the ace. Hixie, the last one alive, will find Drazah. Envoy should surely trade it, and does so. Round 11 incoming.
Well, there's our 5-5. It's always a square up. And this S&D deserve nothing less. The teams have played their hearts out from the front, in front and from behind.
Envoy picks up the pieces of what was a masterclass of an AR round from Octane. Finds 3 of his own. Envoy finds the last. And into round 11 we go in a vitally important map. It's one that Thieves would have looked at and thought to themselves, yeah, okay, we can get one here. Ultra fighting back as best they can. And into round 11 we go. Ultra on the attack. Which way do Thieves go? It's a big hit in the middle.
This might just be an absolute massacre. Scrapz has found Envoy straight out of the gate. There is going to be a play coming through. It's Drazah, but he falls. No big flank, no big opportunity for him. Kenny and Octane backs against the walls. Ultra, like the great white, can smell the blood in the water here. They just must not make a mistake, and that is the reason for the slow roll you're now seeing.
They cannot misstep. Octane has to go for the challenge, gets out as well. Big kill coming in from Sam. Stun check. Doesn't hit him, and Scrapz doesn't have any information, but neither does Octane. Now what's the play going to be? Is Kenny going to get caught out on the other side? It's a 1v3.
Your boy LaRue must do everything he can. He's been so influential. Finds another one. Tries to stay alive, and he does. Flying around, desperately to get out of it. Somehow moving like a magician through it at the same time. This will be the ace if he can find it on a 5 streak. Nobody going towards him. Ultra will still have the numbers and bomb down.
If you can find one more, it's cruise missile as well, which is maybe something that he can work with, but it's the time there to do so.
Octane, for all the marbles, for everything here, it's about to be a square up. He's just in the information to dive past. 30 seconds to go. Looking for them, desperate to find a one-on-one fight that he can win and manipulate, but drops into the lion's den. And Ultra, they hold it down when they need it. They fly 2-0 up now in this Clash of Titans.
Huge round 11 win for Ultra. Things getting very, very scary. Octane doing what he can, but that was not enough. Ultra with their lead, didn't let it slip. And we talked about the first bloods being the issue. They managed to find 6 of their own and 6 rounds alongside of it as well. Ultra will find themselves with a 2-0 lead in this series, in this losers bracket, with a very, very big chance now of playing on their own home championship Sunday.
And it was just nervous everywhere. Octane even went 13-9. Couldn't find those final kills. Wanted it, but unfortunately, when he had to jump over, when he had to find the time, too many places to look. The fact he even stayed alive, by the way, in so many of those gunfights. Tippable, but tippable is not a win.
It almost just felt like Ultra were kind of dictating the pace, dictating what was going on the map for the majority of the time. They were the aggressor and causing other Thieves to maybe react. They were the ones that had to really answer the questions that were being posed of them, and the answer wasn't good enough for the majority of the time. LA Thieves falling 2-0 down here, and are staring down the barrel of being eliminated.
They certainly are, but this series doesn't end just because map 2 is done. Could be a lot more Call of Duty to come. Don't go anywhere. The Control is up next, and then who knows what we'll see. This and more going on here at the Major. We'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live here at the Major in Toronto. And thank you to the fans who let me go to the toilet and skip the queue, because I needed that in the break. So appreciate you guys in the crowd somewhere. But also, we come back on an incredible series so far. And here's one of the highlights. This is our Scuff play of the game. It's Ultra versus Thieves, a 2 versus 4.
It looked like Scrapz got absolutely PP'd on there, but HyDra finding 2. Yet to see how that one actually initially happened. Finds 2, Kenny trades it out. And how many times have we seen clutches from this man? Inside gets the job done. And the consideration that went to around 11. A 2v4 from Ultra. Maybe just a huge swimming point in that one. And that was the Scuff play of the game. It's been really all Ultra so far. A comfortable map number 1. A 6-5 victory once again on Hotel. But we go to Control, and both these two teams ain't so bad at this mode.
I certainly were. I was going to say, comfortable map number 1, not really number 2. Already just in that little break, fans coming up and telling me, it's like, I am nervous, I am sweating. And I'm like, yeah, me too, brother. But here we go. Does this end here? Is it another 3-0 at this Major? I wouldn't bet on it, Ton, but what do the stats tell us?
Well, the stats tell us that these two teams are probably the 2 best teams in the game at this map. Look at that, 16-4 and 16-6. Toronto Ultra, the best defensive team in the game, the 2nd best defensive team in the game, and LA Thieves sitting at number 3 for both. So both these two teams well-versed in this one. Map number 3, let's get into it.
This is exactly what I've been talking about. Great players, great teams, great game, but there's the first couple of kills. And it isn't going to be pressure for Ultra over towards B. Even though they found it, they go for the easy A.
Rather ambitious challenge coming in from CleanX, but would you have it any other way? Drazah to find 1 as the breakback going to come here from Thieves. This will be very, very early. Envoy will find 1. Can he find a second here to help his team out to get them up the point? Not going to happen. Insight and Cole will run A up very, very quickly. LA Thieves have got no answer to this one. The transition from Ultra happening over towards B already. Thieves going to have to lock down the hatches very, very quickly. They managed to find the kills on this transition. Very, very important they do so. Both these two teams on a 5-map winning spree when it comes down to Hotel Control. And it's very much been a party in the lobby for Ultra so far. 2-0 up in the series. Can Thieves answer back? B-side now, complete lockdown by Thieves. Lives, dead even.
Oh my goodness, the hip fire. We've seen the cheese before. But with A captured, B is still no easy prospect. They have to battle every single step of this way. They have to clear bedroom. Envoy will be the man that causes issues until they dig him out. CleanX looks and tries to change his mind. Must have been a call made in there, but Insight finds 2. If he had found a 3rd there, it would have been game on.
Well, they had the information on Envoy, who went for the challenge just to slow them down. That would have been a huge kill from HyDra. It just feels like LA Thieves are finding that odd clutch kill just to slow down Toronto Ultra enough. Big kills now coming through. This is not just the odd kill, it's 3 of 4. They can now establish some sort of map control. Kills in their favor. 1:20 to go. What's the play here for Ultra now? It's trying to be an A through the side for HyDra. Pushing down that side of the map. Envoy now having to back on down. The challenge going to come through from Scrapz, tens and burns from Envoy. Still control of the bedroom side for Thieves. They've never really let it go.
And they are keeping the pressure up here as well. Keeping out where Kenny is. Not only do they push those spawns right out with the rest of his team, but now they have to find him before they even consider moving. This is a time burner. And with the kills flowing as well, there's nowhere for Ultra to go.
Spawns coming over towards the glass side though, so maybe a potential opportunity for Ultra with only 8 lives remaining. How many times have we seen Ultra backs against the wall and all of a sudden 4 of the opposition are dead and you're on the point? Potential here, another kill from Scrapz. This is their moment.
Octane is in the backfield though. He's alive, he finds a kill on the Scrapz. He's gonna get with a long fight. It's still Octane alive though on a 4-string. He's 8-2 and he falls. And Ultra will take this opportunity to jump on the point to stop the clock with 25 seconds to go. But they need this push. They do not have the lives.
Don't have the lives, don't have the time. No lives remaining. Drazah calls game. We'll find 2. That should be the round. A momentary scare for LA Thieves in what was pretty much a dominant defensive round. No ticks over towards the B side. And I don't think Insight's going to do it all on his own. 9 seconds. Not a hope, not a prayer. We'll find Drazah. We'll then find his death. LA Thieves with the round 1 win.
I'll tell you something, masterful defense. Octane and Drazah went to work and never stopped. First with the ARs, and then Octane decided to take over bedroom by himself. Vaznev in hand, just playing his life. And I think the option there for Thieves was realistically keep Ultra from condensing on themselves, getting any teamwork going, and it worked.
Last two maps, Octane has been lights out. Talk about Scrapz being one of the candidates for one of the AR MVPs. Octane is there right alongside him. 10-3 to kick off the control. And just a really stout defense from Thieves. You seen as soon as A was gone, it was bedroom control, bedroom control, bedroom control. Can Ultra do the same thing here? It's a big hit from the side of Thieves over towards the A side. A complete breakdown from Ultra. Hellish shots coming in from Drazah, who can start to put the pressure on over towards the middle of the map. Insight not going to be done there. The damage is maybe already done over towards the A side. LA Thieves firmly camped over towards the restaurant.
This is a different gear for LA. They are moving confident. They know they can afford to slow roll this. Basically put one player on A and keep probing the defenses of B. If you find an opportunity, seize it. But this gives you so much time.
Oh, this door is swinging wide open now for the side of LA Thieves. We haven't seen Ultra really do much in this round. It was Envoy on a 5, but huge kills from inside will slow them down. LA Thieves haven't quite locked A in because the opportunity was there. Over towards the B side, it's presented itself again. Ultra seemingly one by one at the moment. Insight's the only one who can kind of keep them in any realms of in this round. 5 in a row from him in their 5 crucial kills. He will then fall. Thieves a little bit of presence here. The round is on a nice edge, but LA Thieves are very much running away with it.
Scrapz finding a big 2 though. Steadies the ship. Ultra have an opportunity to say, where on earth that stun go, by the way. Clinic eventually does clean it up. But LA Thieves will not want to give away bedroom control now. They know they can keep Ultra guessing where they're going to be unless they lose these kills, but HyDra moves into it.
HyDra just trying to stay alive, will eventually get hunted down. And you've seen the previous round, LA Thieves, complete dominance of this side of the map in towards the bedroom side. They've got complete dominance again. This time on the attack, and it's working out for them. The kills in their favor by about 4. HyDra inside, and Scrapz combining. Just about clearing LA Thieves out. This is the first opportunity Ultra have had to get some map control.
Yeah, they really needed it as well. You can see them already pushing out the angles. HyDra going to try and make one here at least, but stop shooting. And does go down for LA Thieves. They're going to burn a little bit of time. They're going to split this map horizontal and try to find their way through. They know they've lost bedroom control.
They were just keeping their finger on the pulse throughout the majority of this round here by keeping them away. The kills are now going to be traded. Insight will find one, but they're traded all the way to Envoy. Now left in technically a 1v1 versus Scrapz. Scrapz towards the bedroom side will just try to stay alive for his team, and Envoy will push himself forward as well. Just trying to cut off the reinforcements as quickly as they can. Scrapz will die in bedroom though. Ultra have got their backs against the wall.
Envoy may have done just enough though. The rest of Ultra are trying to reinforce, but they're going to do it from Marble's side. Thieves are looking to touch this point to stop the clock. They've got bodies, they've got position, but they don't have a Kleenex, who's finally killed. Kenny's going to get team kill inside of 1-1, and Kleenex cleans it up at the end. Backs against the wall, but they shrug it off.
5v5. LA Thieves with the glass side spawn. Scrapz the big kill on Octane. No lives remaining for Thieves.
Kenny though brings it back to 4v4. Everything on this one. HyDra will find Envoy on the flank. And now, oh my goodness, he gets out of there. It's 3 versus 3. It's 7 seconds. They're going to go for it. Octane is going to fall inside. It's going to go down to Drazah. Another point falling. It's Scrapz left alone. Kenny cannot do it. He cannot get there in time. The kill will not matter. Ultra win the round, but a kill, a trade, a second. I don't want to say I was right, but I told you it'd be a tight game.
My word. Oh, things got very, very scary there. For all the lives were pretty much dead even. Thieves are the one that have to touch the point. They have to stop the time. Another 10 seconds I saw they maybe could have just slowed things down, picked them apart a little bit, but the problem was for Thieves, they had to go. Defensive rounds prospering so far. It's on Ultra now, back over towards that side. I'm sorry, Thieves over towards that side, I should say, as Ultra now heading over towards the restaurant. A is going to be the objective. They found it very, very quickly. They may do the same thing here again in round number 3.
And that's an easy A. Same strategy again though. Pro B, move in, see if you can get anything going here as well as they look for it on the other side of the map. Kleenex is going to find Octane, and Kleenex gets 2! He finds Kenny as well! B is now rocketing towards them! They clean Thieves out completely! And Ultra know where they've
have just done. They are capturing both points at the same time.
We're watching HyDra just sitting in the restaurant on his own. No date. Nobody showed up because the rest of his friends are all over towards the B side. It's completely cleared out by Kleenex and Scrapz, and they get a hold of B. Thieves now very much backs against the wall, but they have just about regrouped over towards the A side. Their lives heavily in favor of Toronto Ultra. But the map presence is here from Thieves. They must slow Ultra down. There is 2 minutes to catch it.
1 tick left. 2 kills already flowing. Octane staying alive in kitchen. He is their linchpin. And oh my goodness! Octane and Envoy, they find the kills they need. Scrap is firing in all directions, but hitting nothing with the decor in this hotel. And he finds another one. The teams are slugging it out here.
Problem is for LA Thieves, they cannot slug it out, but that's 4 dead. All of a sudden, Envoy just flies out the mid-map and decimates Insight. A side now locked in for Thieves. Kitchen control is there. Ultra still with work to do. The lives ever so slightly in the favor of Toronto Ultra still.
And LA Thieves are not an easy team to put down, regardless of what is happening before you. A minute left to go. They still have control of A. But they will have to continue to stop this pressure coming through. Ultra are stacking the doorways. They are looking for it now. Envoy and Octane, though, they stop it completely. It's a wipe. Only 1 player remains alive. It's HyDra. And he does get the kill. He gets the second as well. Kitchen is open.
Big kills coming in from HyDra. And all of a sudden, LA Thieves, your backs are against the wall. Kenny, he has to go big alongside Envoy. They're all dead.
And they're in. And that's going to be it. There's going to be the attacking round because Octane, you cannot shoot in 4 directions at once. The stack is through. Ultra find the attacking round.
The damage is done super early by Kleenex and Scrap over towards the B side. You've seen Scrap kind of just playing the island. He's playing away, finds 1 kill, and he's like, yo, Toby, can you come help me out? He flies into reception, finds 2 off the respawn, and that's all she wrote over towards B. Toronto then picked them apart over towards the A side, and it is match point to send themselves to championship Sunday.
And now for LA Thieves, they will not only have to win 2 control rounds back-to-back, but 3 maps from this position. They are good, but just how good are they today? Already a bit of Kleenex, that is your teammate, but that is a wipe already.
HyDra putting the pressure on. The hit has got to be A and HyDra. This is his kitchen, and he is cooking right now. Octane can just about answer back with a kill. But LA Thieves, it feels like they're floundering. It feels like they have nothing going their way. They've got to find a break. You can look at Thieves, they're turning around in their spawn. They haven't got a clue what's going on right now. They need to find some sort of break, and that might be it. Kleenex HyDra answering back. Charlie Hicks is on one today. May well be 15 and 24, but it's been important kill after important kill. Thieves are going to pull something from the fire right now.
Ultra found so many kills, they actually misinterpreted the spawns there for a second. It has given LA Thieves an opportunity to get into A, to stop the clock, to get something. Ultra, do they go for this? It looks like they might. HyDra swinging into action one more time. If he wins this point, they will look. And he is going to fall. It is a sigh, it is a breath in the lungs of LA Thieves.
A kill from Kenny might just deter Ultra. Did they call out Scrap on the flank there? Doesn't matter. Gunned. And all of a sudden, LA Thieves will get a hold of A. How many times, though, have we seen teams had their backs against the wall in attacking rounds? 0 lives, nothing to play with. And all of a sudden, they'll find a 4 down, and the round will be over, but it's not looking likely right now. As Toronto Ultra finding all of the kills. It's only Envoy left in the middle of the map right now, with very little map control for the side of Thieves. Ultra can set themselves up, and Thieves have got a hell of a battle on their hands to get a hold of this point.
Envoy and Drazah, they combine. They're looking for it. Envoy will find the second. Inside, the only player left here, trying to either find the kill or stay alive just long enough. They go for the flank. Kaney's going to find him. Thieves have struck, and they've struck gold, and Scrap falls as well. It is the SMGs that are burning Ultra out of this control point.
What did we say? We said it takes 1 big 4 down to swing the round in your favor, but Toronto Ultra find a couple of kills back. Is the presence going to be there from inside, who will find 2 of his own? Still a lot of work to be done. Ultra do not have the control. Drazah doesn't quite have the beams. 11v10, 1 tick to go for LA Thieves to tie up the control.
And Thieves, they know they can still do this. 40 seconds, a couple of pushes, a couple of opportunities. Kenny hits the route, Octane finds the kill, Octane finds another kill. Kenny looking for it, finds inside, finds the life. It's only going to be Hicksy really for Ultra. They can do anything, but Kleenex will wipe him out. That point is stopped though. Drazah is going to be there.
Drazah must stay alive, as must Hicksy. Continues to do so, just finding important kill after important kill. Can't find that one. Now all of a sudden LA Thieves, one more opportunity here in Toronto.
And they must hold, because here come the Thieves. It is not fear that grips Ultra, but merely a heightened sense of destiny as they try to fight back the tide. Every single bullet whipping past the shoulders as Thieves get their toes in. Hicksy firing from the hip as well. Scrapz finds two. They rebuff them. They take them down. And Ultra will be going. Just so wait a minute. Drazah 1v1. Ultra. It ends again with 1 life, 1 kill, 1 second. But Ultra do go to Sunday. They do live the dream.
Don't let anyone tell me that this esport is dead. What on earth was that?
I thought it was all over.
What a round of control that was between these two. Thieves got battered at the start of that round. And then all of a sudden, Thieves fight their way back. It comes down to a 1v1. And Ultra seal their position on Sunday at their home major here in Canada.
And for Ultra fans and players, they were watching that last POV with bated breath. Drazah did not know where he was. A 2v1. I think he actually got another player there as well. It might have been a 1 versus 3. But Thieves found an opportunity. They struck, but Ultra swung right back. It was a clash of bodies, blades, bombs, and gunfire. And I've had lung issues in the last 3 months. I think that might have almost killed me.
You can get a lie down now, mate. We're done because Ultra have ran through the LA Thieves. Comfortable map 1, tight map 2, and number 3. Well, I don't know if I would call it comfortable, to be honest. The end of that round got very, very crazy. But ultimately, it's Ultra to do the business. As far as 3 years go, that was pretty good.
I can't believe there was a 3-0. I was sweating. I'm going to have to take my trousers off here in the venue.
Oh, okay, right now, come on.
Yeah, nobody needs to see that, but look, sometimes you get to be right. But we knew that was going to be a series, and what a series it was. Time to find out from 2 beautiful gentlemen, though, what they thought of that one. It's Miles and Scrapz.
Thank you very much, boys. I am joined by Scrapz. Congrats, man. I mean, you fell a little short against FaZe. Thieves, you take him to task. The crowd could not be more behind you if they tried. How you feeling?
It feels amazing, you know. Absolute slamming. Like, that was an absolute ass whooping. But, you know, yo, you guys are nuts. Yo, we hear you guys every step of the way. And let's keep this shit up. Let's go.
There's a lot of chance of Rookie of the Year. There was an MVP chant. Are you letting any of that get to you? You staying focused? What's the game plan going into tomorrow?
Yeah, you know, MVP, Rookie of the Year, they're just individual achievements. You know, I'm coming for championships, rings, and all that shit. So, you know what I mean? Let's get it.
Scrapz, how does it feel to finally have an event here in Toronto with the crowd truly behind you? How does it feel to put on for the fans?
Yeah, you know, we've been waiting this for months, since the first major. You know, this shit is anything I dreamed of. You guys make it the best. And Jesus, let's keep it up.
A few more before you can lift the trophy, but wish you the best of luck, man. GG's.
GG's.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Pissed on.
Hey, yo, go to the desk.
Oh my goodness.
Brain all over the crowd. Scrapz getting rowdy like R. Kelly. Wow, this is an insane night. ladies and gentlemen. One of the fastest days we have seen. And Joe, I just want to hit that interview from Scrapz because he said all the right things. Miles asked him about the MVP award, asking him about the Rookie of the Year award. He doesn't care about the individual honors.
No, he doesn't. I mean, that's what you want to hear, right? It's nice that it is to play well. There's nothing better than winning as a team. In winning championships, trying to win in front of your home crowd. He knows, right? We are 3 weeks away from champs. Can you carry this momentum into that, right? We've seen it time and time again. We saw it last year with Thieves. You win this event, confidence is through the roof for the ring.
Allie, we have seen such an epic story unfold here from our top dogs getting knocked out a day early. Now to the fan favorites, Legion going out. It's just one team left that this crowd is cheering for, and they're wearing Toronto purple.
And then goodness, they made it to tomorrow, right? It's so hot in here. I lost my jacket throughout all of the chaoticness, but I will say this, 3-0 is definitely not what I expected when it came to this matchup, Toronto Ultra versus LA Thieves, but you want to be the team to beat heading into champs, and that's kind of what Toronto's trying to do. Not only win their home major, but be that team to beat.
Nameless, you told me the moment you saw the maps and modes, this is gonna be a showdown. Guns up, and what an epic face-off it was between the ARs. Walk me through this series. How did Toronto come out on top?
Yeah, I mean, well, when you looked at the map layout, we had a 3-night stay in the hotel, and Toronto Ultra are one of the best, if not the best, hotel team in the game. They come out, they win that map number 1. Me and Merc were talking about it, potentially Thieves not feeling as confident in scrims on HyDra, a map that they were 9-1 on their last 10. They ban it in this, so you get that hotel, you lose that. You get to the search and destroy. Although you had opportunity, when you get later in the game, they're what I like to call championship rounds, Chris. And you get to that round 9, they push mid, they get absolutely wiped, just basically gifting around the Toronto Ultra after you fought so hard to climb your way back into the game. And then at that point, the ARs on Ultra, I cannot gas up enough. We spent a lot of time talking about the subs, but these ARs, when they're on point like that, you are not beating them on a map like this. 2-piece after 2-piece by Insight, playing his life. Scrapz with the follow-up. Unbelievable duo.
It's time for our Hummer GMC EV Extract mode. Let's take a look at this one. The close out of the series over the LA Thieves. Perfect plays near the end. Insight and Scrapz once again clutching up for the squad.
Yeah, Insight, I think, was that guy for me throughout this entire map. I mean, 32 and 20. When you need him to find the kills, he always did. CleanX obviously gets the first kill here. He tries to jump out to maybe shoot the leg of this player, but will get shut down. And then it's just Hicksy and Insight closest here. Scrapz finding 2 in mid. Insight finds the 3rd, and then it's the 2v1 on point. Maybe a little bit overchild of Hicksy here. But it's all right.
Confident.
Because Insight was there, right? Insight was there for the trade.
3-0 is the final score as Toronto powers into your final 4. We say goodbye to 8 teams as LA Thieves will take home 5th, 6th place. They'll get ready for champs alongside everyone else who's tuning in on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously LA Thieves, they start in the losers bracket. They have a pretty good run taking out another championship caliber squad. These are your major 3 and major 4 champions, right? Like, this could have definitely went the other way on a different day. I expect Thieves to bounce back and be very strong come champs time.
Big shout out to everyone here in the Toronto crowd. Everyone is filing out, and as we say goodbye to the locals, let's catch everyone up at home with how this day unfolded. Joe, it started with a 3-0 and what was expected to be a very interesting matchup. Vegas could not hang with the Subliners.
I have not casted a map 4 this weekend. I don't think Lando and Study have either. But yeah, I mean, just right from the get-go today, you're thinking Legion, they can do this, right? You're playing some teams definitely beatable, but props to New York Subliners today. They looked unbelievable. They go 6-0, but it starts with this one right from the get-go. Map number 1, KiSMET and HyDra leading the way. But they just look great, especially in the search and destroy. So decisive is this NYSL team. Yes, they still have a couple of mistakes, some things to clean on up, but they're looking better than I think we've probably seen since Major 1.
I think HyDra at this point is kind of becoming like a Cellium to me, that when he drops numbers like 12 and 4 in a search and destroy, I don't even flinch at it anymore. It's like, oh, it's HyDra. One of the best SMGs in the game, just doing HyDra things, but definitely an unfortunate situation for Vegas Legion. I thought there was going to be a lot more opportunity for them in that embassy. Unfortunately, they came out slow against New York Subliners team that once KiSMET and HyDra, I mean, top 2 in kills per minute and kills per 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, that pace that they set, you have to be coming up, matching that right out of the gates, or else you get caught slacking very, very quickly.
Taking a look at your second battle of the day for the Mutineers, shocking everyone when they beat OpTic. That set up a run for a potential top 3 finish when they faced off against the Røkkr, but the Mutineers were not able to get the job done. Once again, Attach and Fame impressing the whole squad. Looks like they are going for their first title of the year, Nameless.
Yeah, Chris, and we were in the crowd for this one, and there was a lot of fans where I felt like that was when the crowd actually started to turn up and get loud for Cammy and Bance throughout this one. We get to that game 2 S&D, Fame and his grenades. I mean, these guys are just so coordinated. Like, he literally had a nade spot over Barber into top plant to win them a couple of those rounds. And, you know, Florida Mutineers, the Cinderella story's over. They're good to get you one win. After that, it's over for you. So Minnesota Røkkr find themselves top 3 situation. Potentially making a grand final would be a historic turnaround.
Minnesota forcing everybody to run at least 2 trophies, maybe 4 if you play them on Mercado. Fame with some of the best bangers of the day. We've got to walk you through the third battle. Thieves and FaZe and Ultra. This was another red team going up against a purple squad in our winners bracket, and a 3-1 going in favor of FaZe. What did you see from Slasher and crew?
I mean, just a nice bounce back, right? You're in front of the home crowd, and you know what? It doesn't really matter. You have that, but FaZe, they look strong, man. I mean, Slasher having a great tournament, and just like that, they're top 3 again. They make it to Sunday. Of course they do. When you think about it, FaZe is going to be there. But for me, them winning that Fortress Hardpoint, I think was just so important. First of all, for them to get confidence on that map. Yeah. But it just feels like it really set the tone. Yes, Ultra do bounce back here in our round 11, but it's the respawns for FaZe. If FaZe are going to play respawns like this, good luck to the comp.
Hand it to them.
They won all 3. They won all 3 respawns in this series. Typically, that's not in the fashion of the Atlanta FaZe. Typically, we see them at least take one or both search and destroys if it gets that far. So to see them winning series in its 3-1 fashion, doing it through the hard points and the controls, especially in the 3-0 Expo fashion, Atlanta FaZe easily taking over the spot of possibly not the crowd favorite, but the statistical favorite to win the event.
Atlanta FaZe is waiting for the Røkkr. That'll be your winners bracket finals matchup tomorrow. Meanwhile, Florida, they fell down to the elimination bracket where they matched up against the Subliners, and that's where Florida's road came to an end. They're going to fall out in 5th, 6th, the highest on the season, but the Subliners were able to power forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's just map 1 here. I mean, you have a couple opportunities if your Mutineers capsules going off right from the get-go. You know, he had a great tournament individually, but it was just these closing moments. This is what I'm talking about from NYSL. Priestahh and HyDra just playing their life at the right times. The search and destroy damn near perfect out of the Subliners. Just so quick with their decisions, how they want to react, where they want to play. Skyz is hitting snipes, and I think just going down 0-2 for Florida, that was just too difficult to come back from.
Subliners power into your final 4. They'll be facing off against Toronto, the final squad to win over LA Thieves, which we all just witnessed. Battle for top 3 is about to be insane, and of course we've got that winners bracket match opening things up at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Mark your calendars, set your alarms, and lock in for the final championship Sunday here of the majors. Let's take a look at the schedule for the day. Ali, what do you think is going to be the game that finally goes to a game 5?
It's got to be the Ultra Subliner series. They already went to a game 5 on day number 1, so we already know that's going to be one that hits the distance and goes the bangers. My biggest question is how Minnesota Røkkr is going to look against the Atlanta FaZe.
Joe, we've had a lot of awesome Canadians come up and say what's up throughout the weekend. Anything you want to say to the fans before we come back for championship
no, we love
Sunday?
it, City, man. I think we all love it here in Toronto, right? Toronto Ultra putting on a great event. We appreciate it, but the fans here are nuts. One of the best crowds we have in the CDL.
Can't wait to come back. Championship Sunday loads up at 1:15 Eastern p.m. We will see you all on headquarters. Thanks for tuning in.
Pedal to the metal when I hit the gas, running through the competition like a running back. I don't never get tired, I don't take naps. Looking back at you when I'm running laps. I'm the realest in the place, you should know that. Oh yeah, here's another L, you can hold that. All alone at the top with a throne at. It can get a little cold just like snow caps. No cap, if I fall, I'ma be back like a relapse. Never relax, hit you in the chin strap with a kneecap to your neck snap. Throw it online, make sure everybody see that. I have my aspirations, I know my destination. I go no hesitation, you can't break my concentration. Love, no love to my enemies, waiting on my downfall, never see the enemy. Running like I got no legs and a centipede. Gold medal on my chest for the centerpiece. Slow me down, something you can never do. Hold me down, that's impossible, I never lose. One way or another, one is what I do. This is my game and I play by my rules. I have my aspirations, I know my destination. I go no hesitation, you can't break my concentration. Put me in the game, I'm running it. Do this every day, I'm running it. You know I don't play, I'm running it. I'm running it, I'm running it. Anytime, any place, I'm running it. On down for the chase, I'm running it. You can see it in my face, I'm running it. I'm running it.
Send that text from way downtown, but it's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Hey, damn, yeah, still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds, told them I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen them here once. Told them I ain't playing, they don't wanna get hurt, dog. It's about time I done show them how it works, dog. Seen them in the shit, but now they all worse off. I ain't in a race if I ain't coming first, dog. Took them step back if they ain't in the game now. It was moving slow, so I had to find a pace now. All they trying to talk, not the time or the place now. Coming for the pot and I got a pocket ace now. Ooh. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text from way downtown, but this shit still wet.